Okay, everyone. We are back. I apologize for not being on yesterday. I know I said that after the second stream I was going to be on for Saturday. Today is now Sunday, I guess, for completeness. So obviously this only makes sense if you're watching this at this very moment. But I did not realize it was Easter. And I had to go home for Easter dinner that I totally forgot about. But now we are here, and the plan, for the time being at least, is to try and finish the entire chapter, or episode rather, today. I don't know if that will be possible, because these games, assuming that, again, this is written similar to Higurashi, Higurashi got a lot longer in its sub-chapters as we got towards the end of it. So I won't be too surprised if this game is like that as well, where the final few sub-chapters, or whatever you want to call them, technically in this it's episodes and chapters, if the final few chapters of this are longer, but we're still going to try our best. Let me update a little. So at the very end of the last, let me load here, just so that we don't have to deal with like the intro MV movie thing playing in the background while I'm trying to talk for a little bit here. Hey, this is fine. Oh, the notes here. Okay, so basically the last chapter that we had just gone through was the beginning of the very first section of the epitaph. Was this sacrifice the six chosen by the key, and the people that died, it actually was not the people that we thought it was going to be. It was Kiri, Rudolph, Kraus, Rosa, Goda, and Shannon. These were the people that were found dead in the garden storehouse or whatever. Now, the only thing I would say is that because Shannon was among the deceased, it makes it a little bit more confusing as to who is going to die. Sorry, I don't know why I have to yawn. It makes it a little bit confusing about who, or not as obvious rather, not confusing, about who is going to be the next person to die because of the twilight, saying that like the two that are close will be torn apart. And again, that doesn't literally mean dying, but it could mean them like falling out of love, and you know, the game was very obviously setting that up to be George and Shannon. But with Shannon dying on the first day, or first twilight rather, you know, it doesn't really make sense. So I had the theory here that it could be Kinzo because it would be his separation from Beatrice. Ava and Hideyoshi, this one seems to be the most likely because they're the only couple that is of the adults that is remaining, since every other couple has either lost a part or a whole. Rose is sort of a weird one because she doesn't have her husband or whoever the father of Maria is at the, you know, at the family meeting. So because of that, you know, it's a little bit less, you know, it doesn't apply as cleanly, but, you know, Rose is gone. Rudolph and Kiri are both dead, so that's like one relationship that's already been torn apart because they're both dead. And Kraus already died. And then the last one was that it possibly could be one of Natsuhi or Jessica, just because it's the only remaining family cell that has two people left. Because even including Cannon and Shannon, they're separated now. The main character, it doesn't really make much sense, and both of his parents are dead. With Rosa and Maria, they're separated now. The only one that's left is Natsuhi and Jessica, as far as it just being two people, because George would not apply since both of his parents are still kicking. I don't think there's really a whole lot to theorize about necessarily yet, because I think we're still like kind of relatively early enough that we're kind of just being taken what we're given. The only thing I will say is that I was thinking about this over yesterday, especially while I was driving back home, and I'm wondering if this game is going to do a Higurashi type deal. And what I mean about that is that I wonder if we're going to get like not an intentional time loop, but a loop nonetheless, such that, you know, at the end of episode 1, we're going to do like a reset, you know? I'm in like a half and half. I would say that I kind of would hope that it would not be, but I also think that it's exceedingly likely that it will be that or be similar to that, how it was in Higurashi. And then the only reason why I say that is that I just don't see how, with 8 episodes remaining, you could have the entire epitaph carried out with this group. There's 10 twilights, right? So 10 days. And if we assume that they all progress at the same pace that the first night did. Okay, excuse me, I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm yawning. I'm not even tired. That, you know, if we're doing, let's say it would be like 1.5 days per, well, we're already like gonna super overshoot. The only thing that is also maybe possible is like maybe because I know like on Steam, because I'm playing this through the project, but I actually bought it on Steam and then realized that I couldn't do the project through Steam. But it's split into the question and the answer arc, so the first 4 episodes, then the last 4 episodes. So then that also makes me wonder if maybe it stops after that and we get like a new perspective. But I think that we're probably gonna get I think we're probably going to get a Higurashi type deal where the loop kind of resets. But maybe it's not the same people that die in the first 6, maybe we're not even playing the same character every time, hard to say currently without any knowledge. But yeah, I don't really think there's much more to belabor the point. We're not really at a point where there's a lot of like theorizing that can happen right now. The biggest like theorizing section that we had was talking about whether Beatrice is one of the 18 people or not. Currently, I would still wager that she's not. However, it being Jessica or Natsuhi, specifically now what I was saying, I was kind of leaning more away from Rosa and into Natsuhi more. And Rosa dying and Natsuhi still being alive, and then like the one thing that we didn't have described, right, which I guess we can put as like the very first note for this episode is, I think, unraveling the crime that took place will begin with understanding why there was bloody claw marks on Natsuhi's door. The reason why I say that is that there was only, like, if we think about it from 2 things, right? There's 2, like, competing views, I think, that you could view. The hiccups, too. Sorry, I guess my body's just falling apart. There's 2 competing theories that are running against each other on why there would be claws on Natsuhi's door, right? So one of them would be like, oh, you had somebody that was trying to warn Natsuhi. Somebody got attacked, right? Like, in the situation that I think I posited initially was, what if it was Jessica that got attacked and she was going to go try and warn her mother? That would make sense why the person was like clawing at the door. So I would say that you have either more of a defensive or like an assistant type idea where whatever the thing was that was clawing at her door, I would wager that if it was a person, it was probably Kraus. The biggest thing that kind of indicates to us, if we take that framework to be true, is that we know that people were killed somewhere else and then they were moved there. So if let's just assume it was Kraus and was trying to warn Natsuhi because he knows that she went to her room or whatever, then it would make sense why he's like trying to get to her, like, oh my god, like this person is doing this, like be careful, XYZ, for whatever reason. However, then you would wonder, because we're kind of the opinion, I'll also put this, currently operating under the assumption that the people were killed elsewhere before being brought to the garden storehouse. So that's just another thing that I'm currently operating under, because it seems to be that's the case. It's pretty unlikely that they brought like all 6 people there and then killed them sequentially. They were probably all killed in separate areas or places and then brought to where they were. Okay, excuse me, I'm sorry. I think that there's a level of analysis that we could do as well on where all the people were that were killed. So as far as thinking back, Kiri, Rudolph, and Kraus, these four were in that meeting together. And we know, so, actually, you know what? We will do a little bit of theorizing, okay? So, 4 of the victims, which we'll put Kraus, Rosa, Rudolph, Kiri, were in the conference, we'll call it the conference room. I don't know what the proper term for it is, but Ava and Hideyoshi, we know, left early from their own testimony, meaning that these 4 were alone in the room together. So those 4 died. Shannon was in the mansion. She, from I think the last frame that we saw of her, again, I'm going off memory, I'm not going to go back and look through the VOD. But my memory from the last frame is she was locking up the mansion at some time between 11 p.m. and midnight, and was by Kinzo's study at the time. I believe I remember seeing the door of his in the background. Goda was the only servant that was, Goda was the only servant that was in the mansion at the time, right? Every other servant had been sent to the guest house, by a change in schedule done by Kraus. So, conclusion, which is sort of obvious, everyone that died on the first night were people present in the mansion. And that doesn't really get us a whole lot else, but we know that at least their last known location, again, there was 6 hours. We don't know what the fuck they did in that time, so this doesn't necessarily mean a whole ton, but we have something to work off, that we know that all the people that died in that first night were in the mansion. But, sorry, I'll circle back to what I was saying about the Kraus thing, that there's kind of like 2 prongs that you can view the clause on Natsuhi's door. You can view it as like an assistive or like a defensive thing, that was somebody who was trying to warn her. But then the only thing that you would wonder at that point is like, if this person was, I'll put this here, so 2 prongs. Clause on the door for someone trying to help / warn on, I should say. So these are like the 2 prongs. The first prong, it probably would have been Kraus or Shannon if it was anybody that was going to defend her or that was going to try to warn her, right? Because the servants are ordered around by Natsuhi, so I'd imagine that they have, like, they call her Madam. I would assume they have a little bit more of like an attachment to her than to anybody else, and Kraus was sort of the acting head as long as Kinzo was AFKing in his room, although technically the servants still all did answer to him. If it was someone warning. But the only thing that only defeat her for this argument is why the markings were only limited to the door. Why would there not be blood in the hallway or anywhere leading up to her room? So the point that I'm trying to make here is that if this was like somebody that got attacked and let's say they were like walking away and they were like, had a mortal wound, they were going to bleed out and die or something, and they were going to like, oh, Natsui. Well, the only thing that's kind of confusing about that is like they obviously would have left a trail from wherever they were when they were attacked to the point where they got to the door. And there was nothing. And it doesn't seem like whoever the killer is has many, also put this here, Doesn't seem like the killer is really opposed to gruesome scenes. So I doubt they would clean up everywhere save Natsuhi's door. And then the second prong, which is a more simple analysis, is just that whoever killed the 6 maybe wanted to kill Natsuhi instead of one of the victims. And because of the scorpion charm gifted to her by Jessica, she was unable, or I shouldn't say she, or no, yeah, she was unable to be targeted / got to. So that's like the other thing. There's also just like a question that we have broadly right now that is a little bit confusing, I would say, which is, if the killer was willing to leave markings on Natsuhi's door, as well as basically identify where the corpses were being stored, why would they clean up any mess if they created one? Conclusion: it's not likely that there were stains made, like, it's not likely that there were stains that were made and cleaned up. It's just more likely that they never happened, if that makes sense. So, like, there probably was never somebody that was walking through the hallway, like, leaking blood onto the carpet or on the floor or whatever, right? That doesn't really add up. The other thing as well, which is sort of like a semi... The better question is, why did the killer alert, I should say everyone, to where the bodies were stored? Also, why store them in one place? The one place thing, I would say, like, so for in one place, I would say, like, they drew a magic circle. Maybe. This is weird. Sorry, I'm kind of like running through all of this in my head in the moment. The other question here now is, like, chosen by the key. Does this mean that a key of some kind is doing the choosing? Meaning, it says, like, Rudolph, Kiri, etc. need to die? Or is the key a person, and the 6 chosen by the key just simply means the 6 people the key chose to kill? They just had, I would say, like, meaning they just had to kill 6 people, not like a select chosen 6 people, but rather one person was chose to kill 6. I guess that's a little bit wordy, but maybe that makes sense. Let me reread over this. Chosen the key, what does this mean? Does this mean the key of some kind is doing the choosing, meaning it says, like, I should say, meaning whatever the key is says something like Rudolph, Kiri, etc. need to die, or is the key, I should say, simply a person? Maybe one person is chose to be the key, and the 6 chosen by the key simply means the 6 people the key chose to kill, meaning they just had to kill 6 people, not a select chosen 6, but rather one person was made the key, and opted to kill 6 random people, as it was convenient to them. So that's what I would say. I don't... We actually wrote a lot more than I thought, but this is like kind of the big questions we have from the start that... And I don't really think there's a whole lot else that we can answer. I do think the Natsuhi door thing is going to be very important. I think that like the magic circle and stuff, I just want to be putting like my thoughts to writing, not so much that it's rather that it's not like I'm confused necessarily or under the impression, like it seems kind of obvious that they drew the magic circle. The magic circles are used for rituals. It's probably because this is the first part of the epitaph, and the epitaph itself is like the steps to complete a large ritual is kind of what the vibe I've been getting so far. So it doesn't really surprise me, but, you know, I guess the very last tiny thing would be like, how did the person move 6 bodies of varying sizes / weights into the garden storehouse and not be seen by anyone? And then I would also put in quotations here, like, also, how did they kill all 6 without being noticed by the other victims? Meaning, when the first person was killed, how did the other soon-to-be victims not get wind of it and make a fuss of some kind? We'll leave it like that. So, that's all the theorizing. I don't really want to waste too much more time. I've already gloated enough, or not gloated, just yipped and yapped long enough for no particular goal in sight. And yeah, now we're gonna continue. Let me turn off my light here, my little Bluetooth light. And I think we are going to try to get through, well, not we're definitely going to get through everything that's left here. It just depends how long that will take. So, hide this. We are on chapter 11, Curtain Rise on Tragedy. Okay. Get my mic in place. All that could be heard was the sound of the rain, the voices from the kids' television program that Maria was watching, and the engrossed Maria's cackling voice. In other words, what greeted them as they returned dumbfounded from that horrible, bizarre scene was the voice of Maria as she rolled around laughing at the television. Not knowing how to explain to Maria that her mother, Rosa, was dead, those who returned to the room couldn't manage any more than a suffocating silence. At first, Maria returned their stares with a dubious look, but then she realized that they weren't trying to blame her for anything. She ignored them and again immersed herself in the television program. The other thing that I wonder is, or not wonder, but I have like a high suspicion that Maria is not just going to be like an innocent kid. Once again, like having already played Higurashi, I am well aware that the kids that just seem like random innocent kids are probably not looking at Eureka, so just... The children wordlessly sat down on the sofa. Their minds were probably blank from their state of shock. Though they had all cried and mourned so much, now they just vaguely sat there, their faces expressionless. Only Cannon had returned to his usual calm expression. However, that probably didn't mean he had been able to wipe out the shock. Nothing was reflected in his eyes as he stared into the emptiness. Hideyoshi, fidgeting as he remembered that horrible scene, kept muttering, "Unbelievable. That can't be something of this world. It's the work of the devil." Every once in a while, he turned these into questions and bounced them off of Nanjo. But Nanjo, in a calm, doctorly manner, kept repeating that nothing could be understood by only glancing at the scene, and that until the police arrived, he wouldn't know anything. However, Nanjo only appeared calm by comparison to Hideyoshi, who could not contain his agitation and fear. In fact, Nanjo had also received a huge shock, and his face was deathly pale. Maybe it was because of their attitude that Natsuhi tried to rise to the challenge and take control. Natsuhi was apparently unchanged from her normal attitude, and she briskly gave directions. "I will head to where father is. Genji, quickly contact the police." "Certainly." "I wonder if you would allow me to tag along, Natsuhi? Since Kraus is now gone, the task of aiding father has been left to me. It would be improper of me to relax here while relying entirely on you." Natsuhi was struck speechless by Ava's aggressive actions in a situation like this. That's actually not true. It would be Jessica, would it not be? It seemed that she was claiming that with Kraus dead, the one to take responsibility should not be his wife, but with herself, the next highly ranked in the family. Possibly she was not happy that Natsuhi was ignoring her and handling matters herself in this extreme situation. Of course, even Ava's mind had been blank from the shock until just now. She only returned to herself after Natsuhi started giving orders. Man, she hates her that much. You may do as you please. Natsuhi walked out without saying anything more. Ava followed behind her. Mere moments after they left, Kumasawa ran into the parlor. Since she wasn't the kind of person to run around, it would be normal to sense that something had just happened, but since everyone had been stricken by that earlier shock, none of them took any notice of this trivial difference. Madam. Madam. If you're looking for Natsuhi, she went to see father. She'll probably be back soon. What happened, Kumasawa? That is, in the dining hall. Blood. Blood! Everyone in the parlor turned to listen. Everyone thought the same thing. I hope I misheard that. Just like how any container has a limit of how much you can put in it, no one felt like they could accept any more tragedies beyond what had already happened. So they all thought it. I hope I misheard that. What? In the dining hall. Okay, let me go back to my notes real quick. I'm just going to amend the part where I put conference room to dining hall, because that is actually where they were. Dining hall. Okay. When I went to the dining hall to set up for breakfast, the first to start running was George. His harsh footsteps jogged Hideyoshi and Nanja to their senses, and they chased after him. Battler and the others followed. They flew into the dining hall one after the other, but they didn't find any change that would have caused Kumasawa to go pale. To those who had viewed that gruesome scene in the storehouse, it was a bit of an anticlimax. However, Kumasawa, who had followed them, pointed it out. There really were some traces of blood on the floor. Compared to that terrible scene, it was not very dramatic. However, he calmly thought about it, this definitely indicated the loss of a lot of blood. There's a puddle of blood here as well. What in the world? It appears that a great deal of time has passed. It's probably safe to say that they were killed here last night. It would seem to mean that we'd been talking together in the dining hall until late into last night, or into the night. After that, someone must have broken in. Father, when did you let yourselves out of the meeting and go to sleep? It was a little past midnight, so sometime after that is probably when it happened. Okay, I'm gonna write this down. This is probably gonna have a lot of note writing in this section, so I apologize if it's slower than usual, but I just want to make sure I have everything, you know. So blood is found in the dining hall, where the adults were having their chat. As mentioned earlier, it seems that at least this part of the killings happened after midnight, when Hideyoshi and Ava left to go to bed. Christ. Can't take this. Milady, stay strong. After seeing that hell on earth in the storehouse, I think I can handle this much. Wow, bro, you're so fucking sick. Yeah, exactly. Really? Great for you. I feel like my head's gonna friggin' explode. This is the dining hall, you know? This is where every day I would eat, complain about school, complain about homework, talk to Dad about my grades. That's what this place is to me. Milady. It wouldn't be good to remain here any longer. Let's return to the parlor. I agree. Uncle Hideyoshi, I think this room will be really important to the police. Don't you think it would be bad if we trampled all over it? Battler proposed this in a slightly powerful voice, as together with Cannon, he grabbed the pail and shaking Jessica's shoulders. Everything is just as Battler has said. There's nothing more to be gained from remaining in this room. Nanja spoke while looking at the pale faces all around. Even though that horrible scene in the storehouse had felt like something not of this world, at least it was in a place far from here. A place we had been able to keep, or to cut ourselves off and run away from, which had helped everyone to keep going. However, this dining hall was different. It was in the mansion's main wing, and as Jessica had said, it was supposed to be one of the more relaxing places within the mansion. It was the same place where all of the relatives had enjoyed lunch and dinner yesterday. The shock of seeing this place smeared with blood reminded us of the horrible spectacle in the storehouse, and forced us to accept that that we really hadn't been able to run away from the scene of that tragedy. Yeah, I agree. The killer might have left traces in this room. Amateurs like us shouldn't stir the place up. Let's leave quickly. Come on, come on. Hideyoshi also understood the meaning of what Battler had said and pushed everyone to hurry out of the dining hall. The way we were then, looking at that blood any longer would have been too harsh. Nobody went against his words. Everyone raced each other out of the dining hall, almost as though the last person in the room would be trapped in there all alone. Once in the hallway, we lent a shoulder to Kumasawa, who was leaning against the wall still trembling, and we all headed back to the parlor together. Then Genji returned. Oh, Genji, were you able to contact the police? I can only offer my sincerest apologies. Whether it was a failure of the radio or something else that caused it, I cannot tell, but... What, you can't reach the police? You tried the phone and the radio and both failed? My apologies. The boat will be arriving on Monday morning. I believe we'll be able to borrow their communications equipment. Okay, so this is another thing to note. Genji reports it wasn't just the phone lines that were made inoperable, but also the radio. Interesting. See, this is another thing that makes it very interesting. I'm gonna put this here. This gives me an inkling that whoever did this crime is not Beatrice. Because if Beatrice is a witch of like powerful magic, I'm writing this, sorry, in the notes. I should actually show this. A powerful magic ability, why would she be worried about worldly consequences like the police? You know, she would have ways to get out of that. If Beatrice is a witch of powerful magic ability, why would she be worried about worldly consequences like the police? So, that's just my only thinking on this. Oops. Isn't there a boat on this island? Can we just take a little trip out to the Nijima Police Department? Hideyoshi, that would be impossible with this weather. At the very least, we can't do anything until the typhoon passes by us. Rouse's boat is being repaired and is not on the island. Therefore, I'm afraid we have no option but to wait for Monday's boat. How could this happen? 6 people are dead. The phones and radio aren't working and there's no boat. So until the typhoon passes and the boat comes, until tomorrow morning, we just have to stay here on this island, unable to even contact the police. Which means that, not just to us, but the criminal who killed everyone is also confined to this island. That certainly follows. The culprit who killed everyone is still here on the island. So the bastard who killed Dad and the others can't get off the island, and he's still hiding somewhere. You know, it could be like a crazy, like, flip of events. It would be pretty wild. Imagine this is actually... No, actually it wouldn't make sense. I was gonna say, like, maybe like the Shannon killing. Fuck, do you wonder if maybe... I hate to always do this, but like... Is there any... I don't know if this is... Oh no, it's not. Let me scroll down a bit. Is there any chance that the murders were not all of one killer, but rather a few isolated killings for separate reasons that resulted in what appears as a 6-person murder spree? The only reason why I say this, although I think this is currently probably not likely, is going to be my guess. But I will say that, because I was just thinking, like, what happens if, like, George got, like, tilted because Shannon rejected him? Like, he saw her or something in the morning? Because remember, we found these bodies at, like, 8. Wow, but he was still in the guest house. Yeah, but we wouldn't have known if he left and re-entered, right? That's the only thing, is it's really hard to know exactly, but... killed Dad and the others can't get off the island, and he's still hiding somewhere. Oh, not in the window. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. I'll find you, you bastard. You think I'll hand you over to the police? I'll tear you to shreds myself. Ugh. Maria had finally realized that something was odd in the parlor, or rather than noticing something odd, it was probably better to say that she felt unhappy and neglected since everyone was getting so excited about something only she didn't know about. Ugh, Jessica, One-chan. Jesus, did someone die? The way she spoke was completely calm, just as though she was talking about characters in a TV drama, as though it didn't affect her at all. Jessica probably didn't like that. As though trying to say, can't you tell just by looking at me, overwhelmed with grief, she flared up against Maria. They all died. Everyone. My dad, Battler's mother and father, Goda and Shannon, and even your mother too. Stop it, Jessica. You aren't the only one who's sad. Maria, I know this will come as a shock, but please listen. Your mother has died. Mama is dead? Yes, someone killed her. I know it's sad, but stay strong. How many people died? 6 people. 6. Shit. How could you do something so cruel? There's a limit to how cruel you can be if you're a human. I don't know who it is, but the killer's not human. There's no way their blood is red. Maria's gonna be totally chill about this because she believes in the witch's epitaph. Killer's not human. Just the chosen by the... Huh? Hey, Maria, did you say something just now? Maria had just said something, but since the words were so remotely separated from the flow and context of the conversation, for a second, I couldn't understand them. As I was about to ask her to repeat it, I was shocked by the sudden sound of Aunt Natsuhi's loud voice coming from the entrance to the parlor. It looked like Aunt Natsuhi and Aunt Ava had returned from their trip to see grandfather. You can't contact them with the radio? If we can't use it at a time like this, why do we even have an emergency radio? My apologies. I believe I was having annual maintenance inspections, but... Wait, what about one of those boat signaling devices where you can flicker the light on and off? Can you use something like that to contact the next island? We do not have such equipment. My apologies. Just then, Kumasawa came pushing a serving cart loaded with breakfast. Yeah, that's what you were worried about? Since there was no way we would be able to eat in the dining hall, Hideyoshi had ordered her to bring it to the parlor. Why are we eating breakfast here? Natsuhi, I'll tell you later. More importantly, Ava, how is father? Judging by the fact that he's not with you, he won't even leave his room for a situation like this. He isn't there. The room was empty. Oh, fuck, okay. Kinzo is not in his study, according to Ava. What the? Where could he have gone at a time like this? Did you say that the master has left his study? That's right, I'm as surprised as you. I wonder when he left his room. Do either of you have an idea? Natsuhi looked at Genji and Kanon as she said this. She probably thought that the servants permitted the one-winged eagle, who served directly under him, would know of a place he might go. Sorry, I misread that, but I understand what they were saying. However, it seemed to be the other way around. Their faces made it clear that those who knew Kinzo best realized even more than everyone else how impossible it was for him to leave his room. Even we have no idea. As you all know, the master had everything set up within that study, from a place to sleep to a bathroom. I can't imagine him leaving that room except under very exceptional circumstances. In that case, what? Isn't it natural to think that one of those very exceptional circumstances came up? We still don't know whether that is the case. Anyway, he is a fickle person, so it's possible that he went for a walk by himself without knowing the current situation. If that is the case, we'll have to tell him what has happened and ask for instructions as fast as we can. That's right. Although I don't want to think about it, it's possible that something has happened to him, isn't it? I don't even want to think about something that ominous. No one had seen Kinzo since the 6 horrible corpses had been found. On top of that, the phones were broken, the radio wouldn't reach anyone, and there was no way to contact the police. It looked like the typhoon would leave tomorrow and a boat would come, but until then, no one could rely on anyone outside the island, nor could they escape the island. Apologies for yawning. Everyone had lost their composure at the extremely sudden tragedy. A heavy silence and a sense of impatience. Even though they needed to do something, they couldn't think of anything. Some of them became irritated while others merely held their heads in hands. But not one of them could even explain what was occurring on the island of Rokenjima. Okay. After that, we sat in the parlor and wordlessly chewed through the breakfast that Kumasawa had made. Of course, this was right after something like that had happened. No one had any appetite. However, we realized that not eating would weaken our bodies. It would also be rude to Kumasawa, who had made the breakfast. Kumasawa had taken the tasteful western vegetables, ones that Goda had probably special ordered for the purpose of some extravagantly fancy dish, and cooked them in a Japanese style, making them turn an unpleasant color. As to what Goda had been planning to cook with these ingredients, or with those ingredients, right then I couldn't even imagine it. If I did think about it, I would be reminded of the way Goda had died, and the inside of my mouth would be filled with a sour taste. For the time being, everyone pretended to eat, but there was no hope of anyone making any headway onto the meal. Then everyone was brought up to speed on the current situation. First off, that Uncle Kraus, my dad... Whoa. Oh, sorry. I misread that. I was like, whoa, did we just get a perspective change to Jessica? But no, it's saying that, like... It's from Balor's perspective that Uncle Kraus, my dad Rudolph, Kiri, Auntie Rosa, Goda, and Shannon had been found in the Rose Garden storehouse as cruelly mutilated corpses. The other thing too, which I guess like bears repeating, and it's sort of like a goofy thing, but like what is the significance of Shannon and Kraus only having half their face destroyed, but the others having their full face destroyed? I'm gonna put that in the theory book real quick, one sec. What is the significance of not only the bodies being mutilated, because this was after death, remember, according to Nanjo's thing, I think that's what he said. Mutilated after death, at least we think, I'll put it in brackets. But why in particular did Kraus and Shannon only have half of their faces smashed, while every other victim had their entire face smashed. Very interesting. There's obviously some significance to it, we just don't know what that is right now. Sorry, I have to put on chapstick, my lips are driving me crazy right now. Sorry, my lips are actually... Owie, they hurt so bad. Okay, there we go. I think they're better now. Ow. Nope, they're not. Sorry. I have, like, dry skin on them, and I have a terrible picking habit. Where is my... Here it is, okay. So at least make it better for the time being. It's mainly my bottom lip. My top lip is usually fine. My bottom lip that chaps really bad. I don't know if I like bite it by accident, I don't notice it or something, or I don't know. Sorry for the lull here. Despite that, we were unable to use phones or radio and still couldn't contact the police. So until the typhoon passed, there was nothing we could do. Furthermore, grandfather, who we had hoped might be able to show a little leadership in this kind of situation, had disappeared at some point. Goda hadn't made breakfast, so grandfather's stomach must have been empty. And if he had just been taking a casual walk, by now he should have been stomping back to whine about how hungry he was. And yet he hadn't appeared. There was more than a small chance that he had become caught up in the earlier crime. Aunt Natsuhi and Auntie Eva had said that on their return trip from going to see Kinzo, they had called out to him on every floor looking for him, but were not able to find him. Think about the timing of it all, it was probably best to think that... Oh, I didn't mean to skip that. What did it say? That he had been caught up in the crime. If the culprit had taken the trouble to move the bodies of Dad and the rest, who he figured had been killed in the dining hall, all the way to the storehouse, then maybe they had already killed grandfather, moved his body to some strange location, and we had simply not found it yet. No one actually said it, but this theory seemed extremely convincing. We will go check that all of the windows and doors are closed. We must also carefully search for father. Of course, remember too, when we were playing in Shannon, we saw the golden butterfly, which I believe they said at some point was like a... Not like a calling card for Beatrice, but basically that it was like a calling card for Beatrice, you know? So, it's not the most obvious, or I shouldn't say it's like too on the nose, but it's pretty on the nose right now. Oh, sorry, let me sit up a little bit. We must also carefully search for father. Children, make sure you do not leave this room. Ava and Hideyoshi, I'm sorry, but please stay here with the children. Dr. Nanjo as well. I understand. I will wait here. Aunt Natsuhi led the servants, Genji, Kumasawa, and Kanon out of the parlor. All that was left was Auntie Ava, Uncle Hideyoshi, Dr. Nanjo, and the 4 of us children for a total of 7 people. Let's all stick together and maybe watch some TV while we wait. Geez, Sunday daytime TV sure doesn't have any good shows on, huh? Or have many. Uncle Hideyoshi tried to stir up this gloomy atmosphere, acting cheerfully. Ugh. Good show. Watch it, watch it. Ugh. Oh, really? You want to watch TV, Maria? Then come and watch it with your uncle. Maria was the only one who played along. Even though Maria had been told of her mother's death, she didn't show the slightest flicker in her emotions. Was 9 really this young an age? No one else was feeling the slightest bit like joining in, and they each sank into their sofas and let their minds go blank. Aniki, can I ask you something? What is it? Just now in the storehouse, you said something about Shannon and a ring. Did you give that to her? George didn't answer, but he hung his head and closed both his eyes. There could be no clearer response. Put it, Battler. Have some tact. You're right. I shouldn't have asked that. That's right. It was me. Last night, I proposed to her. That was when I gave her the ring. I told her that tomorrow, she could put it on whatever finger she wanted, or should put it on, as her answer. Huh, I must have sounded so full of myself. And that ring had been on the ring finger of Shannon's left hand. Actually, I've been having talks with Shannon for several years about you, George. I wonder what she could have said. Shannon was always really bad at lying. It was instantly obvious that, it was you she was talking about. Oh yes, she mentioned this. She asked whether it would be okay if she got close to you being just a servant. She asked about stuff like what kind of things do boys like, and what kind of clothes should she wear to make them happy. Lots of stuff like that. How should I say it? Well, I was jealous of her. All then, right after she's handed the engagement ring, it's just all over. I know people value things differently, but being proposed to by a man is, in a way, the high point of a girl's life. So I'm sure. Last night I think Shannon was the happiest she's ever been. Happy from the bottom of her heart. Okay, yeah. The happiest she'd ever been since she was born. George, without raising his head, sighed deeply. Or maybe tears had risen to his eyes. Seems that Shannon was on duty in the guest house last night, but because she was too embarrassed to go back to the guest house with me, she went over to the mansion. Think about Shannon's feelings. When you receive an engagement ring, no matter how much you prepared for it beforehand, it's normal to feel so elated your mind goes blank. She must have been so embarrassed she didn't know what to do with herself. And then Shannon, even though she hadn't been on duty there, she went to the mansion and got caught up in all this. If only I hadn't, on that day, in that place, given her that ring, Shannon wouldn't have, Sayo wouldn't have been caught up in this incident. Why did my phone just... Oh, it was my controller. I was like, why did my phone vibrate so hard? Because I have a controller plugged in. I should probably move this so that it doesn't vibrate in a weird way. Where do I even put this so it doesn't... You know what we can do? It's called unplugging it. It's actually a big brain move. Aniki. It's not like that. It's definitely not like that. So don't cry anymore. Badler, leave him be. After those words from Auntie Ava, I stopped talking to him. Misplaced words of comfort might actually hurt him. Jessica sat down next to Aniki and quietly put an arm around him. Maybe only Jessica, who had known about Aniki and Shannon's love since the beginning, and who had been discussing that relationship with Shannon, could comfort Aniki now. I went over to Auntie Ava and sat down on the opposite sofa. Badler, you really are strong. It looks like you've kept a good hold on yourself. Well, look at the depth of the love... Sorry. Well, look, the depth of the love becomes the depth of the wound, right? That old bastard, I couldn't care less about him, no matter how he snuffed it. Jesus, I'm sorry, I'm really butchering right now. That old bastard, I couldn't care less about no matter how he snuffed it. I feel bad about Kiri, but, well, she wasn't actually my parent. My. But on the other hand, you were crying a lot back then, right? Well, I did think that at least that much crying was due as gratitude to the parent who raised me. Haha. The way you can switch your mood quickly like that and dry your tone must have come from Rudolph. That kid would always get violently happy, sad, and angry, but he would always regain his cool immediately afterwards. It's nothing like that. I haven't really been able to get over the shock yet either. I think it's just that the emotions that rose up in me were different from everybody else's. What do you mean? I was acting much calmer than George and Jessica were. That wasn't because my sadness was less intense and I'd already sprung back to normal. It was because my sadness had been gradually replaced by a different emotion. Rather than sadness, it's more like I'm irritated. What bastard did this and where the hell is he? I feel like I can't settle down until I've smacked him upside the face. That was what I really wanted to do. It was like I couldn't allow myself to just sit here, overwhelmed with sadness and hugging my knees. Since the time Dad and everyone else was killed, this island has remained covered by the typhoon. The other thing that's really bad too is if they were killed outside, right, with all this rain, like it's gonna wash away any evidence in terms of like a blood stain. Might be other things still, but in short, that means the asshole who pulled this disgusting, detestable bullshit is still somewhere on this island. Certainly does. I wonder if they're hiding themselves somewhere in that dark forest even now. I felt like I'd had a very similar conversation with Kiri the night before. That's right. After the letter from the person who claimed to be Beatrice appeared at the dining table last night, we had talked about whether or not a 19th person actually exists. Also, the dad had mentioned that he thought he was going to be murdered, and you never inquired about it. Auntie Ava, these murders, do you think they have anything to do with the letter from Beatrice last night? Ah, that thing? Well, I wonder. Although all of us siblings were in agreement that the mysterious letter had been sent to further complicate the problem of father's inheritance, as to whether that and the incident this morning are related, it's impossible to tell at this stage. Was that letter really given to Maria by some witch called Beatrice? How could it be? All of it was a farce devised by father, wasn't it? He made someone like Shannon wear the dress from the portrait and deceive Maria, right? Isn't that just the kind of intricate prank father would pull? Last night I talked to Kiri about whether Beatrice actually exists, and she also said that Beatrice was probably one of the 18 of us. Isn't that obvious? There's no one else on this island besides us, so obviously it must have been someone amongst us pretending to be Beatrice. There's no one else but us on this island, huh? Obviously, right? Who else could be here? No one is on this island except us. There are only 18 people, so the one who pretended to be Beatrice has to be one of those 18. Kiri had denied that there was a 19th person by flipping over the chessboard. Even though Auntie Ava hadn't constructed an argument that complicated, her opinion, at the least, was the same. Except, if that is the case, our situation starts to look very ugly. At the time of Beatrice's letter, we were able to dismiss the matter as just someone's prank. However, if we deny the existence of a 19th person at this point, matters are not so jovial. In other words, if there is no 19th person, then the culprit who killed Dad and the others is also one of the 18, right? So in other words, that could mean that someone in this very mansion is the one who killed them. Auntie Ava smiled meaningfully. It looked like Auntie thought that this conclusion should have been obvious. I mean, yeah, duh. The culprit carried the bodies of those 6 into the storehouse, but they sure did a good job getting into that storehouse, didn't they? The shutter was always kept closed and locked, I'm told. Yeah, see, this was another big thing that got brought up at the end of the last point, was they would have that be someone. You would think it would be somebody that was in the guest house, and you would probably wager that it was a servant or somebody that had knowledge of, like, the servant's activities, right? Looking at you now, see if Beatrice is, like, your second form or something, like I was theorizing. Because who else would know where all, like, the little things that the servants kept was? In other words, in order to carry them into the storehouse, the culprit would need to unlock the shutter. Understand? Sorry, I was taking a drink. Is there any possibility that the shutter was left open by mistake that day? The servant said that it's always shut. In other words, unless they brought the keys out of the servant room, they definitely couldn't have opened the storehouse. Is the only key the one in the servant room? According to Genji, he said yeah. Yeah, Genji said so, yes. Which means that the culprit knew where the single key was stored and took it out. Just now, I saw Cannon return the key to the servant room. The wall was packed with keys, and I don't think that a novice would know where and to what those keys went to. Okay, so this is the other thing we'll write down. To further... I'm not going to pull up the notes for this, I'll read it out loud. To further add to Genji's point about the key being used to open the shutter, Ava said that in the servant quarters, there are many keys, and a person unfamiliar with those keys would not be able to just guess the correct key. Which makes sense. The culprit was magnificently able to select the key to the storehouse from all of those. Furthermore, even though the key didn't have a tag or anything sticking to it, they knew it was the key to the storehouse beyond the rose garden. And while I'm at it, they also knew where the storehouse was. I'll say it even clearer. The culprit knew the inside of the servant room well. True. It was somebody that either... Yeah, I mean, she's right. If the bodies had been thrown somewhere in the bushes of the rose garden, no explanation would have been necessary. However, the one key to the storehouse was in the servant room, and stored with a large group of other keys, such that a novice would not be able to tell them apart. This meant that the culprit was someone who was used to going in and out of the servant room, and knew well where the key was. The family didn't normally go into the servant room, which meant that. Which means that one of the servants, not necessarily, or somebody who's familiar with it, which Natsuhi would be, Kinzo likely would be. I'm sorry, but even your auntie can't say any more than that. However, I'll tell you one thing. What's that? She's gonna try and set up Natsuhi because she doesn't like Natsuhi. The culprit. We should probably say that they were culprits in the plural, and what's more, they were well armed. You see it, don't you? They had to assault the 4 in the dining hall and kill them all at once, drag a total of 6 bodies all the way to the storehouse beyond the rose garden, and scribble that disgusting makeup on their faces. There's no way that a single culprit could carry all of this out on their own, right? It wasn't possible. It might not have been if a single person spent enough time on it, or it might have been, or sorry, no. It was impossible, it might not have been impossible. If a single person spent enough time on it, but that would have taken ages. Well, there was probably like 6 hours, 7 hours, right? I mean, it's probably best to think that a significant number of people had been part of it. I don't believe this. Because all you would also have to do is find a way to incapacitate these people first. Ooh. So what you mean is, she thinks the servants are against us. Maybe all the servants were in cahoots. Please keep it quiet, okay? It's bad to speak from speculation alone. Besides, what would you do if it really was true? They might not let us return alive. This is an opponent who had no trouble killing Nissan and the 3 others. The only people in this room right now who look like they could put up a decent fight are the 3 people in my family, maybe you as well, 4 at most. The situation is no different than it was last night. In short, it would be easy for the culprit to massacre the rest of us. I've been playing detective with Auntie Ava out of a desire to expose the person who had killed Dad and the rest before the police did. If I can manage to skillfully penetrate the culprit's identity, I wanted to stick the evidence in their face. I had gotten it into my head that if I did that, the culprit would give up and surrender just like in one of those detective movies. However, the culprit only surrenders there because they're in a situation where resisting would be futile. The culprits behind these incidents on the island were far from helpless. and might even be able to massacre all of the remaining people on the island. And on top of that, the island was like a giant locked room cut off from the outside world by the typhoon, so they had the full day until tomorrow to kill, steam, and cover up their handiwork. In short, we weren't in the kind of safe atmosphere where we could entertain ourselves by playing detective. On the contrary, we were at a stage where we had to be scared stiff, since playing detective might displease the culprits and cause them to repeat another mass murder. Well, it is just a possibility, right? But I can't bring myself to trust the servants yet. And that doesn't mean they're the only ones I suspect. I also think there might be some mastermind behind all of this. A mastermind? Why do you say that? It's just a feeling. Think about what the word servant literally means, serving someone. It means they serve someone. They do someone's bidding, right? Everyone who was killed had some relation to the Ushiramiya family, so it would be natural for someone with interest in that result to be involved. This was also plain and clear. The Ushiramiya family were currently right in the middle of discussing how to distribute the inheritance if grandfather died. If this followed the formulaic plot used to death by many classic mystery novels, it would definitely be a crime by someone with ties to the Ushiramiya family and who was entangled in the inheritance problem. Auntie had probably also read a few books in that genre. Her theory did have a few one-sided conclusions to it, but it was a run-of-the-mill idea that anyone would surely hit upon. I think anyone would have suspected the servants, even if their logic was different. Especially the talk revolving around the key to the shutter. Exactly, that's like a bigger thing than... That was enough to make it easy to suspect strongly that one of the servants was involved in the case. Which is why... I don't like it for some reason. What do you mean you don't like it? Nah, just talking to myself. I dodged the question by joking, but I couldn't wipe out the sense of unease I felt inside me. I don't know, the Beatrice being one of the 18 people, it's feeling more and more like it actually could be Natsuhi. Because she is familiar with the servants' activities and where everything is, because she's the head of the house. She's a person that could imitate Beatrice. I don't know, we'll see. Because the reasoning we had arrived at was altogether too simple. Also the fact that Kenzo gave... like that, he gave, like, his approval to her. I don't know. I mean, like, I understand why he did it, and I agree with it, but I don't know. Again, I'm still sort of like, I'm in like a Schrodinger's theory right now, where my brain has not settled on whether it is true or whether it is not that she is one of the 18, Beatrice, that is. And so, again, I'll still say that I don't think she is, but if Beatrice is one of the 18, I think she's almost certainly Natsuhi. But I think what Battler's about to say here is that the line of logic that Auntie Ava's putting forward is too exact. Like, it's too straightforward, it's too obvious that that's the conclusion, to the point where, like, that is what a person who did this would want you to think. Reasoning that anybody could arrive at, and I just couldn't accept that. If I tried flipping over the chessboard, like I learned from Kiri, that was exactly why it was impossible for the servants to be the culprits. If the servants really had been the culprits, they wouldn't have hidden the bodies in a place exactly, because you would implicate yourself. Certainly not the Rose Garden storehouse of all places, whose key they themselves controlled. The police would probably immediately pursue whoever had been in control of the key. That would create a danger for exposure. If we were to assume that they were the culprits, they had no reason to carry the bodies into the storehouse. Did they expect us to think that, and so put them in the storehouse deliberately? No, that definitely didn't make sense, because even if you were trying to do like some big like 5-head 200 IQ 40 chess memes, the like 3 IQ, or I shouldn't say 3, but like the 100 IQ 3D chess players just gonna be like, yeah bro, it seems like it's probably you. Because you put suspicion right on yourself. When the police come and inspect the site, all kinds of things will probably become clear. No matter how deeply careful the culprits were in carrying out murders, some kind of traces will definitely be found. So in summary, they have everything to lose and nothing to gain. If you think about it this way and look at the game from the culprit's side, it feels like there's no point in advertising the location of the corpses. If the Dude, this is what I was saying earlier. I think I put this in my notes. If it was somebody that was here, why would you want the bodies to be found? You would just kill the people and have them go missing, right? This is like the same thing I was talking earlier about with, I think I brought this up with like the Beatrice Gold thing. That it wouldn't make sense. Fuck, I'm gonna go through my notes. I feel like I had a thing here where it was like, why would you reveal the bodies at all? There was no... Yeah, so, well, no, I just have one question, like, why did the killer alert everyone to where the bodies were stored? Also, why store them in one place? Like, it obviously seems like it's a part of, like, the magical ritual, but then that's the question, is, like, you're making a very clear implication with what you're doing when you do that. If the bodies were found, a report would be sent to the police. The remaining people would become more cautious. They could start looking for who was responsible. Anyways, none of these things would make the culprits feel any more comfortable. Just like the words of the main character's mother in a novel I read recently called Higurashi. Okay. The mystery story has 4 parts. Hey, I remember this. It was Keiichi's mom that said this. The mystery story has 4 parts: introduction, development, turn, and conclusion. And so to commit the perfect crime, it is essential to eliminate the introduction. Right now, no one knew where Grandfather was. We didn't know whether he had already become a victim or if he was one of the culprits. But this state of confusion had to be beneficial to whoever did this. By blatantly advertising the bodies to us and declaring, hey, there's a murder case going on, the culprit had absolutely nothing to gain. Right, that was where we could flip over the chessboard. So this blatant advertisement of the bodies was itself the culprit's goal. So it may well be that, to the culprit, having the 6 corpses be present there meant more than the death themselves. The ritual. In other words, the culprit wanted to display these murders. To who? To us. It was a message. The culprit was trying to shove something in our faces. I didn't know what that could be. At the current time, none of us could grasp anything from the vulgar mass murder except malice. Malice towards everyone, perhaps. Let me read the epitaph real quick, too. On the 9th twilight, the witch revives. Again, that's another really interesting thing, like, when it means the witch revives, like, what does that even mean? Like, what does revive means in that, what does it mean in that context? Because if Beatrice is already out and walking around right now, the epitaph seems like it's kind of bullshit, you know? I don't know, just each one of the survivors had some kind of connection to one of the 6 who had been killed. Uncle Krause's death brought sorrow to Jessica's family. The deaths of Dad and Kiri brought sorrow to me, while Auntie Rose's death brought sorrow to Maria. Not really, though, because Maria's not really sad. Like I said, I'm, heavy sauce on Maria, not that she's the culprit, but that she's involved somehow. Goda's death probably dealt a shock to his fellow servants, and Shannon's death brought grief to George, who had proposed to her, and to Cannon, who had loved her like an older sister. Everyone now on this island had received an equal amount of sadness. Auntie Ava had claimed that the servants were definitely in cahoots, but then how could you explain the deaths of Goda and Shannon? And by this argument, the grief caused by the 6 deaths hit everyone but Auntie Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi. Yeah. So if you were trying to kill the 6 people, it's very possible to doubt Auntie Ava herself, who was acting like she was outside the net of suspicion, and who might have been trying to point that suspicion at the servants. I think I put something in my notes about suspecting Ava, too. Let me look. I think I just had, like, suspicion that the fact that Ava and Hideyoshi removed themselves from the dining hall, and then all of a sudden, all the people in the dining hall die, it's just like, okay. In the first place, she managed to avoid suspicion and place it on the servants with that argument about the key to the shutter, but if you looked at it from a perspective of motive, about who would gain something from the murders, Auntie Ava's name floated to the top of the list. Battler, Auntie knows what you're thinking, okay? Huh? Oh no. Please don't tell anyone. But I have my head all full of, that kind of stuff. I'm the one who would gain the most from these murders. Since I'm going to be suspected anyways, I might as well get it out in the open myself. I had tried to dodge this conversation by joking around, but it looked like it hadn't worked. The inheritance is to be divided between the siblings, but now the 4 siblings are just me. All the assets of the Ushirimiya family will become mine. Hee. If Uncle Hideyoshi heard you, he'd say, give it a rest, Ava. It's not a joke. I'm sorry, okay? No matter how I try to smooth it over, I'll just be suspected anyway, so I was just fooling around. So I've been thinking, from my point of view, this murder might have been planned to cast suspicion on me. I mean, this is also a somewhat fair angle. Unfortunately, my alibi for last night is weak. Could you tell me about it? About last night. As you know, the discussion of how we siblings would gnaw apart the inheritance continued until late in the night, but I don't know how late it lasted. My husband and I had woken up early that morning, we were so sleepy, and we let ourselves out a little past midnight. We then returned to the guest house and rested there. Notice, returned to the guest house. Put that in the notes as well. Of note, Ava and Hideyoshi slept in the guest house on the night of the killings. Can anyone other than Uncle Hideyoshi prove that? Of course, it's not like I'm suspecting you or anything, you know. I wonder about that. I don't know if it counts as proof, but when we returned to the guest house, we were greeted by Genji and asked if we needed a towel. I think that should be enough to prove that we returned to the guest house a little after midnight. Of course, if my theory was correct and the servants were all in cahoots, that wouldn't actually make for an alibi, would it? That is a point, isn't it? Does that mean that right now I'm playing detective with the real culprit? Let me say for my honor's sake, if my goal was the inheritance, I wouldn't commit this weird kind of murder. After all, if I just wanted to make them forfeit their rights to the inheritance, then the method of their deaths wouldn't have mattered. On the contrary, I'd try to make their deaths look like an accident, wouldn't I? Yes and no. Because of the epitaph, you have a way that you can, you know. If I'd been roping in the servants and carefully planning everything out, that's even more reason I'd do that. You're right about that. If you were killing someone to make a profit, you definitely shouldn't make it look like a murder. You see? So from here on, your auntie will be in a very blue mood. I'll probably be treated as a person behind this by the police and harshly investigated. I can't wait. Auntie Eva shrugged with a bitter smile. Also, I'm just noticing this now. She has like the arm covers, like glove arm cover things. I don't know what you actually would call these, like sleeves or I don't know. How come the one it just covers her one hand and then the other goes all the way up? Like I guess it's because she wants to show her thing, her tattoo, but like you know that you could just like wear one that covers like up to your elbow and it's fine, you know, who cares? Just like it was easy to think of the servants as suspicious, it was also very easy to think of Auntie Ava as suspicious. So if we flip over the chessboard, did this mean it was impossible for the culprit to be the easily doubtable Auntie Ava? However, if that logic could pass so easily, then motive wouldn't count for anything. No, that can't be right. Knowing the motive should be a big clue towards knowing the culprit. That is why murderers throughout history have tried to ensure their motive will not be found out by skillfully complicating the incident. I don't know. Every time I flip over the chessboard, it keeps flipping from front to back and back to front. Were my thoughts closing in on the truth? Or were you circling the drain? Auntie Eva didn't want to talk any more than that, so I headed to the window, folding my arms so that I could cool my head a little. As I looked over the parlor, I saw George and the others gathered talking. It looked like they were talking about the magic circle that had been painted onto the shutter. Because the magic circle would only, I feel like it implicates like 3 people at most. Assuming that, you know, we don't know, like, again, the whole Beatrice double identity thing, let's pretend that's not a thing, she is a separate entity. If that's the case, actually it doesn't matter if she's a separate entity or not. It would mean that we have 3 people that we would know of that would have some knowledge of magic unless one of them is hidden. Which is Kinzo, Maria, and whoever Beatrice is, whether she is a person here or whether she isn't a separate entity, you know. As Uncle Hideyoshi thought back to that time, he started drawing the shape in the margins of Maria's notebook. Yes, Maria is second only to grandfather in knowledge of the occult, so she might understand what it meant. I think it was probably something like that. There was a mark like a cross, but tweaked a bit. And then there were these closely packed strange letters, all inside the other outer circle like this. And there was something written on all 4 sides of the cross, and in the empty spaces in the corners as well. It didn't look like the alphabet or something like that. It was what they call ancient characters. Also, around the top of the circumference, there was a small mark. 5 small circles arranged in a plus sign and straight lines connecting them. Yes, there was definitely something like that drawn there. Yep, this was it. There's no mistaking the shape. I don't know the exact characters, but the arrangement was nearly the same. Everyone was staring down at the shape, so I stared down at it too. From what I had heard, this had been painted on the shutter to the storehouse with some material that looked like blood. I see, this sure is unsettling. Grandfather's about the only one who'd get... Grandfather's about the only one who'd get it into his head to draw this nonsense. Seriously, where did he go? I want to grab him and ask what the hell this is supposed to mean. Jessica's voice contained impatience and anger. She hadn't gone so far as to say that grandfather was the culprit, but it looked as though she thought that grandfather definitely knew the culprit's identity. Certainly, if you asked around for the link that bound the Ushiramiya family and the occult together, 10 out of 10 people would name grandfather. And to a person who knew nothing of the occult, this strange mark would have no meaning, which meant that this might have been something addressed to grandfather. That's right, the reason to advertise this crime is to show it off to the survivors. In that case, where had grandfather, as the essential recipient of this message, disappeared off to? Does the shape ring any bells? Ugh. Maria looked at the shape with a serious face. Maybe she was enthusiastic since this was her area of expertise. However, her appearance was that of someone separated from the events at hand, as though this thing hadn't been drawn on the shutter closed around her mother's corpse. My first impression was that the design resembled some kind of foreign cross-like symbol. That's what I said, bro. It looked like an iron cross or something. It certainly does have that kind of design. Does that mean it has something to do with that foreign country? The cross symbol was originally a crest from a religious order of knights and was supposed to protect pilgrims traveling to a sacred place, or two sacred places. Are they trying to say it's like a Jerusalem cross, or what are they getting at here? It looks like an iron cross to me. And this magic circle has some religious meaning or something. This is starting to sound like gibberish. When I looked over at all of them, preparing to jump into the discussion, something shocked me. Jesus. Maria was grinning. That fucking scared me a little bit. An eerie expression on her face that defied description. A sort of grin almost like she was making fun of everyone's ignorance. It was an expression that I wouldn't ever have believed Maria to be capable of making. Oh god. What's in her eyes there? And then she laughed. An eerie, jarring laugh. Even though I was looking at it right in front of my eyes, I really didn't want to accept it was real. Or it as real. Jesus! That's completely wrong, everyone. Can't you tell just by looking? While everyone was scared out of their wits, Maria alone kept on cackling happily. After a while, that laugh suddenly and abruptly cut off, but her expression was still like someone completely different from Maria. This is the 7th magic circle of the sun. The characters are Hebrew. Lend it here? Ah, yes. Maria stole the ready materials from the stunned Hideyoshi's hand. She then started drawing another magic circle effortlessly, right next to the one that Hideyoshi had drawn. See? It was this kind of shape, right? Yes, it was. Maria, that's incredible. You really do know a lot. Jessica tried to smooth things over by praising Maria. Maybe she wanted to make sure that this was still the Maria who everyone knew so well. But Maria didn't give her any practical or particular response. Maria started fluently writing unfamiliar characters in the corners of the shape. At this sight, the eyes of Uncle Hideyoshi and Dr. Nanjo instantly began to widen. Written on the forearms of the cross are the names of the angels who preside over air, fire, water, and earth. Shasan, Errol, Talahad, and Forloch. I don't know how you say these names. I'm sorry. Apologies to any biblical gamers or Talmud gamers. I don't know angels of what, but I'm gonna put a thing in the notes here. Maria is a little crazy. Maybe she is possessed by something. And I'm also gonna put magic circle contains names of the angels who preside over elemental domains. I'll just say air, earth, fire, water. Angels' names are Shasan or Shasan, Errol, Alahad, and Forloch. Wow. In the 4 diagonal directions are the names of the 4 great rulers. In the diagonal directions are the names of 4 great rulers. Ariel, Seraph, Tharsis, or Tharsis, I don't know how you'd say that, and Cherub. Do they match? Even if you are unable to correctly write what you have seen, if you are once again shown something identical, it isn't difficult to state that the 2 are the same. Asked by Maria whether they matched, Uncle Hideyoshi and Dr. Nanjo nodded over and over again. It's unmistakable. Yes, these kinds of characters were definitely written there. How can you write something like that? There were also characters written around the circumference. I know. Like this, right? Maria began jotting down Hebrew all around the circumference. It's from the Old Testament, Book of Psalms, Psalm 116, verses 16 and 17. Circumference contains an Old Testament verse. Book of Psalms 116 verses 16 and 17. Sorry, just gonna... It reads, I'm not a Bible thump, so I don't know this. You must at least read the Bible. Acting as though knowing this was only common sense, Maria laughed. For a while, everyone, including me, was at a loss for words. After some moments, George returned to his senses and slowly managed to speak. That's incredible. I'm surprised. So what meaning does this magic circle have? It's a magic circle to borrow the power of the sun. Okay, one second. We're gonna... I swear to God, I hope this doesn't... Psalms 116. Verses 16 and 17 read... Paste? Sorry, I'm pasting these into my note and I'll read them after. So... Again, assuming that whatever website I'm on here, BibleGateway.com, assuming that you're leading me correctly. And then the 17th verse is... Okay. So, I'll pop the notes here, I just copied them. It says the circumference contains an Old Testament verse, contains Old Testament verses, Book of Psalms 116, verses 16 and 17. 16, truly I am your servant, Lord. I serve you just as my mother did. You had freed me from my chains. From my mother, I wonder if this is referencing Beatrice. And 17, I will sacrifice a thank you offering to you and call on the name of the Lord. So, and let's go back to here. Maria states, the circle is used to borrow the magic power of the sun. He who wears it as a talisman, drawn in gold, shall receive the power to break free from the bonds of any prison and gain freedom. Especially in gold. He who wears it, according... I'll just put this in quotes. He who wears it as a talisman, drawn in gold, shall receive the power to break free from the bonds of any prison and gain freedom. Note, obviously, obvious gold imagery and the breaking of bonds from any prison. Maybe this is what is required to free Beatrice? Question mark, maybe? Break free from the bonds and gain freedom. Sounds deep. The word bonds is not limited in its interpretation to some kind of physical object. Therefore, it does not only hold meaning for people locked up in an actual jail. It can also refer to the release from mental bonds such as ties of obligation and inescapable fate. Maria states, bonds don't mean just physical, such as chains, but also those that are mental, such as obligation and fate. Okay. Ties of obligation and inescapable fate, you say? That's also pretty deep. But I really don't understand. What does it have to do with those 6 bodies? Far from being released, they were killed and stuffed in a storehouse, weren't they? It's not like the magic circle was drawn for their sakes. The 6 of them were there for the sake of the magic circle. Yeah, they were the sacrifice. It is truly pitiable. What do you mean? What in the world do you mean when you say the 6 of them were there for the sake of the circle? Maria lifted up her index finger and wagged it as if she was making fun of us. We're making fun of us. That's written around the circumference. Can't you read? Psalm 116, verses 16 and 17. I'll read it for you. The Lord has freed me from my chains. I will offer to you the sacrifice of thanksgiving and will call on the name of the Lord. So that is not the ones that I had. I have to look to see if I found the wrong list. Oh, I think the reason why is I don't think I was looking at... Oh, I wasn't looking at the King James version. That's why. So it's different than the one that I copied. I had the international version. In 16, it's, O Lord, truly I am thy servant, and son of thine handmaid, thou hast loosened my bonds. And 17, I will offer thee the sacrifice of thanksgiving and will call upon the name of the Lord. So let me just recopy these into the thing so it's more accurate. Didn't know this guy was a King James fan. See? See, you say. I have no idea what you're saying. You're saying that they're sacrifices. The part that Maria had just read aloud was the vital part of the magic circle. Then it was saying that the benefit of this magic circle required sacrifices to be offered in exchange. So inside the storehouse where the magic circle had been drawn, the sacrifices had been offered. It looked like everyone else had slowly arrived at the same conclusion. Some were shocked, others spat out, "They're insane," as they punched their hands, is that what it said? Punched their knees. This was starting to become a seriously disturbing story, and we couldn't accept it nor understand it. I don't care what kind of magic circles or curses other people believe in. That's their right, and I won't pick a fight with them. But did they really kill Dad and the rest as sacrifices for some bullshit like that? I just couldn't stand that feeling. I'd rather still be disgusted over all that talk around the inheritance. As I started getting pissed off with a feeling between anger and sadness, I broke from the circle everyone was in and returned once again to the window. Something had gone insane since yesterday. That letter from the witch Beatrice that Maria had read aloud at last night's dinner. I feel like ever since that point this whole mansion and this whole island had begun to be drawn into some kind of peculiar world. That's right. When I think back on it, the letter was an invitation from the witch. The ruler of the Nightmare Island had invited us inhabitants of the day into another world. With the phone and the radio interrupted and the island shut off by the typhoon, you can now call it another world cut off from the real one. I kind of see what he's saying, that it's kind of like if you pulled this island into hell, it sort of would be the same thing because we're trapped here by the weather and we're also cut off from any outside communication. We might as well be another world. Yes, on this island right now, it is perfectly normal for witches to send letters and for sacrifices to be offered to magic circles. So what will happen next? Will some weird people wearing goat masks start doing the Bon Festival dance or something? It's no good. No good. I don't get it. The inside of my head's all screwed up and I don't even know what to think. Anger, sadness, the opposing emotions all swirled up together and they started to suck me in. Unable to resist, I could do nothing but cover my eyes with my hands and entrust my mind and body to the spiral swallowing me. Okay. As I started losing heart, I began to recall a distant memory. It was from when I was very young. I'd unfortunately seen a scary occult movie on TV, and for a while I hadn't even been able to go to the bathroom by myself. That old bastard had given an exaggerated laugh and said this. Hey, Battler. Why do you think they go to all of the trouble to make movies like this about demons and the occult and such? It's because they don't exist. Something that ridiculous can be found, or can't be found anywhere on the planet. Because they don't exist. People want to see them and go to a lot of effort making them. That's why those occult movies just make me laugh. If you ask me, rather than demons and monsters, this year's earnings call and angry wives are 100 million times scarier. I'll go further, alright? If you ask me, being scared is an emotion for the entertainment of people who have too much time on their hands and too much empty space in their mind. They have so much free time, they don't know what to do with it. So in order to play around with unusual emotions, they created a culture of demons and monsters and stuff. Interesting. Seriously, why have I been acting so damn thick-headed? I was totally taken in. The hell with that shit. This is the human world. As if I give a crap about witches, demons, magic circles, and sacrifices. The human who killed Dad and everyone else is still on this island. That's all there is, right? Next to start speaking to my heart was Kiri. You know, in chess and shogi, the deeper you proceed into the mating attack, the very last moment of the endgame, the more limited your best possible moves become. Therefore, in that very moment when you're backing someone against the wall, or someone is doing the same to you, both players' moves become infinitely easier to read. In other words, when you're completely cornered and think you have no moves left, that is the moment when it is easiest to read your opponent. However, when a person is forced into a defensive position, they can't help but lose their ability to think clearly, so they forget to read their opponent's moves. That's when you flip over the chessboard. With all my strength, I slapped my face with both hands. Now my eyes were truly open. When you don't understand anything, and you're completely cornered just like I am now, it's that perfect time to flip over the chessboard. Or isn't that? With us put on the defensive, we couldn't even guess at the culprit's team. If you flipped it over and looked at it the other way, just how far could you see? First off, at the time the murders were committed by the culprit, they knew that the island was cut off by the typhoon, so they should have understood that even if they carried out the murders, they wouldn't be able to get away until the next morning. So they knew they weren't, yeah, of course. I mean, they knew they weren't going to be able to get away. In short, the culprit had begun without securing a way to escape. Furthermore, the bastard had even tossed the corpses into the storehouse, while doing the courtesy of telling us they're here with that weird graffiti. In other words, since they would probably find the corpses sooner or later, or we would, they wanted to show us them. If we had all been dim, and hadn't noticed the storage shed, perhaps the culprit's goal would not have been achieved. If you think about it this way, that murdering maniac, since this morning he must have been watching our every move with bated breath. After all, if we hadn't been so kind as to discover what was on the storehouse, all of that hard work and preparation that they had done last night would have gone poof. What did the culprit want to make us feel by showing us the corpses in the storehouse? All 6 of the bodies had had their face noticeably destroyed. A grudge? A warning. The defacement of the bodies had occurred after death, yep. So it hadn't been the means by which they had killed, yes. It didn't mean anything to those who had been killed. It had meaning to those who discovered it. The culprit wanted to show them to us. Look how brutally I killed them. After thinking this way, I really want to tell that asshole to stop taking me so lightly. Who would dance to that tune? If I'm told please be scared, I'm not just going to say really sure thing. When someone tells the great Ushirmiya Battler, entrance this way, I'm the kind of guy who will start wanting to sneak in through the window. The next thing that had me concerned was the attempt at a magic circle on the shutter. It was a genuine magic circle, declared authentic by even Maria, who had demonstrated that her knowledge of the occult rivaled grandfather's. They must have drawn that thing in pitch-black darkness while holding an umbrella in one hand, and it must have taken them a lot of time. That's a formidable amount of hard work and attention to detail. What purpose would have been worth all of that effort? If something related to the occult happened in this mansion, most likely we would all automatically suspect the involvement of grandfather. Did they want to make us think grandfather was involved? But if that was all they wanted, they could have just drawn any old scribble that looked like a magic circle. They didn't have to make it accurate. Yeah, exactly. It wasn't like any of us amateurs could tell the difference between genuine and fake. However, this magic circle was genuine, and furthermore, it had even been written in Hebrew. So this magic circle had a message that could only be understood by someone with knowledge of the occult. It was a message to Maria. Messages are a form of communication. You send them and hope for a reaction from the other party. Reaction. For some reason, we couldn't find grandfather now. I don't know how grandfather could have managed to see it. Okay, so it's either to grandfather or to Maria. But he had chosen to hide himself in reaction to that sign. No. Was it a trap to make us suspect grandfather's involvement? You could read it either way. Damn, that's annoying. What kind of reaction was the culprit hoping to get out of us by showing this imitation of the occult? To make us believe in the occult more? Somehow that felt like the culprit's weak point. A section of Beatrice's letter that Maria had read aloud last night during dinner sprang into my mind. During last night's dinner. The part that said, I ask that you enjoy your battle of wits. Sounds like fun. There's a battle of wits between us and the witch. Which will be first, us being swallowed up by your occult games, or me revealing you for who you are? The other thing is too, if the person wrote it on the thing, I don't know, again, this more and more feels like it implicates Natsuhi, right? Because again, if that just means that maybe it wasn't like a defensive thing, maybe it was Natsuhi going back into her room, but then the clawing part doesn't really make sense. There's a whole day until the typhoon passes, why not enjoy ourselves? So let's go here and let's... Battler states that the magic circle was intended as a message from the killer, specifically to those who would have knowledge of the occult. Kinzo / Maria. / maybe who Beatrice is? But anyone who was uninitiated in this field would not be able to tell a genuine circle from a cheap imitation. What benefit does the killer get from drawing a genuine circle? And then also having its, I don't know, like genuine nature be revealed to those that don't know. I would say, one, it serves as a direct message to Kenzo / Maria, and also allows Maria, in this case, to relay the info about its genuine... there has to be a word for, like, I want to say, like, synonym of genuine nature. Authenticity, sorry, I don't even need to do it. About its authenticity. Authenticity serves a direct message to Kinzo / Maria, which may have some deeper meaning. See the section above about bond breaking. It also allows Maria, in this case, to relay the info about its authenticity such that everyone else present starts to believe in the occult / takes occult matters as being real / serious. Okay. Sorry, continuing. I finally noticed that the inside of the parlor had gone quiet again. Everyone had sunk into their favorite sofa, some deep in thought, some irritated, some depressed. Maria was once again enjoying the television as if she had never left it. It looked like she found the commercials more fun than the boring program, and she happily yelled, "Ooh," and giggled. I stared at each person's appearance in turn. If there isn't a 19th person, the culprit must be in this room. You also have to think that the only person that isn't directly implicated... I don't know, bro. I have sus on Maria right now. Right now, Auntie Natsuhi was searching the mansion with the servants, though, wasn't she? Then it shouldn't be in this room. In this mansion is what we should say. After all, there was also the possibility that Aunt Natsuhi was behind this, and we still couldn't deny that one of the servants could be the killer. Anyone could be the bad guy. Still, Aunt Natsuhi and the rest sure are slow. Of course, it's not a small mansion, but isn't this taking a little too long just to walk around checking the windows and doors? Just as I thought that, Aunt Natsuhi and the rest returned. None of them, or not one of them, was missing. But our relief was short-lived. Everyone looked at Aunt Natsuhi, shocked. Whew. The talk I'd had with Auntie Ava started to creep back into my mind. The possibility that the culprit had had enough in numbers or weapons to kill all of those 6 at once. Oh! Sorry if I've startled you. I brought this to be prepared for— Bro, she just slung up for the worst. Because that thing in Aunt Natsuhi's hand was a rifle. That doesn't look like a rifle at all. Unless I can see the full thing, that looks more like a shotgun than it does a rifle, but, you know, we'll take their— At a glance, its silhouette looked a lot like a hunting gun, but it was unusually short and kind of looked like a kid-sized gun. However, it had a thickness to it which revealed that this was definitely not some kid's toy. Isn't that Kinzo's gun? Did you know about it? That's right. I remembered that it was in Father's old collection, and I managed to find it. Whoa, awesome. Oh, Nazi, is that thing real? Yes, it's real. It can fire live ammunition. Long ago, Father used it to scare off wild birds. Ah, I remember. Where could that have come from? No matter how much I asked him to let me touch it, he never let me lay even one finger on it. Huh. Grandfather had one of these. I didn't know. Long ago, Grandfather was really addicted to westerns. That generation really liked this kind of rifle. It looks like it has some considerable history to it, but I've never seen one of this short before. Ah, I remember that gun. That's the one gunman... That's the one the gunman goes firing off with in the old movie I used to love. Sorry, some of the talking patterns are just weird. Father sure has good taste. Long ago, the master had that brought over specifically from America. As you can see, it is a real gun, so I would ask that you keep this a secret. He was quite tickled by it when he first got his hand on it. Okay, so I will say here, because this will of course become important in the future, Kinzo is in possession, or I should say, Kinzo owns a rifle of some kind. Natsuhi currently has it, and in brackets we will put, and is aware of its location / one of the servants told her. It seems the workings that ejected the cartridges were more interesting to him than shooting it, and he played around with it back in the forest all the time. Oh ho ho ho. Still, what a dangerous thing. Are you sure you should be dragging this out? This is preparing for the worst. There's probably more than one of them. Furthermore, they are terrifying people who killed 6 of us, including my husband. I have the responsibility to protect everyone until tomorrow in my husband's place. As Natsuhi said this, she slumped down into one of the sofas and took a deep breath. As well as checking the doors and windows, she had also been trying to find Grandfather. Since Grandfather was not with her, apparently his whereabouts were still unknown. I carefully checked all of the doors and windows throughout the mansion. However, we must be prepared for anything. Everyone, I think it would be best if we all remained here. I agree. If everyone is gathered here, then we can feel more secure by keeping an eye on each other. What do you mean by that, Ava? Nothing, really. I'm just agreeing with your opinion, aren't I? There was a dangerous atmosphere between the two of them. If you thought about who stood to gain the most from the inheritance problem standpoint, Auntie Ava was the obvious answer. However, there was no proof that Aunt Natsuhi was innocent. No, if you view Beatrice's letter as Grandfather's elaborate prank, and think of this incident as just an extension of that, there was more than enough evidence to doubt even Grandfather. Aunt Natsuhi thought that the criminal was on the outside, but Auntie Ava thought the criminal was on the inside. In short, it was the question of whether or not a 19th person existed. It was the doubt that had been repeated endlessly since last night's dinner with the letter from the witch who called herself Beatrice. So was the culprit among us? Dun 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 bum, or not? And did the witch Beatrice exist, or not? If you assume that something as stupid as a witch couldn't exist, it was the same as saying that one of these relatives here who shared a common bloodline was the culprit. If you didn't like that, it would be much more comfortable to simply accept the fairy tale about the witch. Did a witch do it? Draw that weird magic circle and sacrifice those people. Also, again, like, it doesn't really make sense for Beatrice to do it, because she'd be resurrecting herself according to, like, the epitaph, right? Unless somebody knows that they are Beatrice and they have, like, their powers, like, shackled, you know? And they have to go through with this so that they can regain their full form or something. If I could only accept that rubbish, I would be able to completely trust everyone in this room. However, damn common sense got in the way. They kept repeating that witches don't exist. In that case, the culprit was among us. Dun dun! In the middle of the seemingly endless rain, none of us could break our silence. Ready? Okay. That was a long chapter. Also, I did like fuck around for like 30 minutes at the start of it, so. Oh my god, we moved hella time. That was like 4 hours, right? Okay, I'm gonna get a drink real quick. That was a pretty long break. I think I might throw contacts in as well. We'll see, but I will be right back. Let me just set notes here. I apologize. This might be kind of a little bit of a longer break because I'm gonna go to the washroom as well. So just a heads up. VOD friends, you can skip ahead. Dutch. My bad, I'm back. My contacts did not want to go in, but everything is good and we are back. Lunch had ended, and the servants had removed the tableware, and we're now in the kitchen. Of course, I didn't click back in. The wind and rain had neither weakened nor strengthened, and the island remained cut off from the outside world. It seemed that at first, Natsuki had planned not to let anyone set one foot outside that room. When it came time to prepare lunch, she finally realized that this was impossible. However, in order to avoid having anyone alone in the kitchen, she told 3 servants to go together. Because of that, the servants were the first ones given the right to leave the stuffy parlor, which had been packed with 11 people. Why would you not all walk down together? Also, why did the text not disappear when I got rid of it? What the fuck? Oh, you know what it was? Because I think I pressed spacebar when I was, still not clicked in. Since breakfast had immediately followed that terrible incident, and many of them hadn't eaten since, or hadn't eaten much, everyone tore into their lunches in silence. I will wash the dishes so you can rest a while, Genji. Cannon, do you want something to drink? I have food from earlier. I might be chowing down a little bit as we read here. I'm still here, I'm just eating. One sec. You two must have been so busy and so early in the morning. It's no wonder you're worn out. The only sound was out of Kumasawa washing the dishes, which resounded throughout the kitchen. Genji and Cannon sat in some chairs a short distance away, their eyes lightly closed. Just as Kumasawa had said, those two had probably built up a great deal of fatigue, but that didn't mean they could let it show in front of the relatives. Yeah, this is like a perfect thing. You sent three people, and 2 of them fell asleep. Wonderful. Avoiding that was one of their virtues. After the silence had continued for some time, Cannon opened his mouth and muttered, "Shannon, why did she have to die in such a horrible way?" Forget about how she died. It was nothing more than bad luck. You're right. It was nothing more than bad luck. They both fell silent again. Cannon's expression was filled with grief. To think that Shannon's actually dead. I still can't believe it. Poor Shannon. Not being able to meet her again feels like a lie. I just wanted to see that girl's smiling face one more time. Kumasawa spoke with her back facing them. Kumasawa hadn't seen Shannon's corpse, so she had no trouble mentioning Shannon's face. When Cannon heard those words, it reminded him again of how only half of Shannon's face had been left, and his grieving expression twisted even further. Why did Beatrice do that to Shannon? If she wanted a sacrifice, there were plenty of others to choose from. Why? Why? It was nothing more than bad luck. If chance had fallen even slightly differently, it could have been me or you lying out there. Or even someone else. Everything is left to fate. Genji. You said that the door to Madame's room was stained with traces of something like blood, right? The same substance that was painted on the shutter? Yes. It was an unpleasant mark, almost as though someone with blood-stained fingers had been trying to pull out the doorknob. No, scratch through the door. That sort of unpleasant mark. But does this mean that Beatrice came to visit Madame's room and tried to open the door, but couldn't? Is that what this means? Genji thought back to the time he had seen traces, or those traces of blood on the door of Natsuki's room. With a substance sticking to the door around the doorknob, and the marks of something scratching against the door, it had definitely appeared as though someone had tried to open the door but couldn't. Why? Was Madame not chosen as a sacrifice? If only she had been chosen, Shannon wouldn't have had to die. Just then, a loud, sharp noise resounded from the hall. Was it a gunshot? Both of them turned around, surprised. What's Battler? Sounds like a pretty interesting discussion you're having. Let me join in too. Battler was standing in the doorway to the kitchen. Battler, but please excuse me. Genji and Cannon stood up, surprised, and hastily bowed. But I didn't care about stuff like that. I was more concerned with continuing that discussion. I told them I was going to the bathroom, so they let me go. I thought I'd suffocate if I was locked up in that room any longer. When I was about to come ask you for some water, I overheard something pretty interesting. You don't need to bow your heads or anything. Please, let me hear the rest. That just now wasn't really... I've been listening to you for a while. Don't try to hide it now. So I'll ask directly. Who is this Beatrice? She's supposed to be a witch from a kid's story, but it doesn't look that way now. Cannon averted his gaze. It was obvious that he didn't want to talk about this, which only made me want to ask even more. While making an effort to smile, I grabbed the collar of his shirt. If it were last night, this'd be none of my business. But after this morning, everything's changed. Now that Dad and the rest have been killed, this is totally my business. I have the right to listen to this suspicious story, don't I? I glared into Cannon's eyes as he continued to look away, in apparent pain. Since there was a big difference in our heights, Cannon had to stand on his toes, and it looked like it hurt a bit. But Battler, please let go of him. It's not like Cannon is really hiding anything. Then you won't have any problem talking about it, right? It's lonely being out of the loop, get it? When I tried to further twist up his collar, Genji cut between us and spoke. There was a slight sense of resignation on his face. It looked like he didn't plan on hiding anything. I can talk about it. Cannon only hesitated because you might have taken it badly, Battler. Hesitating isn't very manly, is it? Keeping it a secret's even more unpleasant. Tell me about it. It's not like I have anything better to do before tomorrow comes. A slightly shady story might be the best way to stave off boredom. After Genji and Cannon looked at each other, they nodded as though they had decided to talk. Understood. Please ask us anything. We will talk. Right. Then I'll ask. Who in the world is Beatrice? All I know is that she's a witch who lives in the forest of Rokenjima. I've heard that it's a story that grandmother or someone invented to keep people out of the dangerous forest. Is that wrong? No, it isn't wrong. It's as you say. Beatrice is a witch who dwells in the forest of Rokenjima. Battler, I don't expect you to believe this all of a sudden, but Beatrice exists. She is a real person. The one who gave the master a vast amount of gold and who has worked by his side for many years. Huh? Come on. Is grandfather paying you to repeat everything he says? I laughed like it was a joke, but neither Genji or Cannon laughed, nor Cannon laughed. Not even Kumasawa, who avoided my eyes, flustered and started washing the utensils. So unfortunately, I was the only one laughing. Painfully. Bitterly. I see now why you warned me, Genji. Anyone sane would take this badly. So you're saying that a person named Beatrice actually exists? Yes. She's been working for the master since before the mansion was built on this island. Most likely, she has been working for him even longer than I have. What do you know? Kiri's theory was off. Grandfather really did have a confidant called Beatrice. And she's on the island now. Yes. I believe that she is here. It's a vague way to say it. I guess that means you haven't seen her face today or yesterday. Yes. It is extremely difficult to say, but, Cannon once again dropped his gaze, avoiding my eyes. Come on, don't just stop there. That's like freezing an inch before the blow. I urged him on jokingly. However, it looked like Cannon was still unsure as to whether he should speak or not. Then Kumasawa whispered. Oh ho ho ho. You cannot see her face. Because Beatrice has no form. She has no... what? Beatrice has no body. Oh my god, it is gonna be a fucking possession thing, bro. Unless Beatrice wishes it, common people like us are not able to see her form. I've heard that the portrait shows what Beatrice looked like back when she had a human form. I hear she often lingers in the form of the portrait, yearning for her old form. In front of the portrait, oh. Oh ho ho ho. Beatrice sometimes changes her form into glittering butterflies and shows herself. On the rare occasion that you spot them somewhere in the mansion, there's a rule that you absolutely mustn't chase after them. Is there a way I can, like... I think I have this a little bit too... Like, if I do this... Because I don't want to show, like, the bottom. Oh, it doesn't even show it. But is that, like, a black bar? It is a black bar. Okay, let me, like... That's gotta be... good enough. I can't tell. There actually is a really tiny black bar, but I think it's enough that... See, is there a way I can, like, do it, like, one more pixel or something? Like that. Good enough. At least now you can, like, see it without me having to scroll all the way down. Yes. In fact, there was a servant who broke the rule and quit because of a great injury. Wait a sec, are you kidding me? Are you all serious about this? Badly, Beatrice has already arrived. Such language may be unwise. Beatrice is not fond of those who profane her. If you doubt her existence, you will surely meet with disaster. Badler, you probably find the story unpleasant. Okay, so this is an interesting way as well to put... We can go here and we can say... Canon states, if you profane Beatrice, she may kill/punish you. In turn, I'm about to sneeze. Okay. Let me put this as a separate point. Okay. Oh. You would probably find the story unpleasant, but you know what? Beatrice does exist, okay? She exists. Beatrice has an exceptional dislike of that being called into question. Don't you understand, Battler? Beatrice has already arrived here. Come on, quit it. I'm weak against that stuff, you know? You're freaking me out. However, there was no trace of a joke in the eyes of the three servants. Let me open up my drink that I got. On the surface, I laughed and tried to look unconcerned, but I was quickly starting to sober up. Their eyes were also sobering up fast. Battler, I beg that you stop profaning Beatrice. Please trust me. Kumasawa, who was usually cheerful and would always tease people, now spoke with a totally straight face that I had never known her to make. Well, sure you say she exists, but I don't see anything. Are you trying to say she's standing right next to me or something? Quit joking around. Ooh. Hehehehe. So is that why when Maria spoke earlier, it looked like you could see like a form in her eyes? Because if Beatrice doesn't have a form, she must have the ability to possess people. Sorry, I'm eating and thinking. Maybe I take a break here in a second, or maybe I'll take a break at the end. I'll stop this for now. I'll wait till the end of the next chapter, or this chapter, and I'll finish eating then, just so I don't keep interrupting. But I wonder how long Maria has been influenced. When I turned around, Maria was standing there by the entrance, because it would explain why Maria wasn't surprised about, why she wasn't surprised about her parent or her mom being dead. But her expression and the feeling about her presence felt exactly the same as the servants. Whether your wavelength matches or not is determined at birth. Battler, you were born with a mismatched wavelength. That's why you can't see her, can't meet with her, can't talk to her. You're the type Beatrice hates the most. Okay, this is interesting. Maria, in brackets, may be possessed by Beatrice. States that those with unmatched wavelengths can't perceive Beatrice, and Battler is one of those people. A kind that she hates the most. Okay. Maria's laugh sounded like she was greatly enjoying herself, yet it was extremely eerie. It was almost like she was laughing at me because I alone didn't understand. Do you want to know about Beatrice? Beatrice is a 1,000-year-old witch. She has all the demons at her command and can harness the power of alchemy to create the Philosopher's Stone and a vast quantity of gold. Grandfather built up all of the vast wealth of the Ushirimiya family by making a contract with her. Okay, so this is like lore dump. Lore dump. Beatrice is a 1,000-year-old witch. Commands demons. Is called an alchemist. / has the power of alchemy, and create a Philosopher's Stone. Make gold. Kind of what we were talking earlier. Earlier stream, how do I word this? Beatrice was a practicer of the old world idea of alchemy. Kinzo made his wealth through the contract with her, which we already knew. Yesterday I read Beatrice's letter, didn't I? That was real. Well, I guess it's pointless for me to try and force you to believe. After all, it looks like you were born without a trace of the sixth sense. What are you talking about? Witches? Demons? Who told you that? I heard it from Beatrice herself. Maria kept doing that unpleasant laugh. However, the servants who watched over didn't even blink. Let me see what it sounds like. It seems like there's a weird, like, possession, or maybe the people that are more in tune with it are able to, like, communicate her better, if that makes sense. It's actually a little bit less evil sounding than what I thought it was going to sound like, to be honest with you. However, the servants who watched over this didn't even blink. She heard it from that witch in the portrait adorning the entrance hall. Maria kept on laughing in a weird voice, as though this was nothing more or less than the truth. Maria, it might be rude to ask, but I'll ask one more time, okay? Who gave you that letter yesterday? I got it from Beatrice. How many times must I tell you before you understand? You don't get it, do you? You can't see her. I know. You can't believe it. I know. Just then, Maria's laughter suddenly stopped. Battler, you still can't tell that Beatrice exists? She exists, you say, but where? Like I said, Beatrice exists right here. That's right. Now that I think about it, I've been feeling for some time now that the others haven't been looking in quite the right direction. I figured that everyone had just been gazing into the distance, but that wasn't the case. The four here, Genji, Kanon, Kumasawa, and Maria, everyone except me, was looking at a spot right behind me, okay? Genji, Kanon, Kumasawa, and Maria have the ability to perceive Maria. I'm gonna pull up my notes here. To perceive Maria, sorry, to perceive Beatrice. That was a brain fart, flow of conscious. Really? Okay. I just want to find the thing here. Okay. Yeah, see, it doesn't say anything though. We don't. I guess I didn't write it down. I forget the name of the foundation that Kinzo ran. Okay. Right behind me. Holding my breath tightly, I slowly looked over my shoulder. Of course, there wasn't anyone there. I'd known that the whole time. However, everyone in the room except for me was focusing on that point as if someone was there. Beatrice is a great witch of gold who has lived for 1,000 years, but she can't show her form to humans of the wrong wavelength and she can't talk to them. And you know what? She finds that really sad. That's why she truly despises it when people like you, who are born without a fragment of magic sensitivity, deny that she exists. You're lucky, Battler. Good thing that I gave you that charm yesterday, right? Who knows what kind of curse Beatrice would have put on you by now if you hadn't been carrying it around. You really are lucky, Battler. Right, that scorpion key holder. I thought it was just some cheap gift or something, but I guess it really had some benefit then? Hee. If it weren't for that, you'd be lying in that storehouse as a sacrifice with your face crushed by now. You're so lucky, Battler. I see. So if it weren't for that, I'd have been killed by now. Battler, why don't you believe in Beatrice? Even though she exists. Right now, over there, look. Hey, I'll bet you want to believe it now. Believe it. And thank me for giving you that charm. If it weren't for that, you'd be in the storehouse right now. But then maybe you would have saved someone else in exchange, right? Right then I burst into laughter. Playing witches had been pretty fun up until a second ago, but unfortunately that last one didn't quite hit the mark. Haha, it's no goddamn good at all, is it, Maria? If that's true, then I'm sorry, but it's no goddamn good at all. When Maria saw me suddenly start laughing, she stopped. Even though she didn't understand what I was laughing at, she realized it wouldn't be pleasant for her. I thought it might hurt you, so I didn't say it earlier, but... Although I thought I'd put that charm you gave me in my pocket, I must have dropped it somewhere, you see. That means the charm can't be the reason I'm alive now. Even though I should have been cursed by the witch, I'm perfectly fine. Sorry, but I don't believe in things I don't see with my own eyes. Sixth sense, wavelengths, magic sensitivity. Sorry, but I don't believe in fake stuff like that. When I hear the girls in class start talking about how good or bad their ability or to sense the supernatural is, it pisses me off. I don't know how much grandfather is paying you, but if you're trying to talk me into joining some cult, believe me, you won't be able to do it that easily. Battler. You guys are free to believe whatever you want, but when it comes to whether I believe or not, that is always for me to decide. Sorry, but I can't believe in something as shady as Beatrice until I've seen her with my own eyes. I spoke forcefully and sharply. When I did, Maria started cackling again. Well, that's just fine, isn't it? Let me put in the notes. Apparently, Battler is not in possession of his scorpion charm. Should have been protecting him from Beatrice, but apparently he doesn't have it on him, and he was fine. Eventually, even people like you with totally mismatched wavelengths will be able to see Beatrice. Very soon, she will revive. Beatrice will revive. Once that happens, she's promised to talk with me and play with me a lot. There's neither a need to doubt nor to force yourself to believe. She will appear very soon. Okay. I don't know what is up with Maria. That is like a very hard character to understand right now. Some people usually head to the bathroom after a meal. Others prefer to take a short nap. It seemed that several people had gone out of the parlor, just like I did when I went to the kitchen to drink some water. In the end, Aunt Natsuki's orders were to keep everyone packed together in the parlor, was reluctantly withdrawn under the conditions that no one was to be on their own, and no one was to go far from the parlor. After all, if 11 people are shut up in the same room, starting early in the morning, the air will start to stagnate. I don't think that you could also just open a window. And now that a little time had passed, everyone had started to recover from the shock of that morning. Maybe their sense of danger was weakening over time, too. However, it was a certain fact that 6 people had been killed inside this mansion. See, this is an interesting thing. If Jessica is not someone that believes in it, why didn't Jessica die? I wonder if maybe Battler gave his charm somehow to Jessica? I guess I just don't understand it. It feels like something doesn't really link, I guess. However, it was a certain fact that 6 people had been killed inside this mansion, so no one was completely negligent. So when they went out into the hallway for a breath of fresh air, trying to act tough, they would get scared of standing there, isolated, and would end up returning to the parlor. Like that fable, you know, the north wind and the sun. If you force someone to stay shut in, they'll resist, but if you tell them to do whatever they want, they'll come back obediently. People sure are hypocrites. When the servants finished cleaning up from the meal, they returned obediently to the parlor just as Aunt Natsuki had told them to, and sat in a sofa near the entrance, patiently awaiting orders. Maria, almost as though she had suddenly finished playing witches, had returned to the pure Maria I knew, saying, "Ooh. What in the world was that back there?" I hadn't felt even an atom of the presence of this person called Beatrice, supposedly standing behind me, invisible. However, it felt like inside Maria, I could catch a glimpse of that little presence. A little of that presence, sorry. You're right. When Maria starts talking about witches, she changes. Battler, you also saw it down by the beach yesterday, right? You mean when she gave me that scorpion key holder? No, I don't mean when her feelings are hurt. I'm talking about when she looked like she had, you know, a dual personality. That happens sometimes too, just like when Maria started talking about the magic circle. Not very often, but it happens. It's freaky though. Apparently, according to Jessica, the key laugh Maria shows up. The key laughing Maria shows up every now and then. That was just bad timing, and furthermore, it was the first time I'd seen it, so it really shocked me. Okay, so, pause. Maria has a dual personality of some sort. Explaining why she swaps between innocent to not, and more, it's innocent to ominous. So what is that? Does Maria have a dual personality or something? Or are you saying that her spiritual sense really is that strong she gets possessed by stuff like that? No, I don't think it's that. Didn't you ever experience it? A desire to be someone other than yourself when you were small? Right when humans are born, no one has any individuality. However, when they reach their growth period and their sense of self starts to be born, they start to gain a sense of individuality. They want to be different from other people. But of course, they will find that they're no different from the others in their class, since they are learning the same thing in school and forced into the same lifestyle. When they realize that, they start off by breaking the rules in what's called the rebellious age. Since everyone follows the rules, they want to show off their individuality by breaking them. Even those who call everyone around them babies and stir up trouble are just cute kids searching for themselves when you look at them this way. Well, I'm lecturing about all this like I'm so smart, but I actually got it secondhand from George. I myself was one of those embarrassing guys who thought it was cool to act like a little bastard. Well, that was when I was the age where you try standing out for the opposite sex. At the very foundation of the growing period is an impulse to escape from being a kid, much the same as a chick trying to crack the shell of their egg. You know what the difference between a child and an adult is? I don't know, George, you should be the one. Of course, George, the guy, I'm starting to think that George might be a libertarian, man. He's very adept in what distinguishes a kid between an adult, hence why he's 24 almost, and trying to diaper snipe a 16-year-old. But hey man, let's hear it. Age or physique? No, it's experience. Adults look down on children because children have very little life experience. The reason they snort and look down on children whenever they say anything is because children don't know anything about the world. Yeah, I know what you mean. When you're a kid, you try to say things like, you've got life all figured out, and try to act like an adult. No matter what a kid says, adults will just snort at them because they're too naive, or because they'd understand once they grew up, or something. Also, I'm sorry if I'm talking in like a different tone for this stream. I'm trying to talk in a way such that my voice doesn't hurt when talking for a long period of time. So if I'm not talking up here, it's just because, I don't know, it's a little bit easier for me. But, well, it's probably true. I'm having a very good time, okay? I'm sorry if it comes off as sounding bored or boring. My bad. But I'm not. I'm liking this right now. Well, it's probably true, but to a kid, it's just annoying. Like they're being looked down upon. I get it. It's about whether they have knowledge and experience. You're right. You don't earn respect just by becoming old and not achieving anything. Therefore, what we have is a period where they have the impulse to escape from being a kid, and also they want to have individuality, different from other people. If what separates kids and adults is knowledge and experience, then I get it. If they know something that no one else knows, that's one way to form an identity. When you're in, like, elementary school, if you knew stuff no one else knew, had stuff no one else had, wore stuff no one else wore, you could become a bit of a hero for him. I bet you did the same thing, Battler. Yeah, there was definitely an age where I wanted to excel in something. I see, that was because I was trying to separate myself from being a child, my growing period. If you look at it in a good way, the growing period, by forcing you to separate yourself from others, pushes you to gain skills and knowledge that no one else has. This is also interesting from a sociological standpoint. Because people hate being like everyone else, they tend to learn skills that other people don't know. In this way, society can acquire the broad range of skills it needs to survive. I mean, this is like a yes and no. Like, people don't like being the exact same as each other, but they also don't like being different to a degree. I feel like you could provide like a pretty obvious counter to this. A lot of the people who become too different end up suffering from that fact. So I don't know if they're going to play this. Are we going to get some, like, Aristotle memes, some golden virtue memes of like, yes, you need to find the exact good middle where you are different enough to identify yourself, but you are not so different as to exclude yourself. Like, okay, thank you. The quality of the gods' programming is truly surprising. Well, individual personalities can also be negative, right? Like saying everyone else in the class is studying hard, so I'll slack off so I stick out. That was actually me. It was only recently that I'd finally been able to feel thankful towards that middle school teacher who had slapped me after school. But, well, I did have those desires to jump over the vaulting box that no one else could. Or sprint as fast as I could, trying to lap those guys with good grades when we did a marathon. It was in my nature that if I couldn't study well, then at least I could get back at them by exercising. I get it. I really went all out during my growing period. I guess boys do tend to focus more on physical things. But you know, girls of the same age tend to focus more on emotional things. I'll bet there were groups of girls in your class that were really interested in, like, fortune telling and their spiritual senses. Yeah, there was. They'd come over asking me for my sign and my blood type, and then they'd laugh. I thought so. Giggle, giggle. It really got on my nerves. No matter which class you go to, girls like fortune telling. There was always a group that went on about spirit senses being strong or weak, or sensitivity, or seeing things that can't be seen. Because fortune telling and spiritual senses are things that aren't taught in school. To girls who, unlike guys, are more introverted, I don't know if I would say that's true anymore. I don't know if you could divide that by the sexes to give that broad of a thing, but there's a genre which is easy to build an identity upon, or that's a genre, and one they find very interesting. Just like when boys enter their growing period and start acting tough and rebelling against adults, when girls enter their growing period, they start getting interested in that kind of thing instead. Well, not me though. So Maria having so much interest in the occult, isn't that rare among girls her age? Even if you accept that, I wonder if it explains that creepy dual personality thing. Well, I think I can accept it vaguely. As I said before, becoming an adult means gaining knowledge and experience, so kids must study various things so that they can gain knowledge and truly awaken. There is a specific kind of fantasy useful for this, which is, and has always been, prolific in the world of children. Do you know what that is? I was just gonna say like a power fantasy or like a hero fantasy. You see it all the time in manga and anime, right? You know, like memories coming back to you from a former life, or like channeling the soul of the great whatever. Ah. Also, sleeping genes awakening, or sealed powers or memories returning. There's a lot of versions. For some reason, those kind of things are really popular at that age. Why is that? All of those examples you've just mentioned are fantasies by which children can immediately add knowledge and experience to their childhood selves. Even a 9-year-old girl simply has to say that she has a 1,000-year-old witch possessing her, and she can gain a 1,009-year-old identity. Oh, brother, let's not do the 1,009-year-old and a 9-year-old girl's body, okay? I'm not interested in this conversation. So what you're saying is that for people who think studying is annoying, but want to learn different skills from everyone else and brag about it and get attention from it, is a convenient delusion. You can brag about something without having to work hard or study. I see. Isn't that a kid's greatest dream? Furthermore, their ideal self-image is always self-projected onto their desire to escape from being a kid, and it's not rare for that desired form to become established as an alternate personality. Even you, Battler, I'm sure your character's a little different at home and at school, right? I feel like they're kind of just talking about, I don't know what philosopher or like psychologist came up with the theory. I want to say Jung just because of persona memes, but like he's kind of just talking about like masking or like code switching. But I don't know if this is necessarily formed from the desire to not be a kid. That may just be, he may just say that specifically in a kid's case that's what it is, but I think it's that people generally change the mask that they're wearing based on the situation they're in to be more fit for the situation. Not that they actually have a desire, like you have a desire to present that way, but to actually change your character to be that is, I don't know what he's trying to get at here. It'd probably be embarrassing if anyone at school saw how you were at home. At school, you try to project yourself as you want to be, but at home is where you are your true self. Okay, that's true, I understand, I agree. In other words, I'm changing my character for different situations. Yes, everybody does this. Are you trying to say that having multiple but that's not the same as a multiple personality, though. This is like a much more, like, diminished form of that. A girl who is a fan of the occult might say that she's being possessed or has awakened. Honestly, there are some kids who can change their personality so drastically it can change your whole opinion of them. Even some boys, right? Guys who just blow their top and get violent over nothing. I bet they think it's pretty cool, but it's painful to watch. Let's sum this all up. Girls of about Maria's age, even if they show a creepy second personality like she did a minute ago, you're saying that's not such a rare thing? If you bring it all together, simply, that's what it means. Identity is an important thing used to build up one's sense of self. If you make fun of that, it could actually cause children to go back into their shell. So it's important to go along with them to some degree, although to accept it completely requires the tolerance of a parent. Aniki, I can't believe you aren't married. You sound like you... Okay, that's a nice thing to say to the guy whose fiance just fucking died. You sound like you've already raised kids through middle school. Then I wonder if Auntie Rose also knew much about Maria's dual personality. She knew. Just between us, Auntie Rosa couldn't friggin' stand it. She said it was creepy, and it was just making Maria more and more separated from the rest of the class. So anytime Maria started talking about the occult or laughing like a witch, she'd slap her. And it looks like Maria stopped talking that way in front of her. Maybe it was just a little game from a girl facing her growing period. That thing had happened back there. Just a girl trying to show that she was different and independent by holding interest in witches and the occult. And since she wanted to have another side to herself that wasn't infantile, she was switching between her normal personality and the personality of her ideal, a witch. In the beginning, I had found that very disturbing, but after George's lecture, it felt like this was a path that everyone walked down at one time or another. I don't know about that, man. I hadn't told anyone, but when I was in kindergarten, I joined up with a little gang of kids trying to form an Earth Defense Force, saying we'd help protect peace on Earth. My face turns red when I remember how, during what we called battle practice, we would chant, EDF, EDF. Just like usual, Maria was relaxing, immersed in the TV, oohing and laughing like any girl her age, but on the inside, another personality that of the ideal witch that she admired and blindly accepted was sleeping. But that wasn't anything extraordinary. It was perfectly natural for a girl of her age. I don't know, bro. To the degree that she does it, I don't think so. I calmed down a little. I started to recover from the shock of my bizarre experience in the kitchen. If I hadn't talked to Aniki and Jessica, I might still have been frightened by the idea that an invisible witch was standing right behind me. However, can I really accept that as an explanation of what happened back there? If it had just been Maria, I could have explained it as the fickle fantasies of a growing girl, but Genji, Kanon, and Kumasawa had also been there. None of them had denied what Maria said. They had silently accepted that Beatrice exists. I was starting to feel a little uneasy. Auntie Ava had claimed that no 19th person exists, saying that someone within the family had committed the crime in connection with the messy quarrel. On the other hand, Aunt Natsuhi had claimed that the culprit was hiding somewhere outside the mansion. I mean, they're both kind of right? They're both right in a weird way. If Beatrice has the ability to, possess people's bodies and make them act in certain ways, it could be very possible that even though Beatrice is something that is outside of the 18, she still enters and possesses somebody, and then in that way sort of becomes one of the 18. In the kitchen, Maria and the servants had agreed that a 19th person exists, but according to them, the 19th person isn't human. They had said that it was an invisible witch plotting something mysterious. Is there a 19th person or not? And is the culprit a human or a witch? For some reason, I couldn't just laugh off any of the possibilities. Not even the most ridiculous one about the witch. Jessica, all I know about the story of the witch is that it was a story made by the adults to keep the kids too scared to enter the forest, but is it different here in the mansion? I'm with you on this. I think it was just a dumb ghost story made by the parents so their kids would listen to them. But I can't deny that the atmosphere inside the mansion makes it a little hard to say it out loud. Because grandfather has proclaimed that Beatrice does exist, and because of their position, the servants can't doubt that. Jessica's mother and father don't want to get into a fight with him either, so on the surface they go along with it. So you could probably say that inside this mansion, doubting the existence of Beatrice is a kind of taboo. Unlike the rest of us, who only come here once a year. Is that right? Jessica puffed out air in admiration. It looked like Aniki had guessed right. You got it totally. No one really believes it on the inside, but on the outside they accept she exists. See, it's just like the way some people are about gods. Even if you know there's actually no such thing, it feels rude to actually say that out loud. How do you think the servants feel about it amongst themselves? Is it true that since grandfather who employs them says she exists, they have to go along with it? Well, I don't really know the details. But between the servants, the story about Beatrice has been treated a bit like a ghost story. Remember yesterday when Shannon was talking to us down by the beach? About how they all saw unsettling things while doing the rounds in the mansion at night? She'd said something like that, hadn't she? Back then I didn't give it much thought, assuming she was just going along with the displeased Maria. Also, what chapter are we in? 12, Yanka. And now that I think about it, she did say that, and completely seriously. That's right. She definitely said it. She definitely said the same kind of thing that Genji and the rest had all unanimously declared back in the kitchen. In addition, some servants have also seen will-o-wisps and glittering butterflies dancing around. Kanon also said he saw something like that when he went patrolling one night, and recently the servants have been talking about strange footsteps inside the mansion near midnight. We whispered together that Beatrice from the portrait sometimes walks through the mansion invisible. It happened a long time ago, but I've also heard those kind of footsteps while patrolling at night. That's right. She definitely said that. Exactly the same thing that I had been told just now. But there's nothing to be afraid of, you know? Beatrice is another ruler of the mansion separate from the master. So she won't do anything bad, as long as you respect her and don't act oddly afraid. However, she's fearsome if you don't respect her, right? Yes. I heard that someone who quit just before I began working after falling down the stairs and receiving a large injury to their back had been speaking badly of Beatrice. Because of that, there was a rumor between the servants that Beatrice's anger had been brought down upon that person. If you don't respect her, her anger will be brought down upon you, and you will be injured. To the servants, Beatrice's existence is just as credible as the story that if you pull pranks on Inari, you will be cursed by the Kitsune. Sorry, one sec, I gotta plug my phone in. Almost dead. Oh, dude, my back is... Seems like this is gonna be a long stream at this pace. My god. Seems I was right that these chapters towards the end start to get longer. Of course, even though everyone accepts the curses and the like, or accepts that curses and the like don't exist in the modern era, people are still afraid and have a little respect for them. You see it a lot even in residential areas, such as when someone is building a house and they call a Shinto priest for a ceremony to honor the god of that plot of land. You might think that's just a big waste of time and money, but the workers say that a big accident will occur if they don't do it, so they apparently never neglect the procedure. You also hear about how, if an Inari shrine is carelessly removed during a town replanning, there would be a curse by Kitsune. I think I might have read somewhere that when the occupying forces were trying to expand an airport and had to remove an Inari that was in the way, all of the workers were suddenly taken out by some mysterious fever. Pause. Now they're mentioning this. They're gonna say this right after, but they mentioned shrines of Inari being destroyed and then conferring terrible disasters. We know from the start of the game that the shrine on the cliff coming into Rokenjima had been destroyed. This might not mean it was the cause of Beatrice returning in force, but it could be the cause of the typhoon. Because I have a funny feeling the typhoon is not going to move off this location. I just wrote that in the notes, by the way. It isn't rare to see modern buildings packed all around an old Inari shrine, leaving the shrine itself untouched. And this isn't limited to Japan. It's probably similar to how people baptize babies. If I remember correctly, by the Christian doctrine, unbaptized souls, though their sin is the lightest, still fulfill the conditions. Yep, this is true. It's called original sin. Crazy. Putting water on a child's forehead doesn't do anything but make them cry. But if a parent can prevent their child from going to hell with just that little effort, they will happily go through with that ceremony. In short, even in this modern society of reason, we are still unable to throw away every trace of belief and fear. You could say that it's a passive acceptance of the supernatural. Maybe the only difference on this island was that Beatrice was the name that was respected here. So in other words, if anything happens that doesn't seem explainable in human terms, it's called the work of Beatrice. So they're kind of saying that Beatrice is like a god of the gaps, basically. That when anything happens on the island, Beatrice is kind of treated similar to like a Shinto god of this island, or a god of just this island, not necessarily say Shinto, just like a god of this island. And that whenever things that are unexplainable, that seem inhuman, even if there actually was a reason, but if the reason is so not apparent and it is so not obvious, people will just claim and say, oh yeah, you know what? That was Beatrice. So she's just filling in the gaps of the unknown. About windows and doors that had definitely been properly shutter locked being open the next time they were checked. Lights that had been off being on and lights that had been on being off. And if I remember right, Jessica used to joke that it was Beatrice doing that you couldn't find, or it was Beatrice's doing that you couldn't find your bag sometimes when you went to leave in the morning, right? Good memory. Normally you'd say a fairy took them, but on this island it's Beatrice. Man, what a stupid story. The mansion has been standing for about 30 years by now. Okay, I actually wanted to know that, so it's good to know. Mansion has existed for about 30 years. I don't know if we ever got like an exact time period of when, but it's natural for things that old to get their fair share of ghosts and occult stories, like the 7 mysteries at a school. Hey, 7 mysteries of Honjo, we just played that. So here is where we flip over the chessboard. Huh? Basically on this island, there's a rule that Beatrice can be blamed for anything that couldn't have been done by humans. Anything that the humans can't do. So I think what he's going to say is that somebody would commit crimes so heinous and so atrocious such that nobody would ever believe it could have been done by a human. How many humans are there? There's 18. In other words, the culprit is modeling things after this rule, trying to make it appear that the crime was the work of the witch. In short, they desperately want to claim this is the doing of a 19th person. I don't like it. I really don't like it. What don't you like? Just assume that an invisible 19th person existed and that this person wanted to make it known that they existed. If it were me, I'd do it with more perfect timing. I think what he means is that you would want something that was 100% indistinguishable. You would want something that could not be interpreted another way. It would have to be something that you would say, holy fuck, that had to be Beatrice. That had to be a god. That had to be some more powerful being. That couldn't have just been like a string of coincidences, like the things that have happened so far that like, oh, you know, it could have been whoever had the key, like no, you would want it to be like, oh, like this person had this happen, bang, 100% it has to be. Well, after all, this crime took place after midnight while it was still dark, right? Like, wouldn't you want to do this like in the day under cover of everybody? Like, people were talking together until midnight, some people had the night shift, and some people had returned to their rooms and were sleeping. Everyone's alibi is really vague, and there's plenty of room to suspect that the crime was committed by one of us. George, Auntie Ava probably told you too, right? That there's a good chance that one of us is the culprit? Yes, I guess. In other words, if the 19th person really existed and wanted to show themselves, the first crime was a complete failure. No, in the first place, the timing was a mistake. If the invisible 19th person really wanted to show themselves, they had to make sure the crime took place under conditions which proved that the remaining 12 exactly, that it could only be done by the witch. Unless there are no suspicious humans, they can't prove that they exist. So by killing them in the middle of the night when everyone's alibi was at its most ambiguous, whether or not this 19th person exists was also at its most ambiguous. Even so, they chose that time to commit the crime. By committing the crime then, it's obvious that one of the 18 would be suspected. I am also starting to wonder if by resurrected, they don't mean resurrected literally, but it could be a more metaphorical resurrected. I think I said this earlier about like possessing someone's body fully, but I also mean more so that like maybe she does exist the whole time, and by resurrecting they mean like resurrecting her image such that everybody knows that she is like real and not ethereal. I guess what I'm trying to say is that maybe the resurrection is more of a reveal, not so much like an actual bringing back to life. By committing the crime then, it's obvious that one of the 18 would be suspected, yet they took the name of the witch and handed Maria the letter, and everyone denies doing it. In other words, you're trying to say that one of the 18 is trying to make it look like a 19th person called Beatrice exists. Pretty crazy. I think my mom's theory that someone is hiding outside the mansion is a little more credible. Battler, don't tell me you actually suspect that someone in this room is the culprit. Yeah. Someone trying to force us to accept that Beatrice exists. That's right, the letter last night is when this whole thing started. I don't have any basis or proof, but with the chessboard upside down, this is my best guess. I mean, it shouldn't be upside down. You would be... When you say flip the chessboard, I don't think it meant flip it, like, on that axis, you know? I think they meant, like, turn it around, you know? I understand that the idea is that if the chessboard is printed, that flipping it would do the exact same thing as turning it 180, but I don't know why you would flip it up. You would knock the pieces over, right? So then it would be sort of, you know, I don't really... That's too crazy. Haven't you been reading too many weird detective novels? But it does hit on a point that we can't ignore. Whether there's a 19th person or not, culprit is definitely planning something based around that rule about this island. Just now listening to Battler talk, I remembered something that's a little disturbing. Is he gonna bring up the epitaph? Like, how have we gone this far and we haven't brought up the epitaph mentioning 6 people? Something disturbing. Yeah. Do you remember Beatrice's letter? It said that Beatrice was going to collect interest. And as for what that interest is, it said everything of the Ushirimiya family. Does that include the people that have spawned? Jessica and I thought back on when Maria had read aloud the previous night. It said that. It definitely said that. That the collecting of the interest would now take place, but if the riddle of the gold could be solved, she would lose that right. Grandfather was granted the gold, and the Ushirimiya house prospered. I wonder if he's gonna say that, like, the only people would be, like, somebody that has the one-winged eagle. Like, maybe it can only kill people with the one-winged eagle, such that the people that don't have it, like, if there's servants, but then Goda got killed, right? So, no, it already doesn't... Basically, Beatrice is saying that everything he birthed from that gold counts as interest. In other words, that's pretty scary for a joke, Aniki. Don't tell me that everything of the Ushirimiya family, in other words, everything that grandfather gave birth to, refers to everyone with grandfather's blood flowing through their veins. If you read the letter that way, these murders are just Beatrice legitimately collecting interest. If that's the case, these crimes will continue. Because the collection of interest is still only halfway complete. George turned around looking over the parlor, because if he's talking about 11 people being dead, at least, and potentially 13, there were still many people who held the name Ushirimiya. And we knew that, since Goda and Shannon had been killed, not even the servants who didn't bear the name Ushirimiya could be spared. Would be. Are we... all gonna be killed? But that's weird, George. Why only 6 people then? They could have killed a lot more. In the worst case, it might even have been possible for them to assault us all while we were sleeping and kill everyone in a single night. Why didn't they do that? That special clause. If someone managed to solve the riddle of the gold, the right to the interest would be lost. Remember how the very last part of the letter concluded? It said for everyone to try to solve the riddle of grandfather's gold. Try to solve. So maybe only those who didn't realistically try to solve it? Yeah, but no, but we tried to solve it on the beach a little bit. It seems like Beatrice is gonna go after anybody who tries to solve the riddle of the gold, but even then, that doesn't really... What Goda and fucking... What did Shannon do? It looks like we're finally getting close to understanding the culprit's message. In other words, the culprit is telling us to try and solve the riddle on that epitaph grandfather had made. Furthermore, they're saying that if we just sit around, they'll keep collecting the interest. Interesting. Battler, George, and Jessica posit that whoever the killer is will continue to kill unless they try to solve the matter of the gold. It makes me think that whoever it is wants someone to complete the riddle for them, because they themselves do not know the location of the gold. Otherwise, why would they provide some kind of impetus to make them find it, right? Like, if it's Beatrice, we'd imagine that Beatrice knows where her gold is, or why would she really care? She could just make more, right? So then the interesting part becomes, like, okay, why would they start collecting on people if they sit around and they don't solve it? Because there's not really any benefit to them doing that. The benefit to Beatrice would be that, like, again, the clause has to include some way of, like, disclosure to these people, because I just don't see how it would make sense. Like, why, again, I think I mentioned this earlier. If Beatrice... This is probably something that Kinzo had put in place to try and keep his family's wealth for somebody that was worthy, because otherwise, why the fuck would you ever give the disclosure about how to solve and find the gold? Because if you can find the fucking gold... It bunks everything for Beatrice, so I don't think Beatrice is behind the epitaph. It wouldn't make any sense. Which means that I don't think Beatrice would be providing people a way to take her gold. Like, she would want to keep her gold. I don't know. This is a very, like... I'd have to... I think when I'm eating in the next break here, which is probably coming soon, I'll try and think through this part in particular. Okay, let's keep collecting the interest. I realized that this was all based on several crazy guesses, but not everything that happens in this world is joined together in a perfect line. Most unknown phenomena are nothing but individual points. By joining them together into lines, we deepen our understanding. The closer together the points at the ends of those lines are, the more logical it is and the easier to understand. And the farther away they are, the more it lacks those qualities. That is why we use a distance analogy and call such theories way out there. However, if you can only jump up to a small limited distance away, we call it having a limited imagination. Is imagination different from reasoning? Yes, absolutely. Was I just trying to force everything that I knew about the case to fit my simple imagination? It's not it. When you're searching around with your hands in the dark, that search is imagination. Only imagination can find the 2 points you should connect together. Reasoning is nothing more than the action of drawing the line between them. If you can't imagine, you can't reason. What I was doing, I can kind of agree with that somewhat. What I was doing might be out there, but it shouldn't be wrong either. Only the power of imagination can pull out a clue from the darkness, and the power of reasoning ties those clues together. This is like the conspiracy theory playbook, huh? It's a lot like the process of searching out an enemy's weak spot and striking. It's alright if it's crazy. Find the weak point first, then we can think about how to strike. Now was the time to find the points that we could tie together later. Okay. For the time being, I put aside whether a 19th person exists and announced the theory that the goal of the culprit might have been to make us solve the riddle of the epitaph. Uncle Hideyoshi looked like he was really interested, but Aunt Natsuhi thought it was ridiculous. Of course. If you think about it that way, even that letter from yesterday makes sense. That motive seems to fit pretty well with the facts. Setting aside whoever it was that gave Maria the letter. Beatrice exists. Ugh. Even though she was puffing up her cheeks in that cute way she had been doing since yesterday, I couldn't think of it as cute. If I took it lightly, it might suddenly transform into a creepy laugh. Hidden gold doesn't exist. However, the idea that we have a culprit who foolishly believes otherwise wants Father's gold. See, this is the thing. It's not so he knows that this is a lie because she had proof, because Kraus showed her the gold bar. And whose motive is to make us solve the riddle and then steal the gold from us. It does indeed make some sense. However, in that case, why did they kill those most highly ranked in the Ushiramiya family first? A good point. They wanted to make us solve the riddle. Killing those closest to Kinzo doesn't sound like a good plan. Well, it also would be the people that would have the resources to be able to search as best as possible, right? I agree. Besides, if we followed that argument, wouldn't it have been quicker if they had threatened Father in the first place? You think it would be faster to just ask the person who wrote it rather than try to force us to solve it. But the real question is, what happens if, like... I think Kinzo probably argued for the epitaph, but what if he wasn't the one that wrote it? Of course, I don't think that Father would let it slip from any ordinary threat. Anyone who knows Kinzo well would surely be aware that he won't bow to ordinary threats. He's the man who bears the burden of the Ushiramiya family and all its wealth. He has been exposed to many threats and attacks in the past. It is because he was able to overcome them that the family prospers today. Totally agreed on that. I can't imagine our grandfather letting himself get pushed around just because some asshole threatened him. Jessica, that is not how we talk. Yes. In that case, what about this one? No, wait. Is this out there as well? I couldn't hesitate. A crazy idea is like a bow and arrow. It might be hard to hit with, but it's a great weapon that can strike enemies from afar. Research shows that most people who have died in battles were killed by wounds from arrows. This seems like a very... I'm Googling this. Highest cause of death on battlefield in history. What weapon, we'll say, has killed most people in history? We're reading a Medium post here, okay, called "The Deadliest Weapon in History was a Simple Short Sword. It killed more people than any other single weapon." What weapon has killed more? Shout out to Grant Piper, posted on February 4th, 2024, not long ago. What weapon has killed more people than any other? It is a fascinating question with no easy answers. Casualties are often judiciously counted, but the exact count of death is often hard to pinpoint. Bullets, shell fragments, debris, and concussive force are just a few things that can make it hard to tell what exactly killed a soldier. What caused the shell fragment? What caliber bullet did the killing? These details are often left out of official reports because they're nearly impossible to accurately determine. If you take weapon groups, then the clear winner is artillery. Artillery and mortars continue to account for the highest number of casualties in all modern conflicts. However, there are a dozen of different types of mortars and artillery: 60mm, 81mm, 155mm, etc. And it is impossible to pinpoint which exact system has caused the most damage. But what about what singular weapon has killed the largest number of people? That honor likely goes to the Roman gladius. The gladius was the short sword that was wielded by Roman legionnaires for hundreds of years. Roman armies fought in close-knit quarters where heavy shields were held aloft when an initial volley of spears or javelins was thrown at the enemy. Then the legions would move in close and use their gladius to do most of the killing. The gladius was a terribly sharp sword of short length, carried, sorry, my one eye has like a fucking floater, it's driving me crazy, by all Roman soldiers from around 3rd century BC until 3rd century AD, so like 600 years. Rome was constantly at war, and Rome's armies killed hundreds of thousands of people, perhaps millions, over a period of centuries. This makes it probable that the Roman gladius is perhaps the single weapon that has killed more than any other people. I have to create an account to read the full story, but it says why the gladius. Huh. This feels like I guess to get back, this is definitely like a horseshit ass quote. In a battle, you don't shoot off just one arrow. You shoot off a whole bunch of arrows at once and assault the enemy soldiers with a wall of them. So shoot them over and over. Assault the truth with a wall. If the culprit is after the hidden gold, it would be very inefficient for them to force us to solve the riddle. Asking the person who made it in the first place would be much quicker and easier. True. In that case, the question is this all a message directed at grandfather? In other words, these murders were a threat directed at grandfather. If he didn't tell the culprit where the gold was, his family... Dude, I feel like none of these people have read the epitaph. This is like directly to the T of the epitaph. Like maybe I'm being really reductive and not understanding. And they're raising some good questions, but it feels like they're kind of avoiding the fucking elephant in the room. His family members would be killed off one by one, but he doesn't care. He doesn't care about his family members. He wants them to be sacrificed. Like, what if we weren't the only ones being forced to solve this riddle? What if grandfather was too? You think about it that way, it explained grandfather's mysterious disappearance, but why would he be solving a riddle that he put out? If the culprit had attacked grandfather, then, judging by the state of the 6 bodies were left in, he would definitely have been displayed somewhere with that horrible makeup added. But despite that, we still hadn't found him. Did that mean that grandfather had been kidnapped and was being held somewhere? How could... You aren't saying... How could... Giggle giggle. This sounds interesting. So father's being confined somewhere, and being threatened that if he doesn't tell them the location of the gold, we will be killed off one by one. I struggle to understand what you find interesting about that. Aunt nods that he threatened her, but Auntie Ava just smiled calmly. Since we still haven't seen him after all this time, I think that it's almost certain that grandfather has gotten caught up in the crime. When you think about that, you can't just ignore Badler's theory, right? Stay quiet, George. In the first place, when exactly was it that father went missing? Who was the last one to see father? It was probably me. This morning, when we were worried that we didn't know where my husband and the rest were, we were talking about how they might be in father's study, and I went to check his room and greeted him. Come to think of it, I've been holding the key to his study the whole time, haven't I? Genji, let me return this to you. Folded the gold key and handed it to Genji. Looking at the key, Auntie Ava giggled. Hey Genji, I'm sure the police will inspect father's room thoroughly anyway. It doesn't matter what you hide, it will just be exposed anyway. So you might as well just tell us about it right here, right now, don't you think? What are you talking about? It's simple. Don't forget, father's study is a locked room with no way in or out except for that key, or him letting you in. I want to double check how that's being defined. There is one entrance to father's study, and also the windows. Any other entrances or exits? There are none. There is no way to get in except for the entrance. You sure about that? There isn't some secret hidden door or anything. Since father isn't here, I am the highest ranked member of the Ushiramiya family. I am asking you as a representative of the Ushiramiya family head, understand that and answer me. Are there any ways in or out of that room other than the main entrance? As father's closest aide, I'm sure you know. Aunt Natsuhi looked a little offended at the part about highest ranked family member, but she kept her mouth closed for the time being and waited for Genji's answer. I couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. Why was she going on and on about hidden doors? You too, Canon, Kumasawa. If you know, won't you tell me? If there is one, it would be better if you said it. If there isn't, then someone is going to be very much driven into a corner in a second. If I'm given that there is a hidden door, then my argument comes to nothing. Auntie Ava didn't specify which person was about to be driven into a corner. It would be Natsuhi, of course. But following the flow of the conversation, to Aunt Natsuhi. Mother, what are you talking about? George, stay quiet for a while. What do you say, Genji? Canon? And Kumasawa? Is there a hidden door? Or not? Genji, when you remodeled Father's study, you must have overseen the construction. I won't let you say that you don't know. There's nothing of that nature in the Master's study. You're sure? What about Canon, entrusted with the one-winged eagle? Yes, I'm sure. There's nothing like a hidden door in the Master's study. Kumasawa? No, I haven't heard of such a thing. What about Dr. Nancho, who had a close relationship with Father? I've never heard of something like that. Great. Then are you ready? Let me begin. It's really simple. Everyone tilted their head doubtfully, wondering what Auntie Ava was so proudly starting to talk about. Auntie Ava laughed triumphantly as though she was about to reveal a secret that only she knew. Natsuhi was the last person to spot Father, right? I forget the exact time, but I think it was a little before 9 in the morning. Nei-san, do you remember? I ran into you just as you were coming out of Father's study, right? Yes, I remember. What does that have to do with anything? And the next time you went to visit Father's study, that was after we had found the bodies of Nissan and the rest, right? Together with me, you went up to the study to report that, and we discovered that he wasn't there. By the way, Nissan, at that time, when you went to enter Father's study, did you notice anything? Notice anything? What are you talking about? Come on, you picked up some trash, right? A folded receipt. I do seem to remember picking up some trash. What does that have to do with... I got that receipt when I bought some candy at the store in the airport. Auntie Ava pulled a small bag of candy out of her handbag. Ah, the receipt from when you bought that candy. But Mother, what does the receipt have to do with anything? How did that receipt of hers get into his study? George, stay quiet and listen for a little longer. Uncle Hideyoshi's expression was a little strict. Somehow it seemed that he understood what Auntie Ava was getting at. It was really just on a whim, you see. It wasn't out of any foresight, and I certainly wasn't planning on setting a trap for you or anything. Actually, this receipt, you remember, Nei-san, that just after you met Father and left, you met me, right? At that time, I stuck this into the door. I stuck this into the door to the study. That is not English. Hello? Excuse me? At that time, I stuck this into the door to the study. Okay, sorry. So what does it mean? Does it mean that until Aunt Natsuhi picked up that receipt, no one had opened the door? Wait a second, Auntie Ava. Sticking a receipt in would be obvious. It's possible that when Grandfather opened the door, he noticed it, found it interesting, and stuck it back in the door. Jessica hurriedly argued back. She still didn't really know what it meant, but she realized that whatever it was placing some kind of suspicion on her own mother. Of course, I folded the receipt up very small so that no one would notice it, but even if you assume that he saw it fall, he would have no way of knowing how high up the door it had been stuck, right? I checked it while Natsuhi was taking the key out. The receipt was still stuck not 1 millimeter away from where I had put it. I can't understand why you would pull such a childish prank. I'll bet you were the one that did that prank on the door to my room, too. The door to your room? It was unpleasant to talk about, so I didn't, but this morning when I woke up, there were signs of some prank on the outside of my door, with what was probably the same red paint that was scribbled across the shutter. There were some unpleasant marks, as though someone had been tearing at the door. Wait, what is this? Why have you been silent about all this until now? My apologies. Since so many horrid things have happened since then, I'd completely forgotten about it until just now. I don't know or care about that. I'm not talking about your door, but the door to Father's room, okay? After you checked that he was in his room, and until we made sure that he wasn't, the door wasn't opened even once. How did Father get out if he didn't use that door? I don't know that. That's what I want to know. Natsuhi, other than you, who else checked to see whether Father was in his room? The last time I met Kinzo was when we were playing chess last night. I believe I was with him until just before dinner. Did anyone see him after that? I did. I gave him his dinner last night. Yes. Shannon and I were with him. So up till then, Father was still definitely in his room. But Natsuhi, it sounds like when you found out he wasn't there, always in there, Jesus, always, I'm sorry, it's just like some of the ways that it's written, I'm being stupid and maybe it's just the wording, but saying like always in and or out. Okay. Up until then, Father was still definitely in his room, but Natsuhi, it sounds like when you found out he wasn't there, always in or out of the study were closed, right? But even so, you said that you met and talked with him this morning. I don't understand why everyone has become so gloomy. Could someone explain it to me? Mother and Father, are you saying that what Aunt Natsuhi says about meeting Grandfather this morning is a lie? I knew he was going to say that. Is a lie? Move my mic stand a bit. Well, why the hell would she tell a lie? Mom's innocent. Why the hell would she lie? Jessica, I keep telling you to watch your language. All at once, everything became confused. From across the parlor table, Auntie Ava and Aunt Natsu confronted each other. Well, George confronted Jessica. What the hell is going on? Remember, it's only up until last night that we have multiple people saying they saw him, but the only one who claims that they saw Father this morning is Natsuhi. And then there's that strange fact we learned from the receipt. So how can we connect these points together? Auntie Ava urged everyone to work their imaginations. Sure, that receipt could become an important point, but I didn't know what other point I could draw a line towards. The answer Auntie Ava was hoping for was that Aunt Natsuhi had lied to make it seem his grandfather had been in that room this morning when he wasn't, and Auntie Ava's mere whim had exposed that? That's way too convenient for her, man. That makes no friggin' sense. Why the hell would Mom lie? She has no friggin' reason to. That's what I want to know. But Jessica, you can't say that there's no possible reason for her to lie about Father being in the room, right? You see it every once in a while in detective novels, don't you? That trick of confusing the time of death to create an alibi. What are you talking about? I've never even heard of that. We still haven't found Father yet, but if you think about it normally, it would be natural to assume that he has already been killed. In that case, we should expect to find his corpse soon. If at that point the time of death could be fake, Natsuhi would be able to create an alibi. Do you understand? Everyone? This morning when Aunt Natsuhi went to check that grandfather was there, she lied, and he was already dead at that time? And she moved the body to some location and disguised it to make it seem like he had just been killed there. And then she could stay with everyone else to prepare an alibi. And then she could say, I heard someone screaming, or something, and dash over there and become the first to find the body along with everyone else. Is that what Auntie Ava's saying? How preposterous. Detective novels are nothing more than indulgent entertainment. You can only think of such an indiscreet idea because you read them all the time. Yeah, even if she tried to fake the time of death a little, all that would be blown away in an instant once the police did their autopsy. It might have fooled the people in old books, but do you seriously think that kind of trick would fly in modern Japan? Are you insane? You think so? This morning when Dr. Nanjo looked at the corpses, he was only able to give a vague estimate of the time of death, right? Autopsy results are greatly affected by the corpse surroundings and individual peculiarities. She's actually 100% right about this. It's a very rough estimate with an uncertainty of several hours. Unfortunately, the police's scientific investigation will have to wait until tomorrow, where the bodies have more time to decompose, and measuring the exact time of death after that, even in modern Japan, like you said, wouldn't be that easy, you know? Right, Dr. Nanjo? I actually wonder, this is sort of a morbid idea or a morbid curiosity, if you could draw a graph of, like, certainty and time of death versus, like, time after death, I'm sure there would be points at which it would spike up, like, you know that, like, rigor mortis sets in at a certain point, so there would probably be, like, a spike in confidence in, like, a certain area based to certain bodily processes, but it would honestly probably be really hard to know exactly. Like, what I'm trying to say is, and I won't draw it out, but if you imagine that it was, like, let's imagine that it starts at, like, a near 100% certainty, because the sooner you find a body after death, the sooner that you could probably tell, right? Because, you know, the body's still warm or whatever. You're like, okay, like, it had to happen really soon because it hasn't even lost the body heat to the transient environment. Okay, sure. But then you look, and the more and more time that passes, then you start to get a little bit more uncertain until more, like, hallmark things of certain time after death start to set into place, like rigor mortis. So then there's, like, a period where you're like, oh, I'm definitely, like, my confidence, even though it had now dropped to, like, 40% confident in the exact time of death, well, now it jumps up to, like, a 60 or a 70 because we know that rigor sets in after a certain amount of time. Now, the only thing is, of course, like she's saying, this entire confidence would be massively thrown off if it was, like, hotter than normal, and it would probably be more exact if it was a little bit colder. Or actually, no, it would probably be, like, slightly more, but not exactly, because you would expect that cold would preserve it because the processes would happen slower, whereas in heat, you would expect that they would decompose quicker. I don't know, just a very odd, but... Examining a corpse is an extremely difficult task that requires both experience and instinct. I have heard that there's a very high rate of mistaken diagnoses. I imagine it is very possible for a misreading of just a few hours to occur. Oh, definitely. However, for an alibi, that's more than enough. It's not just a trick for the classics, it's a trick that actually works. Natsuhi. It's not like we want to suspect you, alright? We don't, and that's why we just want you to prove you're innocent. What is this innocence you want me to prove? This morning, I definitely met with Father. He told me to keep the one-winged eagle engraved in my heart. Are you denying that he said that too? I will definitely not permit that. I won't permit you to deny that Father said those words. Maybe Father's body won't appear at all. Normally a person has to be missing for 7 years before they're officially declared dead. I think that might be a very jurisdictional based thing. Wouldn't that be a clever way to extend Father's nearly finished life another 7 years and keep all of his wealth for yourself? Oh, I knew that was gonna happen. I cannot abide this. I cannot abide any more from you. Okay, now it does look like a rifle. Now it looks like it's like a Winchester or something. I am Ushiromiya Natsuhi. Although I do not have the right to wear the one-winged eagle on my body, it is certainly engraved in my heart. Speaking that way to the wife of Kraus, successor to the head, to the person who will act as such in his place, absolutely disgusting. What's this? Are you gonna shoot me with that gun? Go ahead then. Why don't you just shoot? You're just desperate because you can't think of a way out, aren't you? Do it. Just try to obscure the truth with violence. Obscure the truth. You. It wasn't like Natsu had actually been holding that gun at the ready and threatening anyone. But after she was told by Auntie Ava, she did hold it at the ready. Unsurprisingly, once things got to this stage, Jessica and Genji tried to stop her. Madam, please calm yourself. Mom, you aren't lying, so there's no reason for you to listen to this. Calm down, Natsu. Don't you just have to swear that father was definitely in that room? Why are you getting so worked? Because you don't believe her even if she says. But that's right. Natsu isn't lying. Isn't that the end of it? Then I want you to explain. How did father manage to disappear from that room? The windows were closed tight from the inside, and the door too, remember? If you really met with father this morning, then you must explain how he disappeared from this unopened locked room scenario. Unopened door locked room scenario. If you don't, that would mean that you are a liar after all, right? How far do you plan to mock me? If you want to argue back, go ahead. That's right, try explaining it right here, right now, right here, right now. After that, I can apologize to you for doubting you. How did father manage to get out from that locked room? I can't explain that, and I don't need to. Really? Then let me explain it. We'll take the best parts from my perspective and yours and come up with a more friendly explanation. I'll believe that, like you said, father was still in his room this morning. But the next time the door was opened, father wasn't there. You don't have any objections so far, right? I have no desire to listen to anything more you have to say. Shut your frivolous mouth. My reasoning goes like this, alright? I verified on both occasions that you were the only one to go through the door. And the receipt is proof of that. So what is the answer to the puzzle of how father was sent out of the room regardless? The window. He was sent out the window. Natsuki, you pushed father out of the third-story window of the study into the courtyard. You vicious malcontent. Madam, please endure it. Ava, please stop this. Father died from the fall into the courtyard, and when you left, saying you were going to check the doors and windows, you went and hid the corpse somewhere. That was probably when you took some measures to fake the time of death, right? This all ties in with the case regarding Kraus and the rest, and also the case regarding Beatrice last night. There's an extremely good chance that Natsuki is suspicious in those cases. Normally I wouldn't want to say this, but now it's out in the open, there's nothing else I can do. Please, Natsuki, please explain how you can be innocent, or else I can't help but suspect you. Why me? Why must I, Ushiro Natsuki, be insulted like this? Looks like everyone else has said their piece. Hehehe. No good. No goddamn good at all. Auntie Ava. What do you mean no good, Battler? Jessica looked up at me, hanging on to my every word. Auntie Ava's expression was composed as always. No good at all, you say? What is it, Battler? Tell me. You can only see this from one angle. That's why you're convinced that it has to be Aunt Natsuki. It's not like I'm defending her, but bluffing a checkmate like that isn't gonna work. I think the theory you've based around that receipt is passable. It's not a bad thread of logic, but I'd only give it a grade of 65 at best. If this were an exam, that'd be bad enough to get you extra lessons in detention, you know? Hehehe. Oh my, well how would you break through a door sealed by a receipt and make my father disappear, other than by my theory? Your theory is interesting, I admit. And if we could state definitively that there was no way to make grandfather disappear other than yours, then we could say for certain the last person to see him, Aunt Natsuki, has to be reasonable, or responsible. However, since there's still a possibility that she is innocent and that these accusations are false, you can't make that claim. Then Battler, who are you saying could have made grandfather disappear other than Natsuki? Probably himself, bro. It would be impossible for anyone else to do it. My receipt proved that, right? From the first time she visited that study, until the second time when we visited together, the study was a perfect locked room, and when the seal was broken on the locked room, he was already missing. If this doesn't prove that she was the culprit, what kind of trick could they have used? Like I said, Auntie Ava, only 65 points, so let's try flipping over the chessboard, shall we? It's not about how they managed to make grandfather disappear from the outside, think about how grandfather disappeared from the inside. The door had the receipt stuck in it, so it couldn't have been used. He also couldn't have gone through a window because they can't be locked from the outside, and when you visited the study, you checked to make sure they were locked. So the windows also weren't used. At that point, the study really was a locked room. We have to accept this. However, the study didn't remain a locked room forever. Once the seal created by the receipt was removed, it became possible to use the door, and possible to escape through the door. In other words, it's not about how Aunt Natsuki made grandfather disappear, we need to think about how he was able to escape. Grandfather's study isn't any ordinary study, right? According to Genji, there's a toilet, and a kitchen, and even a bedroom, almost like a little house. If he hid under the bed, for example, he could trick the two of you into thinking he'd disappeared, right? Auntie Ava, even you didn't check that carefully, did you? And then the two of you went back down the stairs, thinking that he wasn't there. At that time, the receipt was already gone. In other words, if grandfather was hiding in his room the whole time when it was a locked room, and escaped after letting the two of you go past him, we can crack this locked room, right, But what is this? Why would father want to do something that weird and then escape the room? Don't be so absurd. Yeah, it might be absurd, however it still shows there is a possibility that Aunt Natsuki is being accused falsely. Your receipt wasn't perfect. In chess, we might call that check, but it isn't checkmate. And the thing that I like the least is how you pressure Aunt Natsuki to explain it and then argue that if she doesn't, she must be guilty. If that passes as logic, then why don't you let me? Oh my god. Flip over the chessboard one more time. Okay, chill, Phoenix, right? We see you. Auntie Eva, according to your argument, you must explain to us here and now why you and Uncle Hideyoshi couldn't have killed those 6 last night and then casually returned to the guest house. You've been trying to force Aunt Natsuki to explain. I'm sure you can prove your own innocence, right? Auntie Eva, who said all of grandfather's wealth suddenly dropped right into her hands. That's right, you're pretty damn suspicious yourself, aren't you? If you say mom's suspicious because she was the last person to see him, then what about you, Auntie Eva, who was the last person to see Dad and the rest? Just like Battler said, prove that you two weren't the ones that killed them. Mother, I also think that your reasoning was a little overeager. I'm sure that the receipt was an important hint, but like Battler said, that's not enough to prove that Aunt Natsuki is guilty to any degree. We're all equally suspicious. It's not right for only Aunt Natsuki to be persecuted. Our noble father crawling on the floor under his bed. You call nonsense like that an explanation? Then why don't you explain first? Who killed those 6, and how? And then try showing us proof that you weren't involved. Still coughing like crazy. Okay, chill. The fuck? Milady! Jessica suddenly started coughing. At first I thought she was just choking after yelling too loud, but it seemed to be lasting too long for that, and she really looked like she was suffering. Jessica kept coughing and choking, down on her hands and knees. Jessica, hang in there. Dr. Nanjo. Jessica, your inhaler, quickly. No, wait, I have one with me. Dr. Nanjo pulled a bronchodilator inhaler from his own bag, which was lying on the sofa, and handed it to Cannon. Come to think of it, 6 years ago, didn't Jessica sometimes break out into violent coughing and have to use that? She's asthmatic. But 6 years ago, I never saw Jessica look like she was in this much pain. Aniki, was Jessica's asthma always this bad? It's gotten a lot worse these last few years. It's no problem when she's normal, but when an attack comes suddenly, she can't stop coughing. Okay, let me write that down. Somehow that will be important. Jessica is asthmatic and has very bad asthma attacks to the point of coughing uncontrollably and potentially collapsing. Okay. Yeah, I'm not coughing. Milady, your medicine. Here. Taking the inhaler from Cannon, Jessica used it with a practiced hand. For a while it looked like her throat was still feeling itchy, but it gradually settled down. Are you alright, Jessica? You scared me. It's no big deal. Don't worry about it. Beads of sweat covered Jessica's whole body, and she couldn't hide her rough breathing, but it looked like her sudden attack had calmed down for now. Excuse me. Oh my god, sorry. I put contacts in, but they're like actually burning my eyes right now. I gotta take them out. Oh. Oh god. I don't know why my eyes just got so dry out of nowhere. Okay, I got one out. Oh my god, I feel like I might have got something in my eye somehow. Ah, Jesus. She's having an asthma attack. My fucking eyes are burning up. Get the other one out here. I'll grab my glasses whenever the chapter ends, but Jesus. Okay, it's fine. It was only one eye that was really bad. I'll just finish this chapter. We gotta be getting close to the end of this chapter. This disturbance had left the room's hostile atmosphere in an awkward, unsettled state. But that was fine. There was absolutely no need to be driving up everyone's suspicions of each other. When you think about it, even probing at each other's alibis and searching for the killer were probably completely unnecessary. After all, we're just powerless, ordinary people. And when the police come tomorrow, they'll definitely employ cutting-edge techniques and investigate the case thoroughly, solve all the riddles, and arrest the killer. I wonder if Battler is right after all. Just like Natsuki is suspicious, I can't ignore the fact that we are suspicious too. Arguing about that now is certainly unproductive. Everything will be fine if we just leave it to the police tomorrow. But don't you want to know too, Battler, who the killer is? Don't you want to let them know right this very second the pain you're feeling from losing someone precious to you? I mean, yeah, but you guys didn't lose anything. I won't deny that. Even one day would be too long to let the bastard who pulled this detestable bullshit go. That doesn't mean that I want to doubt one of the 18. Even though I said what I said earlier, I don't even want to doubt you, Auntie Ava. To me, you're an awesome aunt who's always mischievous and entertaining. I don't want to trade insults with an aunt like that. I guess it could be mischievous. I don't... Mischievous. I guess it doesn't really... Probably a bad pronunciation. It's probably just mischievous, but... Not a single person here wants to do that, right? Everyone? I feel the same as Battler. It's powerless to trade insults. It's probably just the stress built up because so many people have been crammed in one place since morning. Yeah, in the garden storehouse, big dog. Probably. It is only natural. It may be easier said than done, but I think we should all relax as much as possible. The music stopped. This isn't good. Ava, don't you think we should cool our heads? I do think the receipt is going to be an important clue in searching for Father's whereabouts. We should tell the police about it when they come. Yes, you're right. Yes. I just felt a little triumphant when I figured out that part with the receipt. Of course, it isn't fair to only doubt Natsuhi. We're just as suspicious. But still, Battler. At least the part about the receipt is real, alright? Don't forget this. And try thinking deeply about what this means, okay? Okay, so let's... I'll put this in the notes, although I think this receipt shit is maybe a big red herring. Ava put a receipt in the door to Kinzo's study. I think it was after... Or study. When she went with Natsuhi. I don't remember when she put it in. Let me go and look. How far does this go back? Let's see. This when they're talking, I feel like this is too early. I think she put it after. The problem is I already forget the timeline of how it happened. Where is it here? Okay, yeah, no, it was, she went back to tell Kinzo what happened. She didn't know that Ava, sorry, I should put my notes up on screen. This probably looks totally insane. The receipt was still in the door. Meaning no one had gone in or out in the time since. And Kinzo was not in the study when they went back to report to him. Ava reasons that maybe Natsuhi lied about Kinzo being in the study in the morning. In the first place, since the receipt proves he could not have left through the door in the time they were gone. Battler says it's possible that when they returned, or when they reported to him, that he was hiding in the room. And that is why it seems like he was gone. And at any point afterwards, he could have left, and none would be the wiser. That's sort of a very long section there, but sorry, I just kind of forgot the timeline of the receipt there. Auntie Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi stood up. It looked like they planned on leaving the parlor. In the end, it's pointless for us to continue playing detective. After all, the police will reveal everything in the end anyway. That's right. Even if we don't play the detective game when the typhoon passes, and those lively seagulls return to the harbor, everything will settle itself. Yeah. If you think about it, this kind of crime is completely trivial. It will definitely be resolved. Even if we do nothing, when the seagulls cry. Natsuhi, I'll take it that you don't want to see my face anymore. I feel the same. If I remember correctly, yesterday you had some rooms prepared for us in the mansion so that we wouldn't need to go back to the guest house, right? Should be a bath and toilet there, as well as a lock and a chain to secure the door. There's even a bed to lie on, and my husband will be able to watch TV without having to fight with Maria over which channel to watch, okay? You may do as you please, but make sure to be cautious. Thank you, Nason. And mind your own business. I'll be counting on you to keep an eye on everyone, alright? Because the killer is definitely dun 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 burm burm among us. And Nason, make sure you don't forget that you're being watched too. Haven't you made enough parting remarks? Yes, that's enough. See you, Natsuhi, Nason. Genji, please call for us when it's dinner time, and tell them we'll keep ourselves locked in with the chain. Genji, Cannon, escort them to the guest room. We'll be fine. I don't want to end up being escorted by the killer. In fact, I would be more comfortable if nobody left this room until we reach ours. Let's go, George. Is she gonna... I'll stay here. Sorry, I didn't mean to... I'll stay here with everyone else. George, the killer is in this room. Do you plan on staying in a place like that? Leaving this room would be the same as suspecting one of my relatives. I refuse to believe that anyone in our family is capable of something so horrifying. George, honey, say something to him. George is already an adult. If his code tells him not to leave this room, then it's up to him. Let him do what he wants. Father. That's cute, he trusts his judgment. Okay, so... Okay. Auntie Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi left. The only voice that called after them was the sound of the rain. Ugh. The parlor was being buried beneath the savage atmosphere. When I looked at the clock, I was surprised to find that it was already evening. Had we really spent that much time worrying, talking, fighting about such needless things? Notice how it doesn't tell you what time in game it is, ever? Like, this says 1 p.m. It's not 1 p.m., bro. If it's evening, evening isn't 1 p.m., you know? Feeling bored, I started clawing at my head when Marie and I made eye contact. Since I had thought she was completely immersed in the TV, I was a little surprised. I'll believe it now. Ooh? The letter that murders everything? It was all Beatrice. No, actually, I wish she would just come out and say that it was true. I want it to be the work of a 19th person. Otherwise, the 18 of us will have to keep on doubting each other. I think believing in a 19th person is better than that. Bringing grandfather outside without opening the doors or windows must be a piece of cake for Beatrice, right? Marie, after taking a single short breath, hung her head and then raised her face again. That's right. Locking a door is useless against a witch. Beatrice is familiar with all 72 demons. The 33rd ranked, Gap, gives the power to instantly carry the desired person to any location. Her taking a person out of any locked room isn't hard at all, you see. Witches sure are incredible. Tell her if she still plans on committing another crime to do it in a way that no human could. To make me believe that a 19th person, no, a witch exists. Alright. If I meet her, I'll tell her. Okay, interesting. Damn it. I don't even understand my own thoughts anymore. When I'm led to believe in a 19th person, I deny it. When I'm led to believe that there are only 18, I deny that too. Even though I wish that there were more than just the 18 people here, I can't accept the existence of that 19th. In short, even though there are more than 18 people, there are less than 19. The number of people in this okay, thank you, bro. The number of people can't be represented by an integer. However, it's impossible for there to be anything after the decimal point. You shouldn't be able to represent the number of people with anything but an integer. And yet, 19 is greater than x is greater than 18. Why does a fraction less than 1 play into this? It's no wonder. The 19th person is an invisible being that can't be seen. That's why in the integer representation that must be used to describe numbers of people, she can't be seen. The witch cannot be seen, because Beatrice has no body, therefore she is invisible. Is there a 19th person or not? Does the witch exist or not? The witch exists somewhere in that X. Okay. End of chapter? There we go. Okay, let me take my fucking contact out. Wait, how far do we go? We're at 7 p.m.? The two who are close, notice the title. Oh, there we go, I got it out. Okay. Let's take this off real quick. Put a note up here. Eating quickly. Put this here. And we'll chill for a bit. I'm gonna turn the game audio down a lot. Actually, I'll keep it fine on your end. I'll actually turn it down client side here, which will turn it down for both of us. There we go. It's almost not audible. One sec. I think I have my thing here. One sec. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Oh, let me grab my glasses. This will take like 2 seconds. 1 second, sorry. I forgot that I put my glasses on my nightstand. I was looking around for them earlier, which is why I put contacts in. Like, I prefer to use my glasses, because my contacts are a little bit outdated, and they're not like the proper prescription. They're like slightly too weak. I'm like a -1, I think, or a -1.25. I think I'm -1.25 on one eye and then -1 on the other. My contacts are only -0.75, so the glasses provide better vision, but they tend to give me like a tension headache. It's actually not the glasses problem. I can actually wear them totally fine and not get a headache. It's just that with my headphones, they pinch right above my ears, you know. So I've been trying to find ways to like wear them with headphones that doesn't pinch as much, and I can like kind of do it, but it's not easy. The other thing that I want to do in this little break while I eat here, also let me put the text above my notes. Let me move the text to like here. I do want to try, I'll hide this for now because I'm just going to eat, but I want to try and logic through what I was saying earlier about like why would Beatrice do the thing, if that makes sense. Like, why would she try to complete the own riddle? Like very little left of this. It won't take long. It was like the last little part of the I had like a chicken sandwich earlier today. I'll take the last like maybe third of it that I left. Mm-mm-mm. I'm like waiting for the moment where Beatrice appears in like the background somewhere that I haven't noticed. It'd be a really cool thing to do. Like I said, we might be here a while because these chapters are progressing pretty slow. I don't know how many there are, but mm-mm. Fuck, man, this thing's like falling apart. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Okay, I'm done eating. Now, I don't know if I'm gonna write this in the notes because it'll probably take up a big section, but what I'm trying to like put together, I guess, is the logic behind. Look, we're gonna do like a. I'll do it here. So, logic, brain behind epitaph. So, I'm gonna do this in. It'll all be below this here. So number one, like, one, Kinzo is probably not going to try to solve the epitaph. These are my assumptions, okay? So I should say, actually, let's mark this like assumption. Assumption. So we go to the epitaph, right? Up here. Let me get rid of the eating quickly thing. We don't need this anymore. That we know with the epitaph, right here, 6 chosen by the key. Those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. Those who remain shall praise my noble name. Gouge the head and kill. Gouge chest and kill. Stomach and kill. Knee and kill. Leg and kill. On the 9th twilight the witch revives, none are left alive. On the 10th the journey ends, you shall reach the home of gold. The witch will praise the wise and bestow the 4 treasures. One shall be all the gold, one will resurrect all the dead people's souls, one even revives all the love they possess. So the reason why I say that Beatrice is not going to solve it, we'll do R for reasoning, okay? We'll do with Beatrice's first because it's not on the top of my mind. Beatrice is not going to try and solve the epitaph. One, everything in the Ushiromiya family name is already entitled to her, she would have no benefit past her own revival to offer up her wealth or a treasure which would be able to seal her away in a non-material form, or I should say less material form again. Because one of the treasures that's gifted is to kill the witch, basically, right? Resurrects everybody, revives all the love for the witch to rest in peace, Beatrice. And we know that on the ninth twilight, the witch revives, none will be left alive. Like, at the very least, if the epitaph is performed, Beatrice will revive for 1 day before being returned to death. Right? Because she comes back. Because all of this basically, the treasure effectively gives the inheritance. I don't know if I actually agree with this anymore. Because what I'm trying to work out here in my head is we have... Let's do PAR. So the point... I'm going to get rid of this. The point that was made, the murderer, or I should say the killer is killing people as a means to make them pursue completing the epitaph. If I have the assumption, let's get rid of this too. I'll leave this for the time being. We'll see. I might copy this into something else. But then, if the killer is killing people as a means to make them pursue completing the epitaph, the assumption that I would have is that the killer is not Beatrice. But it could be someone who is enamored with / likes Beatrice. The only thing that doesn't make sense, though, is that, like, if you're Beatrice... See, this is the thing that's really weird, is that everybody is already dead after the 9th day. Or 9th twilight, technically, according to the epitaph, right? None shall be left alive. On the 10th twilight, the journey ends, you shall reach the home of the gold. See, the thing that's really weird is that why is there stuff that talks about, like, going to a journey, but then a lot of events that sort of seem like they are ordained to happen? Because this is the thing that I'm sort of confused by, right? And I'm not asking for answers, of course. It's just like thinking out loud. When you have this here, you're talking about what they were doing earlier in this chapter, in this episode rather, where they're trying to find like a very particular spot. They think that the gold might be stored like in a place that is important to Kinzo, because we are under the assumption that Kinzo is the one that wrote this epitaph. Now, we know he quite literally is the one that inscribed it in the stone, but we don't know if the epitaph came from him or if he is just like bringing the message along for somebody else. But when we look at this, it says, the key to the golden land sleeps. You who laid upon the key must journey as follows to the golden land. So this is a very interesting thing, is when it says the key, it sleeps. We don't know right now yet if the key, I said this before, we don't know if the key is a literal key in the sense of like, it is something which unlocks something, or if it is a metaphorical thing. I am more inclined to believe that the key is a metaphorical thing. And reading the epitaph literally, it kind of sounds like if this part is already happening, right? If this part has already happened, then this part must have already happened. There's no way that this earlier part could not have happened if the steps to ensure the journey are already happening. So it seems like somebody that is doing this... Okay, I don't know what I was writing here. We're getting rid of this. So my assumption is that whatever the key is, whether it's real, whether it's metaphorical, more likely, it was found prior to the events of the chapter, or of the episode. Reasoning, if the crimes that are associated with the completion of the epitaph are occurring, the key must already be in the possession of somebody. Otherwise, there would be no purpose to following through with the epitaph, as you would be killing blindly, I guess you would say, as far as the first 6 chosen by the key. So this is my first assumption, okay? That whatever the key is, I'm going to separate these. Whatever the key is, whether it's real, whether it's metaphorical, also I'll put like numbers next to them so that reading back it makes more sense. Whatever the key is, whether it's real, whether it's metaphorical, more likely, it was found prior to the events of the episode. Reasoning, if the crimes are associated with the completion of the epitaph, or that are associated with the crimes for the completion are already occurring, the key must already be in the possession of somebody. Otherwise, there would be no purpose to following through with the epitaph, or I should say / you would be following through with it incorrectly, as you'd be killing blindly as far as the 6 chosen by the key. Thus, you would be mimicking the epitaph without actually having the key. So number 1, that's the first thing. Number 2, the one thing that I'm thinking here is that I don't think I need this. Some thoughts, we'll say. But then I would say, like, assumption 2 is the problem. The thing that I'm confused about right now is I don't know if Beatrice is already like material to some degree. Because the question is, why would Beatrice care about becoming like a material body, if that makes sense, you know? Like, why would she care? Because if we... let's just do this. I'm just going to get rid of this. If the crimes associated with the completion of the epitaph are already occurring, the key must already be in the possession of somebody. Otherwise, there would be no purpose of following through with the epitaph, such you would be following through with it incorrectly, as you would be killing blindly as far as the 6 chosen by the key, thus you would be mimicking the epitaph without actually having the key. So, the only thing that I'm wondering here is, like, I guess, like, question. What would be the benefit of Beatrice coming back to life for only 1 day? If Beatrice is behind the people carrying out the epitaph, it doesn't really, or I shouldn't say, I don't really see the utility in enforcing the matter unless she had some way to not disappear, I would say, after 1 day. Let's say, however, one of the treasures quite literally talks about killing her. Hence, the rest in peace at the end, as well as undoing all of crimes associated with the epitaph. So I guess I would say the only net difference in the entire carrying out the epitaph is the gold. Assuming there isn't some other fuckery, as basically everything else will be undone if we are to trust the treasures of the witch. Okay. So this seems to track so far. And then question, what would a given person benefit from killing those who do not try to solve the riddle? The only thing that I could see is that because the problem, what I'm trying to say is, like, when you read this, right, the thing that is confusing to me about the epitaph is that what I was saying earlier, where, like, this part here has to already be completed. The only thing that's confusing is they keep talking about solving the riddle, solving the riddle, solving the riddle. Well, the part that I have highlighted right here is the only part that's the riddle, as far as we're aware right now. Unless there's another part of it which we aren't aware of yet. But the problem is that once the riddle is already solved, this part already begins. The only thing that I could see is that the only thing is it feels like this part is tied into the riddle. But the problem is this necessitates basically however many people dying. I guess what I'm trying to say is that it feels like there's something that's incomplete about this. Because the only net positive, or the only net thing that happens at the end of this, is that this entire thing happens, right? Let's say the whole thing occurs, right? You get 4 treasures, while these 2 basically just undo the entire events of the epitaph. This one gives you the gold and, like, the inheritance and the head of the family. And then this one just says, like, okay, Beatrice is finally dead. So the question would be, like, I don't think, like, what would the person benefit if we're assuming that these are not killings that are in accordance? Because this is the thing that I'm confused about, I guess, with this chapter. And, like, maybe I'm just, like, thinking too much into it and I'm, like, looping around on myself and confusing myself. But to me, it seems pretty obvious that the epitaph is being carried out already. But everyone here is talking about, like, some riddle about finding the location of the gold. And to me, it just feels kind of short-sighted. And it feels sort of weird. They're talking about, like, oh, the person is coming to collect on the interest, which means, like, they're treating even, like, the humans that bear the Ushiromiya name as being the interest. And they're going to come collect. And by collect, they mean kill them to take their souls or something. But what benefit does Beatrice get from doing that if it's her? Because if you're a person, well, the person that's killing, they can't be trying to kill people to solve the riddle, because by definition, as far as I understand it, the riddle would have already had to have been solved to start everything. Because when it says the 6 chosen by the key, like, again, unless you don't need the key first to know who are chosen by it, but then it's like, well, that seems kind of fucking stupid. And if Beatrice is behind all of this, let's say that Beatrice is the one that's killing, because that's, like, we have 2 things right now. We either have somebody that's working, like, in service to complete the epitaph and wants the gold, which, sure, that makes a little bit more sense. Or we have, like, this weird 19th entity of Beatrice that's doing this. Why the fuck would Beatrice do this to revive for 2 days and then give that person the ability to kill her forever? It just seems, like, dumb as fuck. And then you have to think a little bit about, like, the... Let me put these here, too. Oops. Because what would a person benefit from killing those who don't try to solve the riddle? I should say, like, if it's not to fulfill the epitaph, I would just say, like, characters in the game seem to be under an assumption of some kind that these are mindless killings to force people to try the riddle, and this is Beatrice collecting the interest of the Ushiromiya family. But then, like, why? I don't know. I don't see how killing the people, like, why? It seems obvious that this is just the epitaph. not that someone is forcing the hand of the others to solve the riddle. It feels like the riddle would probably have been solved prior to the game such that this person had access to the key, right? Like, this is, I guess this is like the, I don't want to belabor this point too much because I'm just going to go in circles here, but like, the real question is like, we'll put it here. Real question right here, okay? So that we can actually continue playing the game. Because we have to continue, we're completing this episode tonight for sure. Real question. Was the key found prior to the episode or not? Number 1. Real question 2. Wagering yes. And then real question 2. I don't know. I'm stuck in this thing of like, I don't know why the characters are not realizing this is a part of the epitaph. I don't like, Maria brought it up earlier when she said like 6 chosen by the key, but it was like a very like, she said it in like a very timid and like not obvious way. But I just don't understand why we have these people thinking like, real question 2, why would Beatrice collect interest on those trying to solve the riddle / complete the epitaph if the epitaph results in her returning to life? The only way it makes sense is if the person committing the murders is trying to revive Beatrice, but then also, why would she allow such a, I don't know. I just don't understand why Beatrice cares about the epitaph at all. Why does Beatrice care about the epitaph if she's already owed everything of the Ushiromiya's, including riches and life? All that would happen is she would return to life for at most 1 day before then the person who's solving the epitaph being given a treasure and able to remove her forever. I'm just going to leave it at that. Maybe I'm like, again, this might seem like nothing, but I don't know. Let's just continue. So what time is it? Chapter 13. We are at 7 p.m. on the second day in-game. Okay. The uncomfortable atmosphere continued even after those 2 left. It was thick with the idea that thinking about who the killer was would be the same as deciding who was to doubt. It had begun to feel like discussion of the incidents was itself taboo. So no one was mentioning it, at least out loud. Oh, sorry, I have to turn the game noise back up. My bad. However, those thoughts were what filled our minds. All that we couldn't say aloud made our heads feel like they were going to explode. But at least on the outside, the parlor had once again regained its calm mood, though everything was left unsettled. It feels like the rain's gone a little lighter. Ooh, still pouring down. Ooh. Even if it did stop, there's no boat on this island. But it'd be nice if the boat came quickly tomorrow. I've had enough of this Western Mansion vacation. Mom, when will the boat come tomorrow? Originally, the boat to take them back would have arrived at 3 o'clock today. They probably would have telephoned to say that they would come after the typhoon passed, but unfortunately, the telephones aren't working. But they aren't children over there. They were told this was for the purpose of dropping off and collecting our guests, so they will most likely arrive first thing tomorrow morning. Probably around 9 o'clock, I believe. It was completely black outside. When I looked at the clock, I realized that it was just past 7. I was starting to get hungry. In the kitchen, Kumasawa was cooking enthusiastically. She had laid out a variety of dishes, and while they didn't match the level of Goda's artful cooking, they were still quite gorgeous. It was an act of kindness from Kumasawa, trying to use food to enliven everyone's low spirits. Kumasawa wasn't nearly as talented as a professional cook like Goda, but she was far from unskilled. On the contrary, since she had been brought up in a fishing village, the simple food she created was sometimes very highly valued. Cannon arranged the food Kumasawa had finished creating on plates under her direction. Kennen also helped in the kitchen sometimes, but since he was rarely placed in that role, he was slightly awkward, even though he tried his best. Self-conscious about the fact that he couldn't skillfully arrange the food, Kennen's expression darkened slightly, but Kumasawa smiled to say everything was fine. Oh ho ho, it's arranged beautifully. Kennen, aren't you skilled? If it had been Shannon, it would be even more beautiful. Kennen stopped arranging the food for a bit and hung his head. Shannon was the only one who always assisted Kumasawa in her cooking. Tonight, Kennen was doing it instead. As he remembered Shannon's face and her brutal end, he grimaced. Forget it for now. Genji spoke kindly to Kennen as he advanced upon. Nanjo had escaped from the parlor once the mood had become sour, and Genji had become his opponent in a game of chess upon Nanjo's request. Yes, I will forget it for now. Good. That is probably for the best. Genji purposely faced away at Kennen's request, is that what it said? From Kennen as he spoke. He did so because he understood that it might make things tougher on Kennen if he noticed that someone was looking at his eyes. Nanjo also understood that and held back any thoughtless words. I wonder where Kinzo has gone. I hope that he is safe, but I do not know. Only I think everything is as Master hoped, as he has arranged. To distrust this would exceed my role as furniture working for the Master. Yeah, see, my whole thing that I'm a bit confused about is I feel like Kinzo has to be the one behind it. Even if Beatrice only came back for one day, right? Like, if Kinzo's trying to play the game himself, he could keep his own fortune. But if it's an inheritance, like, can it not be collected by him? Like, we're not even sure about that yet. Aren't you scared, Genji? I am frightened something bad will occur again tonight. I have nothing to be afraid of. I simply work for the Ushiromiya family. Nanjo sighed through his nose and made a carefully considered move. Nanjo was very slightly dubious. Could Genji possibly think that he would be left out of this? He couldn't begin to imagine what was happening inside the mansion, but he definitely couldn't deny the possibility that it was something of Kinzo's design. If you liken this island to chess, Kinzo had opened the game, and as a result, 6 pieces had fallen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 pieces on the board. There's 19 pieces on the board. 1 second. 19 pieces on the chessboard, CG. So you know. You have the king. There's no queen. So, no queen. Typical. 2 rooks. 5 pawns on black's side. That's the only difference, right? I think I skipped a line there by accident. Could it be that Genji was calm because he believed that he alone was outside the chessboard and safe? Nanjo thought about it. Wasn't everyone just a piece on the chessboard lined up equally without any expectations? Or any exceptions? Wasn't even Genji, who had gained more of Kinzo's trust than anyone? No. Wasn't Nanjo himself, although proud of his position as Kinzo's only close friend, just another one of the pieces laid out on the chessboard? Genji, I am really frightened about tonight. I'm hoping with all my heart that we will be safe, or we will still be safe when tomorrow's morning comes. The guest room that Eva and Hideyoshi had moved into was used to house guests before the guest house had been constructed. So until a few years ago, they had stayed in this room every family conference and were very familiar with it. This room, just like the room at a hotel, had a bedroom and a bathroom. So even though they were still shut in, it was far more comfortable than the parlor. Guess it's true you can relax more when you're alone with your immediate family. They should all just do this, shut themselves in guest rooms and lock the doors. But Natsuhi is throwing her weight around, saying no one can leave the parlor. How can any of them talk back? She always felt she was being left out in the cold, so now that Nissan's dead, she's in high spirits, thinking her time has finally come. I don't like why she's constantly against— I like Natsuhi, okay? Seriously, how shameless can she be? Come now, don't say that. Natsuhi's working pretty hard. No need to jump on her like that. And about that receipt earlier, it went too far there. Aw, come on. If I hadn't said it there wouldn't be another good time to say it. Eva, sulking cutely, sat down beside Hideyoshi, who was lying on the bed watching TV. Still, it's been a very long time since we've been alone like this. Sure has. When I think about it, both you and I have gotten older. Since George was born, everything's gone by in the blink of an eye. It really has gone by in the blink of an eye. I wonder if we were too hasty in having a child. Ava's eyes looked like they were staring off in the distance. Yes, she had thought it a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Her older brother Kraus had been unable to have a child for quite some time. 6 years passed after his marriage to Natsuhi without any signs of pregnancy, which didn't please Kinzo at all. As for Eva herself, she would be removed from the Ushiromiya register anyway once she got married, so whether a successor to the head was born or not, it was all the same to her. So she had thought. But then one day, she had a heavenly revelation. Or maybe it was the whispering of the devil that she had heard in her greed. Perhaps she could remain in the Ushiromiya register if she gave birth to a successor first. If things went well, perhaps she could even inherit the Ushiromiya family herself. When she proposed this idea to Hideyoshi, he approved of it instantly. This had not been because Hideyoshi also had greedy thoughts. For Hideyoshi, who had no close relatives, it was a chance for him to feel once more that long-forgotten thing called family. So he agreed without hesitation, not to fuss over which family name they were to keep upon getting married, and assented to having his name entered into the Ushiromiya family register. It wasn't easy to persuade Kinzo, but as his daughter, Eva knew Kinzo's personality well, so she chose the time when Kinzo was most dissatisfied with Natsuhi, and expertly managed to make him accept Hideyoshi as a son-in-law. Looking at Hideyoshi, who had achieved his success after starting from nothing, Kinzo might have seen a little bit of himself. He quickly grew to like Hideyoshi, and permitted him to transfer into the Ushiromiya register. Ushiromiya. George would eventually become the successor to the Ushiromiya family. Ushiromiya family. They had raised him strictly with that purpose in mind. George had been worth their while, and had grown into a fabulous young man, who wouldn't disappoint no matter where he went. That was why she couldn't stand that he was in love with a servant like Shannon. So when she had learned that Shannon had died, and the engagement had been invalidated, while part of her had been shocked at the gruesome crime, another part of her had been relieved that her precious George wouldn't be stolen by some servant girl. Dude, what a terrible fucking social climber. It's actually unbelievable. I always did hate Kraus. He was so full of himself, always swaggering around, so proud that he would one day become the head. I wanted to get back at him. Those were just my emotions as a child, of course, but in the end, those emotions took over my entire life. And if only that had been all. Because of those emotions, I got you and George involved, and I used you. Eva, don't blame yourself too much. Hideyoshi sat up and put his arm around Eva. You could feel a warm understanding from him. Well, I reached the halfway point in my life long ago, but you know, I've never once regretted how I've lived my life. Not once. I think that since I've been with you, Eva, I've been able to relish an enjoyable life that other men never will. After I lost my relatives in the war, you taught me once more what the warmth of family is. So I'm grateful for the Ushiromiya family, and think of it as my only family. In this life I've led with you, not a single thing has been wasted. It's really been a fun life up to today. Not a death flag being planted at all. Thank you, honey. Eva hung her head, burying her face in Hideyoshi's chest. Probably, no one in the parlor could even imagine this side of Eva existed. I'm the one who should be thanking you. This day there hasn't been a single day that I've regretted being with you. Me too. I'm so glad to have you by my side. George is already a fine adult. He's a man who can do his job well on his own, even if I'm not there looking out for him. How about it? Around New Year's, do you want to go spend some time in the Maldives? Just us two, no one else. No way. Aren't you always saying that you're so busy responding to New Year's cards that you don't even sleep? None of that this New Year's. I won't read New Year's cards. I'll just stay quiet and check to see if I've won the New Year's lottery. It'd sure be nice if we won a color TV this year. No way. I don't want to check the lottery in the Maldives. Then none of that either. Just the two of us taking our time, carrying on from when we were newlyweds just before George was born. Yeah, that does sound nice. Obviously one of them was dying here. We already knew this. I hear the Maldives are wonderful. An island with nothing on it, surrounded by beautiful coral reefs and cottages lined up over the water. Carrying on from when we were newlyweds. When will that be? As soon as I finish some business. I won't know until I ask the travel agency, but probably before New Year's Eve. No way. Right now? I want to start right now. Peevishly, or maybe coquettishly, Eva pled for his lips. The only sounds that filled the room were the distant voice of the announcer on the news, which Hideyoshi had left on, and the obnoxious pounding of the rain against the window. Two little lovebirds. There was a knock on the door and Genji entered. Madam, dinner has been prepared. Will you eat in here again? Yes, bring it here. Is Dr. Nanjo still in the kitchen? They're probably gonna go and deliver the fucking food to them and find they're dead, but then even more so, it makes me think that somebody is doing this not according to the riddle. Like it's like a copycat of the epitaph. It's somebody trying to copy it without knowing. Because it's not at twilight, right? I'm gonna Google this again one more time. Is twilight night going into day? Or day going into night? I'm pretty sure it's night going into day. dim light before sunrise, dawn, and the period of dim light after sunset, dusk. I was confusing dawn and dusk, so it can technically happen at either. Never mind. There you go, see? Yes. He said that he wishes to carefully deliberate over his next move. Do not worry, he is with the other servants. Genji's good enough at chess to be grandfather's opponent. I hear he's even better than Dr. Nanjo, you know? Is that right? I played against him long ago, but he must have let me win. Maria, sounds like it'll be our time to eat soon, but looking at you, you've been watching TV all day long and you still haven't gotten bored. Ooh. I'm always watching TV, so I'm fine. Ooh. Huh, Maria sure is a TV kid. Food's coming, so we have to clean up the table. It was still cluttered with the aftermath of the drawing contest we had all been having, using several pages torn out of Maria's notebook. Jessica began cleaning that up quickly. Still, everyone here sure can draw. Really shocking. Genji, ask Eva and Hideyoshi whether they would at least like to have dinner with us. So, I also want to note the drawing thing, that everybody here can draw, just, you know. Although they will probably turn us down. Certainly. First father, now Eva. You seem incapable of managing a full showing at the Ushiramiya dinner table. Natsuki felt her headache start throbbing again, and lightly held her temples. The distance from the kitchen to the parlor wasn't that large, so Genji had gone there and back by himself, but the guest room was a little farther away. Natsuki had warned him not to be alone without good reason, and just now Nanjo had also admonished him, saying that it would be better if he held a little more concern for his safety. Genji took Kanon with him, and the two of them went to visit Eva and Hideyoshi in their guest room. Genji knocked on the door. Eva, Hideyoshi, dinner has been prepared. He waited a short while for them to come out, but there was no response. Genji, look at this. Kanon pointed under the door. Oh my god, a Western-style envelope had been inserted under it. Normally when something was inserted this way, it would be interpreted as a message from someone outside to someone in the room. So since this might be a private note meant for Eva and Hideyoshi, it was not something that Kanon and Genji were supposed to take interest in. But this Western-style envelope was Kinzo's envelope, the same as the one Maria had taken out last night and surprised everyone with. There's no mistake. It's the Master's envelope. Or, although it had been Kinzo's envelope, the author of the letter Maria had read aloud last night had not been Kinzo. Genji continued knocking a little harder and called out in a loud voice. Eva? Eva? It is Genji. Are you there? Please answer, Eva. There was no response from inside. Sometimes when the servants went to call some guest for a meal, the guests would be sleeping so deeply that they wouldn't wake up. In times like that, the servants would stick a letter in the door to show that they had called by, and then leave the guest be. However, despite that, Genji beat even harder on the door and called out Eva's name. That's an interesting thing. So, number one, letter at Eva and Hideyoshi's door. Narrator mentions how servants would leave letters for guests who didn't answer in the past. Makes, it's just like a weird correlation again. Despite that, Genji beat even harder on the door and called out Eva's name, but there was no answer. Kanon stuck his ear up the door and holding his breath listened for any sounds coming from inside. I hear something that sounds like the television, but I don't sense anyone. The room might be empty. Genji took out a handkerchief and carefully not to touch it with his bare hands, gently pulled out the envelope which had been stuck under the door. It had been sealed with deep red sealing wax. Without a doubt, the mark on that sealing wax had come from the Ushiramiya family head's ring. Eva. Eva! Please answer. Are you still in your room? Even so, there was still no answer. There was a chance that the two were aimlessly walking around the mansion. This was the home Eva had grown up in. There was plenty of reason to think that she had gone out on a casual stroll. Genji groped around in his pocket and pulled out a bundle of keys, including the one that would open the guest room. Genji. Kanon also understood what this meant. They would sometimes unlock a guest door so they could go in and do things like make the bed, but only after they had made sure the guest was out. To unlock the door for a separate reason, and especially to do so when there was a chance the guests were still in there, and without their permission, was an action unbecoming of a servant. However, Genji had decided, if the only problem had been that his knock hadn't received a reply, he wouldn't have gone this far. But the envelope under the door was doubtlessly Kinzo's, or rather one of the Western-style envelopes of the Ushiramiya family head. And after last night, the sender of this envelope could be someone other than Kinzo. If this letter had been sent by someone other than Kinzo... Eva, my apologies. Allow me to enter your room. Beginning that final notice, Genji stuck one of the keys from the bundle into the keyhole. Also, of note of this, we'll just say that Genji has a bundle of keys of keys on his person. Unknown if this has all keys, or if this is just a thing all the servants have. That has a select few. But just to keep note. There was the sound of the door unlocking, and then he slowly turned the knob and slowly started opening the door. Light seeped through the crack of the door. Were they in the room, or had they forgotten to turn out the lights? Clank. It was the sound of the door chain being pulled tight. The chain had been secured. The chain couldn't be secured from the outside. That meant that they were in the room now. The sound of the voices on the TV seeped out of the room. The lights, the chain, and the TV. All of these things made it clear they were in the room. But there was no sign of them. Genji called to Ava once again through the crack of the door, but there was no answer. Genji, what should we do? As part of their job, the servants were able to unlock almost any lock in the mansion, but they had no way to open a door with a chain. The only way to get by the chain was to cut it. That was certainly not permitted as part of a servant's usual work. Creepy chill was already rushing up their backs. Cannon held his breath again and tried to sense someone through the door, but even so, he was not able to sense anyone. I'll go call Madam. Cannon, cut the chain. Yes. As Cannon rushed away hurriedly to get a cutting tool, he was called back by Genji. Wait, Cannon. Go back to the kitchen and take... I was gonna say, that's a good comm by Genji there, good comms. Whatever you do, do not act alone. Yes, certainly. It looked like Cannon was wondering why he had to do something so troublesome in the middle of this urgent situation, but Genji had said it out of wariness. He didn't care what happened to himself, but in the worst case scenario, he didn't want anything to happen to Cannon. Oh, my eyeballs itchy. In the kitchen was Kumasawa, who was piling food on the serving cart, and Nanjo, who seemed to have thought a move that would turn the tables on Genji, who seemed to have thought of a move, and had been awaiting his return, wanting to show him. But he immediately realized that something was wrong with Genji's demeanor. Oh, what has happened, Genji? Dr. Nanjo, my apologies, but please allow me to suspend this match for a time. Cannon, take care of the chain. Kumasawa, stop setting up dinner for now and accompany Cannon. I will go over to Madam. If you would come with me, Dr. Nanjo. Has something happened? Genji took Nanjo, who still didn't know what was going on, and quickly left the kitchen. Kumasawa, my apologies, but please come with me. What happened, Cannon? Unable to take in the situation, Kumasawa said almost exactly the same thing as Nanjo, and chased after Cannon, who had flown out into the hallway. Accompanied by Kumasawa, Cannon went to the storehouse, and from amongst the tools packed in toolboxes and hanging on the walls, he looked for a tool that could be used to cut the chain. What are you looking for? I will help. We're cutting through a door chain. Where was that large bolt cutter? A door chain? But why would you do something like that? The chain is locked to Ava and Hideyoshi's room. Even though they should be inside, when we called to them, they didn't answer. It took Kumasawa some time to figure out how cutting the chain and Ava and Hideyoshi not answering were connected, but she did realize that this was an urgent situation. This will probably... Cannon took down a very large bolt cutter that had been hanging on the wall. It was called a cutter, but maybe it would be easier to understand if described as having the shape of a large... Yes, this is what a bolt cutter is if you have never seen a bolt cutter before. Yes, exactly. He recalled being warned that it was a dangerous tool that could easily cut through one of your fingers. It's true, you definitely would not want to do that. Probably would not feel very good. But hey man, what do I know? Cannon took that and rushed up the stairs. He knew it instinctively. He should fight for every minute, every second to open it quickly, or maybe already. Please wait, Cannon. Hurry. Kumasawa eventually caught up with him, gasping for breath with both hands on her knees. When Cannon changed his grip on the bolt cutters and looked up at the door, he let out an ah, struck speechless. Oh. What is this? Kumasawa screamed weakly, her face pallid. That was no surprise, because right there on the door, just like the magic circle that had been drawn on the shutter of the Rose Garden storehouse, there was another eerie shape drawn with paint that looked like blood. However, it was dubious whether this one could be called a magic circle, because unlike when most people would think of as a magic circle, this wasn't a circle with shapes drawn inside it. It looks like a doorway, or a gateway. We're gonna take a note here and say that in the time that Genji and Cannon left, from Ava and Hideyoshi's room, for the time that Cannon returned with the bolt cutters, an intricate drawing in blood/blood-like substance was made. However, the strange non-alphabetical characters written in the gaps of the figure were without a doubt the same as the magic circle on the shutter. But the one thing that had Cannon struck speechless was not how eerie the magic circle was. Only moments ago this hadn't been here. Yeah. He had returned to the kitchen for a short while. He had then gone to the storehouse to grab a tool and headed right back. Put those together and it couldn't have been more than 5 minutes. Canon says it was done in less than 5 minutes. How could someone add something this creepy during that period of time? And as though it had just been drawn, almost like the door itself was bleeding. Several unsettling vertical red lines slowly dripped down, getting longer and longer, so it was fresh too. The blood, I'll just say, was still dripping. The drawing is fresh. Kumasawa's knees gave way, and she sank down on the spot. If Kumasawa hadn't done this first, then Canon surely would have wanted to. Beatrice. It's the work of Beatrice. How horrid, how horrid. Canon gulped, then readied the bolt cutter and approached the door. He didn't want to get close to this disturbing magic circle, and he really didn't want to touch the steadily dripping substance that looked like blood. But if he didn't get close, he couldn't cut the chain. Fighting this cold feeling, he gulped again, and after gathering his courage, went even closer, putting the bolt cutter up against the chain. He then pressed with all of his strength and cut through the chain far more easily than he had imagined. The cut chain fell into 2 separate parts, which continued to clang as they swayed back and forth. Canon, by your feet, an envelope. And isn't that the master's? It looked like Kumasawa had also noticed the Western-style envelope at the bottom of the door, and that the sealing wax had been sealed with the head's ring. Canon was lost for just a second over whether he should open the letter first or check inside the room, but he decided on prioritizing his original purpose. Canon pulled a handkerchief out of his pocket. This was so he wouldn't leave fingerprints on the door. If his worst fears had been realized, the police would want to investigate this room too. He slowly pushed the door open. He was able to hear the sound of the television that had been seeping out slightly more clearly now. Eva? Eva was face up on the bed. On the bed with her shoes still on. Kumasawa, who had fearfully entered after Canon and who was hiding behind his back, screamed a short again when she saw Eva like that. Eva's shoes had been the first part of her that Canon had seen, so the incongruity of wearing shoes in bed was the first thing that entered his mind. But after he shifted his line of sight towards Eva's head, Canon couldn't help but let out a short scream like Kumasawa. Right in the middle of Eva's forehead, something was set there? Growing there? No. No, right in the center of her forehead, an old-fashioned knife or some weapon like that was stuck right in. Jesus Christ. Eva is found dead. A weapon is still lodged in the center of her forehead. She is still clothed with shoes on. From the base where it was stuck in, the blood dripped down, staining the sheets on the other side bright red. Kumasawa's knees gave way once more and she sank down onto the floor. Her mouth kept flapping open and closed, but she couldn't even scream. Eva, with some kind of weapon sticking out of her forehead, was dead. Both eyes were open wide, and the image of the person who killed her must have been burned into them. But the mouth with which to speak that truth had already been eternally sealed. Even though the forehead was the last place they wanted to look. Is the blood moving in the background? Am I like bugging the fuck out? It's not moving. They couldn't tear their eyes from it. Right there the weapon was stuck into Ava's forehead, standing almost perfectly upright. And on the handle was designed so complicated you could never expect to see it on an ordinary weapon. That thing could be summed up with the word occult. It was a vulgar object, a design that must have been of some demon. What about Hideyoshi? Hideyoshi! Ava was on top of her bed, but the other bed was empty. Where was Hideyoshi? After taking a backward glance at Kumasawa, still on her knees and stupefied, he checked the bathroom just in case. At the moment he opened the door, he was greeted by steam and the sound of the shower. The bathroom was of the same familiar style as most hotel bathrooms, containing both a bath and a toilet. When taking a shower, a waterproof curtain was used to keep water from flying out. Oh my god. There actually is CG art of a dead person. This is the first time in Higurashi or Thing that waterproof curtain was half open, and lying tumbled out in the bathtub was Hideyoshi, completely naked, both eyes still open, and those eyes were pointed right at Canon. Just like Ava, a weapon with a demonic design was stuck in his forehead. Since his head had been under the hot water of the shower the whole time, his face wasn't covered and filthy with blood like Ava's had been. Hideyoshi is found dead with the shower on. Both killed the same way, with an apparently similar occult dagger of sorts. But the sight of him dead while still taking a shower was tragic enough. Just then, Nazuhi's voice rang through the hall. She was probably coming with Genji. Again with this graffiti. What about this letter? What does it say inside? I've not yet read it. We shouldn't touch it carelessly. The culprit's fingerprints might be left on it. We should hand it over to the police. They went out of their way to leave it here. I'm sure they wouldn't have left fingerprints. Stating this with finality, Natsuki picked up the envelope. Before checking its contents, she entered the room herself, where she found Ava dead. Ava! Madam, Hideyoshi is here too. This is truly atrocious. Cannon, turn off the shower. Don't let this be any more pitiful than it needs to. Yes. Cannon gripped his handkerchief and twisted the valve, turning off the shower. In the bathtub, a small bottle of body soap had fallen with its cap off. It really looked like he had been attacked right in the middle of taking a shower. A spray of blood still clung slightly to the white bathtub, and the combination of red and white made a horrible contrast. Dr. Nanja, I understand. No signs of post-mortem lividity. Rigor mortis hasn't begun either. I'd say barely an hour has passed since they were killed, if that. But even so, how a weapon with such a short handle could do that to the skull, I can't imagine. Nanja checked their pulse and their pupils, making certain of their deaths once more. As Kennen watched this business-like treatment, he thought, couldn't you tell at a glance that they're dead without doing all that? Nanja thought about removing the weapon, but after deciding that, where possible, it would be better to hand the scene over to the police without disturbing it, he left it alone. I think you could take it out, because you have two victims killed in the exact same way. I feel like you could just say that it was the exact same way, you know? However, close examination of the base revealed that it had no blade. Or rather, it wasn't shaped like a flat blade, but was conical. You noticed that rather than a knife, it was more like a short-handled spear, something with a shape better suited for thrusting than slicing. Apparently, it's not a dagger, but a conical, engraved spearhead of sorts. Kind of like a fence spike. Rather than a short spear, some people might call it a thick ice pick. At any rate, the original hideous purpose for which this weapon with its unsettling design was made, and exactly how that purpose was carried out, were both displayed here in such a glaring fashion that there was absolutely no need to use words, or further words to describe it. Natsuki, hoping to escape the repulsive steam filling the bathroom as soon as she could, covered her mouth with a handkerchief and dashed from the room. Just viewing their gruesome bodies for an instant had been enough to burn the image into her eyes. If she looked any longer, the image would surely remain in her vision for all eternity. The rising urge to vomit was exactly the same feeling she'd had that morning at the garden storehouse. For a while, Natsuki couldn't help but stand with her back facing the guest room, fighting that sickness in her stomach. Anyway, we can't let the kids, we can't let George see this room. Quickly, close the room up. Gracious, no, it shouldn't be shown to them. If George saw his parents in this brutal state. But the recklessly approaching footsteps were obviously George's, even before he came flying into the room. George and the other children had been waiting in the parlor. But when they had seen Genji call Natsuki out, and had noticed her turn pale and fly out of the room, they had felt that he might have been the bearer of bad news. But when they saw a large group of people gathered around the guest room, they were sure of it. Father! Mother! What is this? Another magic circle. Auntie Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi are safe, right? Hey, Cannon. What's this all about? Badler. Cannon didn't have anything to say. George's screams after he ran into the room told them everything they needed to know. Who did this? I'll kill you, I'll kill you. George, hang in there, dear. Natsuki touched George's shoulder with her hand, but he violently shook her off. George collapsed on the floor beside Ava and buried his face in the bed in front of his mother's feet, wailing. Her face wailing. Then he pounded on the bed with his fist over and over again. George. Hang in there. Huh, Badler? Badler. Badler had his back against the wall of the hallway, and was without restraint covering his eyes with his right hand and weeping. Horrible. That's horrible. He proposed to the girl he loved and lost her the next day, and on the same day even his mom and dad were killed. Isn't that just way too harsh? So I'm gonna drop this a little bit. Of course he felt sorry for everyone who had died. But Badler felt far more sorry for those who had been left alone by the deaths of others. Everyone here had now lost someone close to them. George wasn't the only one he felt sorry for. However, George's pain was far greater than everyone else's. Badler. Sure, all people die sooner or later. But if you're human, the day is going to eventually come when you've got to fight the sorrow of losing someone close to you. But still, shouldn't that day be far in the future for Aniki? And shouldn't those deaths visit him one at a time? Horrible. It's too horrible. Bastard. Bastard. Don't you have the slightest bit of human compassion? Battler, don't cry, don't cry. Maria tried to comfort Battler in a mechanical-sounding voice. Battler violently wiped his tears. Ah, damn it, I won't cry anymore. Tears of regret, tears of sadness, I won't shed them again. It's no goddamn good at all. The witch is backing us into a corner. We're always on the defensive, and that's no good. It's no goddamn good. I'll flip over the chessboard. That bastard probably thinks of us like sheep, just cowering in fear until tomorrow with no way of running. But guess what? I'll flip it over. That bastard can't escape this island until tomorrow either. We won't be the ones hiding away pissing ourselves. That fucker will. I'll expose you. You'll see. By tomorrow. No, forget tomorrow. Tonight. Before the night's over, I'll be gripping you by the collar. I want to wait for it to hit a lull, because the one thing I think is worth pointing out is why George has been targeted so heavily. Also, again, notice we have a time not listed. Unlisted time, unlisted time, unlisted time. That means this will be important. Boiler room. This is a new chapter, actually. Wow, I rolled over. Okay. At any rate, we'll lock this room and leave everything as it is until the police come. All agreed? Natsuhi proclaimed as though she didn't care whether they agreed or not. If anyone had a right to object, it would have been George, but he looked as though he had shed enough tears. Still facing away from him, George nodded slightly and rose to his feet. And everyone else agreed in response. Natsuhi still hadn't opened the head's Western-style envelopes she had picked up. But since they would all be leaving the room now, she decided that she would unseal it in the parlor where everyone else could watch. As soon as they walked out of the hallway to head back to the parlor, some of them immediately felt something out of place, or maybe sensed something strange. Ugh. Inky. You noticed it too, Maria. What is that stench? It smells awful. As they all sniffed the air, they did notice a horribly foul burnt smell, unlike anything any of them had ever smelled before, drifting through the hallway. I'll go quickly to check the kitchen. I'm sure I turned the flame off. After noticing a burnt smell, it was natural that Kumasawa, who had just been cooking in the kitchen, suspected that her own clumsiness had caused it. Kumasawa hastily dashed away. Kanon, go with Kumasawa. Do not let her be alone. Yes. After nodding at Genji's orders, Kanon went chasing after her. The others, although they did not run, also followed in order to search for the source of the smell. Is it like sulfur, brimstone? What do we... Stinky. Ooh. Truly is a stench that makes the nose wrinkle. Because I wonder if it's going to be like fire and brimstone is like the meaning. Because if it smells like sulfur, aka... Because I believe brimstone is a sulfurous rock. I will look very quickly to confirm this, but I am quite sure that brimstone... Okay, of course, I search it up and it's giving me a fucking movie. Brimstone rock. The mineral sulfur, specifically in its crystalline or rock form, yeah. So it quite literally is just an archaic name for sulfur. So if it's a sulfurous smell, we know that brimstone and sulfur are associated with demons. So truly is a stench that makes the nose wrinkle. However, I'm not sure it would be safe to open a window for ventilation. Natsuhi was reluctant to open the windows in a situation where self-defense was so important. Let us run the fan. I do not believe there will be any need to open the windows. George, is it okay if I talk to you? If it's about finding the killer, then I have no problems. It seemed that George had already climbed out of the abyss of his sorrow. All that filled his chest now was the quiet flame of hatred toward the killer who had stolen the lives of his beloved parents. The chain for the room was set. From what I could tell by looking at it, I'm positive that it couldn't be opened from the outside. In other words, that means it was a perfect locked room. Yes, it does. In the case of the Rose Garden storehouse, they might have sneaked the shutter's key out of the servant's room, or maybe they had a duplicate key. I can imagine many ways they could have done it. But the chain is different. Among generally used locking techniques, a chain is the simplest one to create a locked room with. Only a chain will block everyone coming from the outside as long as it isn't physically broken. So does this mean that the culprit couldn't have gone in or out of the door? I mean, unless they somehow were able to, like, break the chain and, like, fuse it back together or something? Wait a minute, pause. Isn't that... I'm pulling up my notes. I'm calling my shot that this is correct, and the only reason why I say this is because I remember Kanon saying that, oh, it was so easy to cut the bolt on the door. somebody fused that fucking chain back together, whether they adhesived it and glued it, or whether they fused it back together, like welded it together. I think welding would probably not be it, because it'd probably be quite obvious. I would imagine it's more like glued or stuck back together in some way. But, sorry, oops. Does this mean that the culprit couldn't have gone in or out through the door? It's interesting. Just a few hours ago, I seem to remember everyone making a fuss over how to get out of a room without using the door. Back then, everyone had been making a fuss over how grandfather had disappeared from his room. Because of the receipt that Auntie Ava had stuck in the door on a whim, it was revealed that the door had remained sealed, and since Aunt Natsuhi had been the only person to enter or exit during that time, she had come under suspicion. Auntie Ava had proposed a theory about how Aunt Natsuhi might have thrown grandfather out the window, and left by the door herself. But this door is much simpler. It was sealed from the inside by the door chain. The window had also been closed from the inside, and their bodies had been in the room. This time it really was, without exaggeration, a true locked room. That's right. If you include grandfather's disappearance, 3 incidents have occurred, and all 3 times the door has been the point of interest. The first was the shutter. Wait, this is actually a good point. Let me write this down. I didn't even think about all of them. It is pointed out. I'll put the notes back on. I wish I had like a thing. Can I have like a keybind to like hide and unhide this? Let me see if there's a way I can do this. Settings. Hotkeys. There is actually. If I do this. Okay, sick. That does work. You know what I really want? I'm gonna make one. I'm gonna make a macro pad. Sorry, this is very random, but pointed out that all the I actually want to switch the keybind because I have it on up and down arrow and it's a little bit annoying when I do that. 1 second. Gotta be like 2 that are better here. Do that. Much better. But all the mysteries so far associated with death or disappearances have to do with weird entranceways to where the corpses / people disappeared from. Interesting. There was a key in the servant room, and if we assume someone knew about this, this can't really be called a locked room. The next was the door sealed by the receipt. However, since Aunt Natsuhi had entered the room, she could have let grandfather out through the window, or have thrown him out, and she would have been able to lock the window before leaving. Or, like my crazy theory, he could have hidden until the receipt was gone and left the room later. Basically, this door can be defeated with a handful of desperate tricks. In that sense, you can't really call this one a locked room either. The thing is, too, though, the door was also locked, you gotta remember. So if I go back here, and I go to the notes, also the hotkey is so sick already. I'm loving it. Even if the chain was cut, then refused back together, the door when Genji and Kanon arrived was also locked, meaning whoever left the room after fusing the chain together also must have had the ability to lock the door. More sus on one of the servants / someone with access to keys. Maybe Natsuhi. Okay. And now we have the door sealed with the door chain. Finally, we have to give up. The window, the door, everything had been locked from the inside. It was a perfect locked room. The first hadn't been a locked room because everyone could be suspected. The second hadn't been a locked room because Aunt Natsuhi could be suspected. But this time, no one can be suspected. This room was a perfect locked room, sealed by a door chain that denied access equally to everyone. Yes, unless someone made it appear as though it was a locked room when it wasn't. Nice fucking pose to flip around and have Beatrice behind you. In that case, did the culprit carry out the crime without entering the room? Some method from outside the room. Good thought. It is a chain, so even though it can't be opened wide enough for a person to fit through, you can open it a small crack. The culprit could knock on the door to make them peer out before attacking them, or wait, is that naive? Yeah, it definitely is, because how the fuck did they transport the body into the shower? And she would have been lying next to the door. Yeah, if they were both like on top of each other, sure, but if Auntie Ava's body had been lying right next to the door, then it might have been possible, because you could have said that Ava killed the thing, but she was on the bed in the center of the room, and Uncle Hideyoshi was even in the bathroom. Looking from the crack in the door, you couldn't even see them, and you couldn't reach them with your hands either. Damn it, this is no goddamn good at all. I don't have a clue. Something was tugging softly at my sleeve. It was Maria. Here comes Maria, CG. Oh no. Ugh. Satisfied? What do you mean, satisfied? Kihihihi. Battler, since you didn't want to doubt any of your relatives, you made a wish saying that you wanted the culprit to be Beatrice, right? Well, Beatrice granted your wish. Just as you said, she did it in a way that no human could, to make you believe in the witch. But notice, I think we are doing a Higurashi thing. There is a way that you can break this. Fuck, now I'm starting to wonder if Beatrice exists at all. I don't think she does. Or if she does, it's like a Hanyu type deal. Yet you're being stubborn. Ouch! I tapped Maria, who was laughing unpleasantly, on the head with my fist. Sure. Thanks for granting it. That was an expression of my gratitude, and a free lesson in not laughing at times like this. More importantly, tell me. There was more mysterious graffiti on the door to Auntie Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi's room. What was that? Another magic circle? It has an especially memorable and characteristic design, so I'd hoped you'd at least know that one. Ouch! I don't know. That's why I've handed the stage over to you. Quit whining and explain. You sure are violent, Battler. I won't tell you if you're too mean. Get it? Ouch! Ooh, I'll say it, you brutish man. That's the first magic circle of the moon. What does it mean? What is the magic circle's benefit? What does the Hebrew writing mean? Hebrew, I can't speak Hebrew. The words are from the Old Testament, Psalm 107, verse 16. Again, it's verse 16 again. The next circle also had a psalm verse. Dude, if you're like a Bible thumper, you must be loving this. I don't mean that in a derogatory way. I know people say it that way, but I just don't really know any other way to say that. But if you're like really versed, quite literally, also Psalm 107, verse 16. I'm gonna go Google this first before I, Psalm, I want 106. Verse 16. Well, I mean, if this is the King... Oh, see? Again, it switched me to the New International. Nuh-uh, I want the King James version, bro. Psalm 106. 16. Oh, no, this was the same in both, actually. And it reads... They envied Moses also in the camp, and Aaron the saint of the Lord. Well, that's not exactly at all what it was. Oh, I put 106. See, look at me, I can't count. Or he hath broken the gates of brass and cut the bars of iron in sunder. So it's a slightly different, it's probably just because they had it translated to Japanese and translated back to English. Because the quote that I see here is, for he hath broken the gates of brass and cut the bars of iron into sunder. Or in sunder, sorry. Which, it just replaced sunder with cut through. For he has broken the gates of brass and cut through bars of iron. Kind of the same, you're sort of switching. This magic circle has two effects. First, it can open any door regardless of the method used to lock it. That sure is convenient magic. So your witch is proclaiming this to be a door that can't be opened without relying on the power of magic. And the other effect... It takes the unopening door as a representation of an unassailable situation and opens it. By using it in a difficult situation, it gives you a solution you hadn't even thought of until then. To put it simply, it grants the powers of observation and discernment, inspiration and intuition. That means fucking nothing. Beatrice was trying to provoke you lowly humans, since she thinks there's no way you could ever understand how this door was opened. Okay, thank you. Putting it in more as maybe my pea-brain understand. Ouch! Alright, good work. Now shut up. Suits me fine. I accept that witch's challenge. Maria, things like witches and demons don't exist in this world. Someone killed mother and father. I don't know whether that someone was someone I know or not, but either way, it was definitely a human. Yeah, but how? How did they reach them through a crack in the door that couldn't have been more 10 centimeters wide? At any rate, I can hardly stand the stench. Can you tell me what it is? It's probably brimstone, right? What in the world could it be? Maria's gonna say, oh, it's brimstone. Kenan and Kumasawa, who had gone ahead, realized before they even reached the kitchen that the smell wasn't coming from there. That was because, on their way to the kitchen, they noticed that an even thicker wave of stench was rising up from the stairs leading to the basement. Oh my god, the boiler room, bro. The guy's probably Kinzo's probably dead as fuck in there. That's probably what it is. It's probably like a decomposing corpse. Might not be brimstone. The boiler room. I wonder if there's something wrong with the boiler again. The stairs led to an underground boiler room. The mansion's boiler was old and had been playing up recently. Both of them had witnessed problems with the boiler on several occasions, but they had never smelled it belching out a stench like this before. Slam. What was that sound? The sound they had heard from the basement had definitely been the sound of a door closing. Although she did phrase it as a question, Kumasawa too had already realized that the sound couldn't have been anything else. Kumasawa was so surprised at the sound that her knees gave way yet again and she cowered, because at that very moment, no one could have been in the boiler room. Just a few seconds ago, everyone had been crowded together in Ava and Hideyoshi's room, so who caused the sound of a door closing just now? Someone who feigned themselves as being dead? Cannon. Instantly gathering the situation, Cannon ran down towards the basement, because is there a chance that Nanjo didn't check every single body? Since they had heard the sound of the door closing just now, and there was no trace of someone climbing the stairs, it meant that the person who had closed the door was now inside the boiler room. If the boiler room had been a dead end, Cannon wouldn't have rushed in so hastily, but Cannon was a servant, so he knew. There were two entrances, one that opened to the mansion, and one that opened to the courtyard. If he didn't chase them now, they might slip away. Kumasawa reached the same conclusion long after Cannon did, but she couldn't let him go alone. If the thing in the boiler room was the killer, an opponent who had easily killed 6 adults in the first murder, then Cannon would be no match if he simply confronted them alone. Of course, by this argument, Kumasawa joining him alone wouldn't mean anything, but at any rate after a delay, Kumasawa decided that she mustn't let Cannon go alone, and she dashed down the stairs. Okay. Ugh. At that time, Cannon was already in the boiler room. The boiler room's characteristic damp heat tormented him. It had always been an unpleasant, smelly, and hot place. On top of that, the room was full of that horrible stench, which made Cannon feel like he was going to be sick. There was no doubt that this room was the origin. In that case, Cannon should have been searching for where the smell was coming from. However, Cannon kept gazing straight forward as he grabbed a hatchet from a tool shelf just off to the side of the door. Did I read that right? Yes, I did. He hadn't stretched out his hand because he wanted a hatchet. He had wanted to grab a weapon. Any weapon. Why? Cannon gazed into the darkness where the naked light bulb couldn't pierce. Then he answered. In roulette, you bet on a number of colors, red and black, vying for a payoff. However, low-risk bets like red or black only offer a similarly low payoff. The words coming from Cannon's mouth were swallowed up by the darkness. The darkness suddenly started to swirl, glittering. Kinzo? Oh! 3 butterflies this time. It was a very fantastical scene. Golden sparkling butterflies that hid in the shadows all over the boiler room, flapped their wings, twinkling beautifully, and disappeared into the darkness, gathering together. Cannon continued speaking, directing his words at the darkness as it swallowed the butterflies up. But as the butterflies gathered in the darkness, they... perhaps, probably, no, they must have laughed. But Cannon continued to speak without faltering in the slightest. On the other hand, if you bet on something of a lower probability, you receive a payoff proportional to the risk. The master called succeeding despite an astronomical risk a miracle, and called the astronomical payoff gained as a result magic. I have no interest what kind of magic you and the master were seeking when you spun that roulette. But you forget something. You forget that roulette has a pocket that is neither red nor black. The green pocket. Roulette has a special pocket called 0, which means the house takes everything in certain variants of the game, meaning that all the coins bet on the table will be swept up, just as though everyone is forfeit. I set my heart on one thing, that if Shannon were to be killed and I was left alive, I would bring this roulette of yours to ruin, even at the cost of my life. This isn't one of the master's rules, and it certainly isn't one of yours. I made this rule myself. I'm not furniture anymore. I'm the 0 on your roulette. Okay, pause. Bro's popping off, but let's, oops. Cannon states that should Shannon die, he will take it upon himself to break the roulette. Like the green pocket on a roulette wheel. Okay. Cannon's face twisted with humiliation. It was clear that he had been dealt ridicule in response to his self-denial. Cannon's brow creased even further, and a fierce expression that he had never shown anyone before appeared on his face. The hand grasping the hatchet was shaking. His sweat became drops which slid down. It was clear that the emotion causing Cannon's hand to shake was not anger alone. However, Cannon suppressed that emotion. I won't let your words lead me astray again. This is where the demon's roulette ends. Wait another 1,000 years in hell for your next summoner. Beatrice. No. When Cannon swung the hatchet upward and tried to dive into the darkness definitely sneered. It sneered at the courage as vulgar, lazy, futile, and meaningless. Something louder. Whoa. The fuck was that? Cannon, his hatchet still held aloft. Couldn't take another step after that. With a clang, the hatchet that Cannon had been grasping fell and rolled on the ground. Well, it's a hatchet, I don't think they really roll, but... And following that with a pair of thuds, Cannon's knees hit, left and right. The hand which looked like it was trying to catch the sky now that the hatchet had been dropped, gradually lowered. And rested on his chest. Then the other hand did the same. Ooh. They're trying to strike down the witch. Right there was a handle with a demon-shaped design engraved upon it. The same type of weapon that had been stabbed into Eva and Hideyoshi's foreheads was in Cannon's chest. Huh, okay, pause. And Cannon tries to attack what appears to be Beatrice in the basement. Or I should say in the basement, in the boiler room, which probably is also the basement, but in the boiler room. His attack is somehow rebuked, and in a flash, he has he has the same occult dagger / spearhead thing stuck into his chest. Seems like once the roulette has started, you may not be able to forcefully stop it via killing Beatrice / maybe the person who started it? Okay, sorry, I actually didn't show it, but there you go. Ugh, fresh blood dribbled from the corner of Cannon's mouth as it twisted in anguish. It was makeup too powerful for Cannon's white skin. Huh. Around this scene, the glittering gold butterflies danced mesmerizingly through the darkness. It was a beautiful, beautiful dance. A funeral march of tribute, ridicule, and contempt for a single boy's self-sacrifice. Cannon had already been prepared for his own death, but he attempted one last measure of resistance to reject death in at least the form it had been delivered to him. With both hands he grasped the handle of the weapon sticking into his chest, and gritting his teeth at the acute, unearthly pain, ripped it out. He pulled it out. Ooh, Jesus. For only a moment, a bright red spray gushed out. It made an unpleasant bloop sound. It probably resembled the sound of Cannon's soul as it was sucked into the swamp of the dead. Can I get CG art? Cannon! Someone! Kumasawa screamed at the incomprehensible sight in front of her. Cannon was lying in a pool of blood. Kumasawa's heart was a complete mess. Ah, what a terrible fate. He wouldn't have been killed if I had been with him. Ah, what incredible fortune. If I had been with him, I might have been killed too. As she screamed, her expression was filled with complete confusion, and all the muscles of her face were pulled up, almost as though she was smiling while crying. No one could have made fun of an expression such as this. What is it, Kumasawa? Answer me, Kumasawa. The first one to dash in was Natsuhi with rifle at the ready. Badler and Genji dashed in after her. Normally they probably would have started discussing the origin of that violent stench filling the boiler room, but after they saw Cannon, who was lying on the ground as if he were drowning in an ocean of his own blood, the stench wasn't important anymore. Cannon, answer me! Genji, bring Dr. Nanjo here. Natsuhi realized that even though Cannon was on the verge of death, he was still conscious, so she sent Genji to get the doctor. Natsuhi, holding the rifle aloft, faced the darkness in the center of the boiler room and shouted, "Who's hiding over there? Come out quietly. If you don't come out from there, I'll shoot without mercy. A flashlight. Auntie, let's light him up." Nothing. Battler, thinking quickly, took a large flashlight from the tool shelf alongside the door and used its light to cut through the darkness Natsuhi was glaring into. But its light only shone on mechanical-looking piping and a door. The door had been left open in a small crack, and it was obvious that someone had left through there in a hurry. Okay, so the door in the boiler room was left open a crack, seemingly as if someone fled through it. Natsuhi, where does that door go? Genji, where does that door lead to? The courtyard. Like hell I let you get away, you damn bastard. Battler let a war cry as he slammed into the door. Cool air from outside suddenly rushed in. There were some thin, rough stairs leading up. Battler ran up them, shouting, "Wait, Battler, it's dangerous to be alone." Natsuhi also rushed up the stairs, chasing after Battler. At the top was the courtyard. The courtyard of the mansion had been built strictly for lighting purposes, so it wasn't a very elegant place. Because it was surrounded on all sides, the air was calm and completely undisturbed, even though they could hear the sound of strong winds. There was only the gentle, sorrowful rain. Through the cold scattered raindrops, Battler dashed up the stairs and into the courtyard, where he looked in every direction. Of course, the odds of him finding a suspicious silhouette just standing around nonchalantly was pretty much zero. Battler turned around looking in all directions. He turned again and again. He kept spinning until he almost lost his sense of direction. He prayed that he would see the culprit somewhere in this scenery. But there was no chance. All he saw as he spun more and more of the mansion's heartless walls and windows. Jesus fuck, can't speak. Furthermore, there were two entrances into the mansion from the courtyard, and neither of them were locked. Because the courtyard couldn't be entered from outside the mansion, the doors had been built without locks. He couldn't tell which one they had left through. He had to give up. Battler pounded the wall with his fist, swearing, "Battler, you mustn't run ahead by yourself." Battler? Battler put his head against the wall and scratched at it with his fingernails as he cried. Shit, shit, shit. Auntie Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi. And now Cannon too? You killed 6 whole people, and that wasn't enough, so you killed 3 more. Fuck you. Fuck you! Auntie Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi were always fun and kind to us. I just met Cannon yesterday, but I'm sure I'd have gotten along fine with him. Why did you kill them? Why? Why? When people die, they don't come back to life again, you know? They aren't gonna quickly sprout up again like bamboo shoots. Why would you kill them? Why? Why? Ah! Battler was a boy who could understand the feelings of pain and regret in a person's heart. So he cried. With all his strength. Natsuhi, who had always thought of Battler as a strong person, was a little surprised to find that he had this delicate side. And at the same time, understood how easily hurt the heart of a young person could be, so she held him. It's alright. I will definitely protect you, George, Maria, and Jessica. As a mother, and as a representative of the Ushiramiya family. Battler, after sobbing into Natsuhi's chest for a while, wiped his tears with a bitter smile and tried to convey that he had cried more than enough already, just as he had done the times before. Anyway, let's go back down for now. Protecting ourselves is a higher priority than finding the culprit. Tomorrow the boat will arrive. After that happens, the police will come and everything should be brought to light. There's no way the killer can escape this island, no matter how much they struggle. Right. When the police come, when the seagulls cry, the crime will be solved. But for some reason, Battler felt a slight sense of uneasiness, as if the seagulls would never cry again. That couldn't be true. When the typhoon passes, the lively seagulls return to the harbor again. I returned to the boiler room along with Aunt Natsuhi, and told the room weekly that we hadn't found anything. They told me that Dr. Nanjo and George had carried Cannon to the servant room. The servant room had a first aid kit and a sink and could apparently function as a nurse's office. Kumasawa and Jessica had accompanied them. Stains from Cannon's blood remained on the floor. Judging by the large amounts of blood lost, and the ruthless shape of the weapon that had fallen unceremoniously to the ground, I figured that Dr. Nanjo's treatment would probably end in vain. That weapon was doubtlessly the same type that had been stuck in Auntie Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi's foreheads. But wait, isn't the demonic design on the handle a little different? There seemed to be some small differences in that part. Still, as far as their overall shape was concerned, the weapons were all of the same type. Though it had seemed brutal, we'd left weapons stuck in Auntie Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi to preserve the crime scene, so this was the first time I was able to have a perfect view of the entire weapon. Indeed, the weapon was not bladed like a knife, but shaped like an ice pick, or rather a thin stake. And also it had a spiral-shaped design, sort of like a drill. To use a disturbing analogy, it looked like something that might be driven into the hearts of human sacrifices in some demonic ritual. Including the handle, it was about 25 centimeters long, so almost a foot. It's like a dagger, basically. Half of that was the stake-shaped part, which was stained with deep red blood. The length of the blood-stained part made it clear just how deeply it must have penetrated into Cannon's chest. But Aunt Natsuhi and the rest were not looking at the weapon, instead standing in front of the incinerator where the horrible stench was emanating from. They had probably pulled that out of the furnace, where it must have been burning. It was still smoldering and kept sending out dense waves of that awfully unpleasant smell. Genji and Maria were staring down at it, and Natsuhi probably couldn't stand to look directly at it. She kept shaking her head, her back to it. Ugh. Is it going to be Kinzo's body? I thought that after everything that's happened, nothing could surprise me anymore, but this was... I'd stood there for a while, moaning with a rising urge to vomit. The true nature of that unearthly stench was the charred smell from within the incinerator. Of a burning corpse, of course, yeah. The clothes, the surface of the body, and the hair were all hideously burned. That grotesque corpse was in a state where not the face, nor the age, nor even the gender could be guessed at. But when I thought about it calmly, I realized that a corpse appearing at this time could only be one person. Kenzo. Okay, so let's put this down. Because this is going to be like a me on body double situation. I already know it, bro. I'm going to put in quotations, Kinzo's body is found charred in the incinerator in the boiler room. No guarantee that this is actually him because it is charred beyond recognition, but this is our current assumption. Kind of a gnarly way to go, man. The better question too is like, why would they feel the need to do it then, of all times, you know? I don't know. I feel like they would have had a lot of time. I guess the only thing is like the smell would have permeated the mansion, right? So like it's probably going to be found relatively quick after it happens. Grandfather, who had disappeared that morning and whose whereabouts had been unknown, I believe it is most likely the master. I agree. He would pass away in such a state. How heartrending. But is there any proof that this corpse really is grandfather? It's burnt so black you can't even tell what sex it is. Battler, look at the feet. Aunt Natsuhi, with her handkerchief over her mouth and her eyes averted, pointed and told me to look at the burnt corpse's feet. Those toes on both feet, look closely. Huh? Ah. You're right. Just as Genji had said, there were 6 toes on each foot. Jesus, ew. That's pretty weird. Did the grandfather... body had 6 toes on each foot. Each of the toes had been arranged so normally that I hadn't noticed. The master had these uniquely characteristic toes since birth. Damn, he got those dogs out, eh? Consequently, the master was entrusted with the revival of the Ushiramiya family. I've heard that since long ago, cases of polydactyly were common in the Ushiramiya family. It's probably hereditary. Polydactyly literally means many fingers. Because of a little mistake by God when the person is born, one of their toes or fingers splits into 2 and the total number increases. But a big deal isn't usually made out of polydactyly in the world at large. That's because it isn't a disease, but something people are born with. That's sort of a weird thing to imply that you can't be born with a disease, but the hospital is already aware of it when they are still babies, and at about the time they turn 1 year old, they are given surgery to make them normal. This is true. I actually had a friend who was born with an extra toe and he had it cut off when he was younger. But even if a child has polydactyly, it is treated before they become self-aware, so they might not even remember it themselves. Incidentally, it seems that it can occur with a probability of about 1 in every 2,000 babies, so even though it's not usually seen, it isn't that rare at all. Speaking of which, I think Uncle Hideyoshi mentioned something to me long ago. Something about how even Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the man who unified Japan at the end of the Sengoku period, possessed 6 fingers on one hand. According to Aunt Natsuhi, among the many Ushiramiya family heads, the one praised most for their wisdom had all possessed polydactyly. Because of that, when grandfather was born, his relatives were all excited at the thought that he might become an otherwise leader. And when the leading relatives all died in the Great Kanto earthquake, it was apparently argued that if anyone could restore the family from that, it would be grandfather because of this auspicious sign of his birth. If grandfather thought being the head was not a bad gig, the 6th toe must have been pretty lucky for him. Come to think of it, I think I've heard about some country where it's believed that people with polydactyly should be treated as gods and revered. This is besides the point, but it's fairly common in mystery novels for a corpse to be burned to hide whose body it is. But it looks like in grandfather's case, just being toasted wasn't enough to hide the proof of his identity. And grandfather's body was not simply burnt. Just like Auntie Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi, and Canon too, who had been stabbed in his chest, he had one of those demon's ice picks stuck into his forehead. Okay, interesting. We can assume it's Kinzo because of the toes, but there is a very small... Oh, sorry, let me show this real quick. A very small outside chance that there are family members we didn't know of that also possessed this trait. And I guess that's really about it. Okay. The head's ring is not on his finger. Everything is as the letter last night said. Father would probably be horribly disappointed. On Natsuki let her head droop and closed her eyes tightly. Well. This room had also become a vital crime scene for us to hand over to the police. It was decided that we would leave grandfather's corpse here and lock the room, sealing it. It wasn't clear when grandfather's corpse started burning in the incinerator, since according to Genji, the flames hadn't been that strong. The body must have started burning a long time ago. Okay. Genji insinuates the body was probably in there for a while before being found. And that stench must have slowly crept out of the furnace and filled the room bit by bit, eventually pouring out and climbing up the staircase. Putting aside whether he was rare or well done, grandfather had been brought out, killed and burned, and then even though he had started out in the locked room created by his auto-lock. Probably no doubting this. Oh. This is another room that's usually locked. According to Genji, the boiler room is usually locked. The probability that someone outside our group was lurking around committing the crimes was now overwhelmingly high. Okay, once again. Also tells that the boiler room was usually locked as well. There was also a good chance that this person was walking around with something like a master key, yeah. After all, the doors and windows throughout the mansion had been checked, but despite that, the culprit was freely strutting around the mansion. The only other thing I'm wondering is, would you be able to latch the chain if you latched it as you left? Like, let's say you entered, without me talking about refusing the chain. I'm just trying to think of, like, hotel chain. I feel like it would be pretty easy to do. You might, like, hurt your arm a little bit, but I feel like it would be not that hard to do. After this latest crime, can we now be sure that a 19th person exists? They haven't shown themselves once. This is Mukuro Ikusaba, the 16th student, or something like that. The 7th, I don't remember what number it was. The 16th student, lying somewhere in wait. Watch out for her. And they're trying to tout their existence. Along with Kiri's chessboard theory, I've been using this contradiction to deny the existence of a 19th person. By flipping over the chessboard once more, the very fact that this crime makes it perfectly obvious that a 19th person exists, meaning that the existence of the 19th person is even less possible. As long as that 19th person doesn't show themselves in front of us. If the culprit could get grandfather out through the door sealed by that receipt, if they could kill Auntie Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi from the other side of the door sealed by a chain, then it is possible for them to even create a fictional 19th person through strange tricks and devices. We still want to believe that the culprit is dun 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 among us, and the list of suspects is very short. The four of us kids on Natsuhi, Genji, Kumasawa, and Dr. Nanja. One of these people has to be the culprit. It sounds really bad, but like part of me almost thinks that it might be George right now, because he would be the very last person to be implicated, because he's like the one that has undergone the most like terrible shit. But I don't know. Wait, we can't be sure of that. Just a second ago, we started doubting whether the body here was actually grandfather's, right? Maybe we should try thinking of the other bodies in the same way. For example, the first 6 all had their faces horribly destroyed. Some of the bodies had kept enough of their faces for us to confirm who they were, but my old bastard, for example, had lost his entire face, as though it had been peeled off. We only figured out which body was which by their clothes and surroundings. Had the culprit prepared a fake corpse before and disguised it to make it look like they died, then hid somewhere and continued their killing spree? Yeah, so he's saying like a fake death. I was saying this earlier, I don't know what stream I said it in, but I said that major sus on one of the people that dies in the first killings, because it's always, they love to do this bait and switch. It sounds ridiculous, but that doesn't mean it's an impossible trick. It's too early to give in to this 19th person. No, this witch. Maria, you mustn't stare so fixedly anymore. Come on, Battler 2. I'm worried about Cannon's condition, and I don't want to stay in a place like this any longer than I have to. Let's go back. Ugh. Maria hadn't gone out with everyone else, but had remained in the boiler room. The thing she was staring fixedly at was probably not Grandfather's body, but the demon's ice pick that was sticking out of his forehead. No doubt an irresistible item for the obsessed. I rapped her on the head. Hey Maria, what's Beatrice after? Is it all of our lives? Thank you, I want to know this. Kihihihihi. Beatrice will revive very soon. At that time, none shall be left alive. Kihihihihi. So this is the other thing too that I didn't realize, right? Because I misunderstood the definition of Twilight. That could mean 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 Twilights could only be 5 days. 5 sunrises and sunsets. Because if you count it as twice, because I was thinking dawn and dusk, not... So, that's not... The timeline is now shortened a lot more than I thought it would be. It's not 10 days, it's 5 days. How can you laugh at something like that? Do you think you're the only one who's safe? Why don't you feel like you're in danger? Why aren't you scared? Beatrice promised me. She said that she's gonna take me to the Golden Land. It's a wonderful place where you have no obligations. Everyone's always together, and everyone is always nice to everyone else. I'm looking forward to it, you know? That time will come very soon. Hee 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 hee. Just what kind of person is Maria? I only know what Maria was like 6 years ago, when she was 3. She had been pure and obedient, a good kid. This new Maria 6 years later and the Maria I knew didn't seem to fit together. But who is she, this witch, who calls herself Maria? To her, with her obstinate belief in witches, the series of unsolvable crimes is proof that witches actually exist. Every time something occurs that would be difficult for a human, it becomes a little harder for the rest of us to not believe in the witch called Beatrice. It must be an intense pleasure for Maria to see her relatives, who once firmly denied the witch's existence, start acknowledging her existence one by one. Is that why she's in high spirits? Maria, let me ask this one more time. Oh, ow, sorry. I have like a cut in my mouth. My body's falling apart, guys, it's okay. You'll probably answer the same anyway, but I'll ask just once more. Yesterday, you were given a letter in the Rose Garden. Who gave it to you? Ooh, like I said, Beatrice, you still don't believe. Maria only repeated what she had already said. Maria had met with the 19th person, the witch. Had that really been a 19th person, or had that been one of the 18 who told her to say otherwise? All that's certain is that Maria has been with the rest of us constantly, has always had an alibi, and hasn't done anything that would put her under suspicion. She's simply overjoyed at being made Beatrice's messenger, and certainly is not a 19th person, I think. That's right. I wonder what's written in the letter we picked up in Aunt... That's what I want to know. That's what I was just about to say. In Uncle Hideyoshi's room, Aunt Natsuhi should still have it with her. I don't know. Oh, Jesus. We're really fucking cracking now. Okay, one sec. I'm gonna get a drinky poo. Ooh, why is it zoomed in? A lot. We went like half an hour there. So it seems to play that like water drop noise when somebody dies. Okay, one sec. It's 8 p.m. right now. Did it just say beleaged? Or besieged? Besieged? I thought it said beleaged. I was like, huh? Okay, one second. Oh, this game is fueling my Diet Pepsi addiction because I'm running out of water. Or not running out, I ran out of water. I have like a water cooler here at my apartment. And I'm out, so. Ooh, that didn't sound good. think I unplugged the cable. It was like crunchy when I ran over it. That's not good. What chapter are we on, sorry? 15? I can't imagine there's a whole lot more. I feel like we're like ramping like kind of crazy towards the end here. This is the one thing that I do wish that I was playing on like the Steam version. Because in Higurashi, I was able to like guesstimate a little bit how many chapters were left, just because of you would get like a fucking thing. I don't know if it was an achievement or what. I think it was an achievement every time you completed a subchapter. So you could kind of guesstimate from the amount of achievements like how many subchapters there were, but it's okay. It's fine. Also, now that I think even for half a second, it actually would be pretty hard in this game because this game isn't split up on Steam the same way that Higurashi was, but in the end, Kanon did not regain consciousness, even though Dr. Nanjo and the rest did all they could to heal him. There was very little that could be done on an island like this without medicine or proper facilities. However, Kanon was the only human ever to confront the culprit. If only he could give us some kind of clue. But by the time he was carried here, it was already too late. My sincere apologies. Without proper facilities, there was nothing I could do about such a serious wound. It's perfectly understandable. Thank you so much for giving it your very best. Dr. Nanjo's shirt had been sprayed by a violent spurt of blood, so it was easy to imagine the devotion with which he had tried to save Kanon's life up to the very last second. Jessica was crouched in the corridor, crying in anguish. She had probably been taking care of Kanon until the moment of his death. I do want to check the epitaph real quick. Because if we think about... It's hard to say, because if we already... Technically the first sunrise, or the first twilight would be the first night, right? Because if we arrived already during the day, then the next one would be, it would just be like the morning and night following otherwise, which would make kind of sense that then, now we've just passed the third twilight. So we should be safe until the morning, theoretically. The only thing is, when it says on the third and fourth twilight, now we're starting to get into weird things, because when it says gouge the head, that kind of sounds like it means that Kinzo is going to die on the fourth twilight no matter what, right? Because when it says like gouge the head, gouge the chest, gouge the stomach, the knee, the leg, right? Well, the head is always the same no matter what, because that's also, we have like a double meaning to it, correct? Or sorry, I'm not showing my notes, sorry. So yeah, I don't know, it starts to... I have to change my bind. I'm going to switch it to a function keys, because I don't want it to be a key that actually does anything. Let's do like F1 and 2. Just because I keep having it as actual keys that do things. I can do like this. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. That gives... Nope, I can't do that because that pulls up... F1 pulls up like a all rights reserved thing. We can't do that. Maybe F2 and F3? Let's do F7 and F8, okay? We'll go with those two. F7, F8. Apply, okay. F7, F8, F7, F8, F7, F8, F7, F8. Okay, beautiful. So if I do F7, okay, perfect. Because I'm just trying to think. So if we think about it, on the first twilight sacrifice, the 6 chosen by the key, this would be the sunset of the first day. Then second twilight would be sunrise of the second day. This would be sunset of the third day. Or sorry, this would be sunset of the second day. This would be sunrise of the third day. Interesting. So I'm not too sure on that one, but he had probably been taking care of Kanon until the moment of his death. George tried to approach her with words of comfort, but when Jessica pushed him away, he stopped trying to interfere and left her alone. If only I hadn't let Kanon go alone. Oh, don't let that bother you. Even if you had been with him, you may have been attacked as well. He foolishly jumped forward and paid for his mistake. How can you say it like that? Kanon spotted the killer and bravely stood up to them. If only Kumasawa had gone with him, the killer might have hesitated and chosen to run away. Emotion-filled words that I never thought I'd hear from the normally tactful Jessica tumbled out of her mouth. Kumasawa, looking truly sorry, could do nothing but hang her head. Jessica, now isn't the time for words. Even I feel as if, and probably you're the same, as if we don't have the first clue what's going on anymore, as if my heart is going to split open. There were tears in George's eyes again. Seeing Jessica break down crying probably brought back the pain of losing his parents. I had already cried myself dry, so I didn't want to cry anymore. However, I felt the pain in their hearts. Or I felt myself the pain in their hearts. It's alright, Jessica. You'll be able to meet Kanon again soon. Stop it. You aren't helping. Beatrice will revive the dead and even the love they possessed. You'll definitely be able to meet him soon. Then everyone will be able to live in peace. This Beatrice who you say gave you the letter yesterday, is she the one who killed Cannon? Where is she? Where is she hiding? I'll find her and tear her limb from limb. Say it. You know, don't you? You know who the killer really is. What do you know and what are you hiding? Tell me, damn it. But milady, please stop. Beatrice exists. Damn it, let go of me, Genji. Maria knows who the killer is, and she's been hiding it on purpose. She must be telling them what we're doing, guiding them as they kill us. Jessica, be silent. Jessica rushed at Maria and grabbed hold of her. Genji tried to stop her, but Jessica could not be calmed. The next thing I heard was the sound of Aunt Natsuki slapping Jessica's face. You know what? This is one of the few times I'll say, maybe I'm just a Natsuki simp, but calm down, kid. After that, only Jessica's sorrowful sobbing voice resounded throughout the hall. Maria, I know there's no way you're one of the culprits. You've been with us since the beginning, and there was no time for you to communicate with any killer. So I want you to tell me something. This Beatrice who handed you the letter yesterday, who was she? Although those words seemed kind, they clearly showed that George still had some doubts about Maria. Yeah, he just phrased it. He hadn't tackled Maria, however he felt exactly the same way as Jessica did. Aniki. I asked her the same thing only just now. The answer won't be any different. I want to hear it from Maria's mouth. Who is Beatrice? Even if I tell you, you won't believe me anyway. What do you mean by that? Is it possible that the killer is someone we know well, and that for some reason you're covering for them by remaining silent? Who gave you that letter? I got it from Beatrice. I'll say it no matter how many times you ask. I got the letter from Beatrice. George, do you refuse to believe in Beatrice because she's not an opponent you can hit? You want to turn your feelings of helplessness into violence and beat someone up? So you won't be satisfied until your opponent is a human you can hit. So even if I tell you the truth, you won't be able to accept it. So it's pointless for me to tell you. You won't believe. But I will keep on saying it. I'll say it because it's true. Beatrice exists. The door to the Golden Lamb will soon be opened, and that's where I'm going, Beatrice promised. In that world, Mama is nice, and Papa's with us and is also nice. I want to go there right away. Everyone is afraid of Beatrice, and that is only natural. But calm yourselves. Beatrice told me herself. By the time the typhoon has passed, she will have ended everything. Ouch. Maria, I actually don't dislike you being talkative, but let's leave it at that for now. I'll bet this is all a pretty happy situation for you since you're always going on about how witches exist, but keep that to yourself for the time being. Leave everyone else out of it. Ooh. This brat. I've long thought she was creepy. Okay. But she's actually screwed up. Somehow she's screwed up. Don't you think so, Battler? Genji? Kumasawa? What about you, Mom? Maria knows who the killer is and she's hiding it. Sure, maybe she hasn't directly done anything, but she's definitely the killer's accomplice. That's right, she's a spy. We can't let her stay with us any longer. Also, I wanted to check. Because, yeah, we got a lot of people dead as fuck. Burned in the incinerator with a weapon resembling an ice pick having been rammed in his forehead, the old mage's wish scattered ungranted. This is but one possible result of the gamble he always knew was not in his favor. It looks like Maria is writing this, because look at the laugh. You can't see either of them by looking through the gap of the door while the chain is set. Can't see and can't reach. Go on, could a human have killed them? Huh. With a weapon resembling an ice pick having been rammed into his chest, he was found in the boiler room. How presumptuous for furniture. We can't let her stay with us any longer. Kihihihihi. Maria, you must learn that there are some times where indiscreet discussion must be avoided. If you continue to add any more oil to the fire, even I will get very angry. Aunt Natsuki glared at Maria with frightening eyes. Maria was used to Auntie Rosa's loud style of scolding, but she apparently hadn't developed a resistance to this kind of silent telling off. She shrugged and kept her mouth shut. A desolate feeling filled the room. It felt as though things would just get more complicated if anyone spoke. How many people had already died? 6 in Dad's group, also both Auntie Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi, Canon, grandfather. There was a whole 18 people on this island. 10 of those had been killed. More than half of us had been killed. And at this stage, there was absolutely no guarantee that the remaining 8 were going to be alright. Anyway, now is not the time for discord. It's time for TeamSpeak. Now that we are certain that the killer can enter and leave the mansion at will and strike out of nowhere, we must give our undivided attention to surviving until tomorrow. I agree strongly with Aunt Natsuki. We can take our time racking our brains over the culprit later tonight. For now, we should consider where to barricade ourselves in. As I said this, I pointed out the clock to everyone. It was already 8 at night. We had been receiving shocks over and over again since the early morning, and both our bodies and our minds were completely tired out. It was still a long, long time until tomorrow. We needed to find some place to barricade ourselves in, somewhere we could rest our bodies and feel even the slightest bit safe. I agree. Everyone is already pushing their mental and physical limits, myself included. I believe it would be wise to consider our plans immediately. Why wouldn't we go into Kinzo's study? Isn't that like the best place? Settled then. There's a high probability that the enemy has the equivalent of a master key. Were Shannon, Cannon, and Goda holding master keys? Yes. As long as they were on duty, they would have had them, so there is a master key. I thought they literally said there wasn't, unless the master key is only to places inside the building. Let's at least go down here. I'll write this in the notes. I'll just say all the servants. Okay. As long as they were on duty, they would have had them. We didn't want to disturb the scene, so we didn't investigate this, but we can eliminate the possibility that a key had been stolen from one of them. Even before that, we know there's a chance that the culprit visited the servant room at some point in time so they could unlock the shutter to the rose garden shed. I think it's very likely they had already obtained a master key while there. There were many servants using the serving the Ushiromiya family. Because of that, there were several master keys. Furthermore, every time the shifts changed, the keys were passed between servants. She had to admit that the arrangement had been somewhat sloppy. Assuming they did borrow a bundle of keys from the pocket of one of the murdered servants, is there any safe place that even those keys couldn't open? Kinzo's study. Because of the nature of our jobs, we have been entrusted with keys to all of the rooms, all of them in the mansion and in the guest house. Okay, so let me write that down. Kumasawa clarifies after. It accesses... Accesses is such a weird word. It just looks wrong. It accesses all rooms in the mansion and guest house. So in other words, no matter where we hole up and lock ourselves in, it'd just be pointless. Fine by me. Who needs goddamn locks? If you're gonna come on, damn it. I'll kill you first. The enemy won't approach us from the front. I don't know about the first 6, but if we look at what happened to my parents and Cannon, and even grandfather, the enemy has only gone after isolated people. They don't have the power to assault all of us openly in a secure room. That's right. It's just like Aniki says. Maybe Auntie's rifle can serve to stave off the enemy. I hope that is so, but... Maria, I know you want to say something, but keep it to yourself and stay quiet for a while. Ugh. Maria probably wanted to say that witches weren't afraid of things like guns or something like that, but if she were to say it out loud, the atmosphere around here would start to get pretty edgy. I had noticed and decided to put a stop to it. If I may, there is one place that cannot be entered, even with the servant's keys. Where is that? Very well. It is the master's study. I'm against this. I don't even want to think about going in grandfather's creepy room. How many keys can gain access to that room? There are 2. I always have one of them. The other was held by the master himself, but just now from the body in the boiler room. He produced it. Okay, so let's also write this down, because this is definitely important for the future. Genji, where's my thing? Genji, and the master, and I should say Kenzo, are the only 2 people who have keys to access Kinzo's study. Otherwise, it can only be opened from within. This will come back for sure at some point. I have a very high suspicion, I said at the start of the stream, that I felt like things were progressing like way too quickly, that we're probably gonna get like a Higurashi like time loop thing, and I'm like almost 100% convinced. Showing us the burnt and filthy key to the study. Then he showed it alongside his own key, which he had once lent to Aunt Natsuhi. Normally I would have left the master's key for the police, but he had ordered me to always protect the safety of the study, so I borrowed it for the time being. I see. Which means that Kinzo's study is the only safe location right now. It would appear that way. I don't even want to think about being shut up all night in that room of peculiar smells, but it appears we must accept that his room is safer than anywhere else right now. Grandfather locked himself up in that safe room, but the culprit still brought him out and killed him. We can't say for certain that it's truly safe. If we go with your theory, then Grandfather skillfully outlasted the receipt and then left the room of his own free will. Still might have some worth as a place to barricade ourselves in. You're too optimistic, Aniki. What if they just burn the mansion down? But I guess it's raining right now, so... However, at the same time, I thought he brought up a pretty interesting point. After all, this gives us a chance to question the enemy, the witch herself, about how the sealed door had been opened. If we assume that the culprit used some technique to abduct grandfather from his study, they would have to show us the same trick again if they wanted to assault us in the study. It's an opportunity to force the culprit to demonstrate that trick right before our eyes. Alright, what chapter is this again? 15 or 16? 15. If they're a real witch, we would be forcing them to say "Open Sesame" and open the door by magic right in front of us. But such a thing is probably impossible. If you flip over the chessboard, you realize that the culprit is obviously just trying to act like they're a witch. I still don't know if I buy that, man. If they really were a witch, all they'd have to do is appear in front of us and show off a spell colorful enough to silence all our doubts. Since they're avoiding doing that, everything must be the work of a fake witch who wants us to think otherwise. Therefore, a culprit used a technique other than magic to defeat the locked room. Therefore, a culprit who used a technique other than magic to defeat the locked room couldn't open the door before our eyes. Is grandfather's room big enough to stuff 8 people in? Yes. There's a bed, a sofa, and blankets, so while it is not luxurious, it will be more than enough to spend the night. There's also a sink, a bathroom, a refrigerator, and a liquor cabinet. Whoa, it's incredible. But isn't that weird? You're saying he built another house inside his house. That's pretty cramped for the last house of someone like our grandfather, who bought a whole island and realized all of his dreams. Yes, it is. After some point in time, father wouldn't trust any other place even inside the mansion. That might be the same reason why. We always sneered about how he shut himself up in there, and this time we're the ones who are going to shut ourselves up. Huh. Jessica spat the words out. Jessica, it feels like you would rather go search for the culprit than stay shut up somewhere. Of course, I don't think we'll be able to find them if we just start searching now. In the end, we can't do anything but wait. And it doesn't matter where we wait, does it? I won't run away or hide. Why don't we just take it easy in the parlor watching TV or something and waiting for the great Beatrice to appear? It will be perfectly satisfactory for her to not appear. There's no need for us to expose the culprit. Well said. We shouldn't take too many risks before the police get here. Thank you, Dr. Nanjo. I think we should move to father's study. Certainly, considering the possibility that father was taken out of there, there's no guarantee of absolute safety. However, just as Battler reasoned, I also can't deny the possibility that father left the study of his own accord and was attacked outside. That crazy theory had just been what I came up with to stop the argument. However, just as Auntie Ava had said, even though that trick would work, I can't begin to explain what motive could have made the Jesus. Brain reset. However, just as Auntie Ava had said, even though that trick would work, I can't begin to explain what motive could have made grandfather do something so awkward to sneak out of his own study. Plus, that trick of hiding under the bed and waiting for the receipt to be removed before escaping couldn't have been used unless grandfather had known that the receipt was wedged in the door. Auntie Ava hadn't pointed out that last part, but it's clear how absurd the theory was. Then does that mean that, as Auntie Ava claimed, the door was sealed and it was a locked room? It is a doubtless fact that Aunt Natsuhi was the culprit and the room was a locked room? If Auntie were here now, she would probably make that claim openly, and do me the favor of blowing my strange theory away. Interesting. I'm just trying to understand, but I think I get what she's saying, that, like, the only way that the theory makes sense, the only way that the trick that makes sense for him to sneak out is if he knew the receipt was in the door and then waited for her to pick it up as they left. But anyway, I had to admit that a room with both a bed and a toilet that all 8 people could be shut up in, and with only 2 keys, both of which were gathered here, it had to be the safest place in the mansion right now. At the very least, I figured at the very least I figured this would be better than shutting ourselves up in the parlor again and saying nothing went wrong while we were in there before. Now wait, were we only safe because we were shut up in the parlor? What if leaving that room and moving to an unexplored location is actually more dangerous? No good, no goddamn good at all. My flimsy head is about to break out in a fever. As I keep flipping over the chessboard, the real and the inverse keep switching with each other over and over, and I lose my ability to believe anything. When it seems like the culprit is one of the 18, I want to believe in Beatrice. And once I start believing in Beatrice, I start wanting to find the culprit amid the 18. That keeps spinning around forever, and in the end my thoughts haven't taken one step from where they started. So you should just commit yourself to one possibility to at least explore. Otherwise you will keep doing this. How far back in the past was it that Kiri taught me this chessboard way of thinking? That concept of examining the situation by flipping it over and thinking from the enemy's side. I get the feeling that I was so interested in this way of thinking at the time that I let it guide the way I thought about everything. I'm gonna posit a crazy theory. If Kiri was the one behind all of this, couldn't she set up all of these situations in such a way such that this exact scenario or this exact line of thinking would be so counterintuitive and would serve to put Battler in a state like he's in right now that made no sense? Could you think that maybe she would set up a crime such that, like, the thing that he is doing puts him in a position where he will never be able to solve it? If we want to believe the idea that maybe one of them, like, because they were one of the ones that had their face fully destroyed. There was only 4 of them, so it couldn't be Kraus and it couldn't be Shannon. But if they want to say that we faked a body, you know, it could be Rudolph, it could be Kiri, it could be one of them. You know, all I'm saying, Kiri seemed like she was pretty smart. By the way, Kiri was Dad's coworker back then. I hadn't dreamed the day would come when she would be added to our family. It also just feels weird that they're spending more time talking about her. Didn't Kiri tell me something? I get the feeling she once said that while the chessboard thinking was one way to look at things, it wasn't all-powerful by any means, and in fact was actually bad to rely on too much. Chessboard thinking is my interpretation of something called game theory, which I read about in a book. It's a very interesting subject, so you should try tackling it when you get into college, Battler. I really want to try it. If I could study that and perfect my chessboard thinking, it'd be like I could read into any opponent's moves. That'd be really fun. But you can't believe in it blindly. Game theory is a very deep and complicated subject. Chessboard thinking is just my interpretation that skims the surface of game theory. In order to thoroughly read your opponent's moves like you are imagining, you need to do a lot of study. Additionally, while chessboard theory is convenient and practical, it isn't perfect. It has many weak points despite its convenience. Weak points? Yes. Chessboard thinking is founded upon game theory, and game theory is essentially math when you boil it down. You want to know what the weak point of math is. My only guess would be if she says something like a 2-variable or like 3-variable problem, like something where you have a math problem that has 2 unknowns, because when you have 2 unknowns, it's impossible to solve the problem. It's noise. That's also true, because then you can never detect signal. We're gonna start going into my analytical chemistry notes and talk about why signal-to-noise ratio is very important, and why it really sucks because it's hard if there's a really low or really high noise floor, because then you can't detect your signal from the noise. In math, when you write 1 + 1 = 2, okay, we're getting into some Terrence Howard math, let's go. That equation will always be 1 + 1 = 2 no matter how many billions of years pass, nothing more, nothing less. That's because there's absolutely no noise mixed in. But for example, unlike math, the Japanese language has noise mixed in. Kanji are a good example. Old kanji and new kanji are slightly different, which represents an introduction of noise created by change over the ages. Isn't history the same? There are dozens of policies that seem foolish in the modern era, but were meaningful at some point in the past. Tariffs. But the rules of chess are fixed when a pair of experts are discussing one particular position. It's possible they could reach the same conclusion whether they're from 100 years in the past or 100 years in the future. Well, yeah, because what you're talking about is more like, I don't say like truth tables, but when you say something like 1 + 1 = 2, I don't know all the the funny thing is it probably takes quite a high level of advanced math to actually be able to put that into a proof. But what I will say is that I'm sure once you understand and using the axioms that we have built math upon, if you accept those axioms, something like 1 + 1 + 2 is just causally true. I don't want to get too long into like a random talking point when we're in the middle of like a big like revelation section for the character, but it's sort of like the difference between inductive and abductive thinking as well as deductive. So we're in a situation where we kind of have to do abductive thinking, you know? We are trying to find the most plausible explanation, but we don't have a full set, you know? We wanted it. We want to have like, we want to be able to be in a situation where we can use either, ideally, inductive or abductive. I want to make sure I'm using these terms correctly. 1 second. I know deductive reasoning. I just want to remember what inductive is. I think inductive is just like, I think ideally we want this to be a deductive thing, such that like, to be fair, this is like syllogisms. I don't want to get too much into this, but okay, look, here's like a good classic one. So you have deductive, like the deductive versus, it's all the same statements, but it's using the 3 types of thinking. So deductive reasoning, all men are mortal, Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates is mortal. Okay, it follows. Inductive, Socrates is a man, Socrates is mortal, and then you can induce from that, all men are mortal. Okay. Because you can see you're taking from the premises and you're coming to a conclusion that is not stated necessarily. Like, it's not 100% true, because you could provide something else that there's some weird like third thing. And then abductive, all men are mortal, Socrates is mortal, therefore Socrates is a man. Abductive is like the weakest of the three. You definitely, I don't know how to word this. I don't want to get too caught up in this because I'm also probably wrong because my memory's failing me. I just remember that with deductive, you would have like a general principle that you would follow, and you can boil down that general idea of thinking into like a specific conclusion that is always true. Always. Deductive reasoning is always true if the premises are true. Inductive is weird where you're taking your observations and you're making a conclusion from your observations, but it's a very like generalized thing, and you can't be 100% sure. It could be true, and it might be, but the only way, like abductive is just predicting. And inductive is like a little bit better, but ideally we would want a situation where we can deduce exactly what's going on. But I think we're in like a weird situation in the middle right now where it's kind of like you had a math problem or a math system, like a linear system of equations. But let's say you only had one equation, and in that equation you have two variables, right? So let's say that I say x plus like, and again, the crazy thing is I know some like insane math major will come in and be like, excuse me, there's actually a way, and okay, I know, look, okay, we're speaking to the layman right here, because I'm a layman when it comes to this particular topic. If we have an equation, and it's like, and we have no other outside things that we can use to influence, it's just this equation, and it's like x plus y equals to 3. There's a lot of different possibilities of things that we can set x and y to be equal to, but there's like an infinite sum that it could be. There is no way that we can give a definitive answer to what x or y is. And that's kind of the problem, I think, with this chessboard thinking that he's talking about, is that it's like you're trying to flip around the chessboard and go, okay, well, if I set x to this, what would y equal to? And then you get an answer for y, and they're like, okay, but then what if I set x to be equal to that number? What would y? And it's like the numbers don't match up anymore. Whatever side you view it from, it's changing because you have two unknowns in your problem, and it's kind of impossible to figure it out. I think what he's saying more so here, though, is that you're having a really hard time in picking out what is the actual thing that you're trying to control for, or what you're trying to figure out, because there's so much noise, there's so much dog shit. So we always would talk about this in like analytical chemistry. Again, sorry for this tirade, but hey man, if you don't like it, fucking skip it. When you're measuring something on a machine, or if you're using like a Wheatstone bridge when you're trying to measure some like analytical concentration of something, ideally you want something that has the highest signal to noise ratio possible, such that your signal is super clear compared to the noise. So your signal makes a really big response, aka you want your machine or your analytical instrument to be very sensitive, and ideally, while is also very sensitive, is also very particular. I know there's another, or selective is the word I was looking for. You want something to be both sensitive and selective, because if something is very sensitive to, let's say that we were making a machine, right, and it detects hemoglobin. I know there's a bunch of different types. Let's just say hemoglobin broadly. Or actually, let's switch. Let's say it detects carbon dioxide, right? We have a detector that's meant to detect carbon dioxide. We would want to try the best we could to make it so that not only does our sensor only react to carbon dioxide, but also that when it reacts to carbon dioxide, we have another whole system. This is usually not necessarily related to the sensor, but usually the greater like circuit or system that you set up, such that that signal that you get that is detected by your hopefully very sensitive sensor is then amplified in such a way so that your signal can be differentiated from the noise super easily. The problem that I think he's going to get into here, what he's going to describe, is that when you have like a really high baseline, think about it like this, I guess, in a weird way for a layman. This probably isn't confusing. I'm probably over-explaining this, so I'll continue after this final explanation. But imagine that you were comparing signal to noise as like a mountain range. When you have a mountain that's in a mountain range, there's kind of like a baseline that's a lot higher than normal. And yeah, you can tell when there's a mountain, but it's not as obvious as, let's say, you had like a volcano that just existed by itself. So let's say you had like a hotspot volcano, which is just another kind of like mountain, I guess, if you want to say, or mountainous terrain, where you have this mountain that's in like the middle of nowhere or something, right? And hello, welcome, what's up? We're like wrapping up this chapter. Sorry, I'm yapping about something right now. But when you look at like a mountain that's in the middle of a field, for instance, versus a mountain that's in a mountain range, well, the signal to noise of like what is a mountain versus what is not is so obvious. Versus when you're looking at a mountain in a mountain range, like yes, you can still tell where the mountains are, but it's obviously not as direct. Okay, enough babbling, let's continue. However, if the rules of chess had gone through massive changes over time, it's possible that the discussion about the same position would have changed as well. Precisely. Events in the world of humans are naturally full of noise. Aren't human emotions that way? Even if the exact same thing occurs more than once, there's no guarantee that humans will always act in a predictable fashion. The very fact that we're trying to read an opponent's actions by applying a mathematical theory to them means we must realize that there are already some limits and weak points to our theory. To put it quick and easy, chessboard thinking is extremely weak against noise and fickleness, and even mistakes or incorrect knowledge. That's right. Theory definitely said that. In the first place, chess is a game where both sides play by the same rules and fight with the same objective, namely victory. This is why it's possible for both sides to predict the other's moves. It is possible to read an opponent because you can always suppose that they will advance with the best move they can find. But what if the opponent is fickle or a little tired and makes a move that can hardly be called the best? Or maybe they're not even going for the same objective. Maybe they fucking hate rooks, and so they're going to try their best to eliminate the rooks off the board as quick as possible. Well, now you trying to apply your system that's based off of the what is the next best move doesn't really make sense if the person isn't following based on the same framework that you are. Or maybe, what if the game actually had special rules? Only the enemy knows them, and they can make use of something unknown to you. In fact, what if the opponent actually had some goal other than victory? Think from your opponent's perspective, or your enemy's perspective. That is the basis of chessboard thinking, which means that if you misunderstand your enemy, you're applying your own thinking system to that enemy. You're assuming that they're thinking in a way that you can understand, but if you don't understand their way of thinking, it's pointless. Which means that if you misunderstand your enemy, any and all answers that you drop in that process will be complete rubbish and of no use at all. Many times I'd thought that by using chessboard thinking, I'd gotten a glimpse into the person behind these crimes. However, I don't know anything about the culprit. Also, I'm sorry, I totally babbled off randomly. How are you doing? Hopefully you're doing well, if you're still here. However, I don't know anything about the culprit. Am I just playing in a labyrinth of thought? If Kiri were here at a time like this, she'd probably be able to notice something with her much, much sharper thinking ability. Can they fucking open the letter that they got that was by their room? It's actually unbelievable to me. Unbelievable to me that they haven't fucking opened it yet. Jessica never warmed to the idea of moving into grandfather's study. But in the end, Aunt Natsuhi persisted and we decided to move there. Everyone was already trapped by paranoia. Kumasawa had prepared dinner once already, but after the incident involving George's parents, the kitchen and the parlor had become temporarily devoid of people. Someone said that it might have been poisoned at the time. Because of that, we were unable to even touch the food that Kumasawa had taken the trouble to make for us. Jesus. The manner in which the first 6 had been killed was still unknown, but there was a possibility that it was poison. Yeah, I have a funny feeling that they were... I don't think they were, though, because we know that Shannon wasn't in the same room and Goto wasn't either. And indeed, by this method, even a single person would be able to carry out the murder of 6 fully grown adults. There definitely was something... That's the other thing, too, so far with this, is that there definitely is a different way of killing that was with the first 6 than to the ones afterwards. It seems like the others, if we can follow, like, from Canon's thing, that Hideyoshi and Ava both died in the same fashion. But so then the question becomes, like, what happened with those other people, because they didn't really die in the same fashion at all. So... Furthermore, this idea made it seem there was only a single culprit, who was also afraid of Aunt Natsuhi's rifle, and this was very good for our emotional stability. But the fatigue and hunger were even harsher than we had imagined. So on Kumasawa's suggestion, we all went along together to the kitchen and gathered some canned food which would be hard to poison to take in with us. All of Kumasawa's efforts to reward us with at least a nice dinner on this savage day regrettably came to nothing. The food piled up on the serving cart looked just a little sad. We all started climbing the stairs. Aunt Natsuhi led the group, warily staring into the darkness with both eyes and the barrel of a gun. When we arrived on the 3rd floor, just as Aunt Natsuhi had warned us beforehand, there was a mixture of a chemical smell and sickly sweet aroma, a stench hanging in the air that felt like it was eating into our heads. Yeah, this kind of stench probably would give you a headache if you were shut in with it for a whole night. I know it's a little late, but I find myself siding with Jessica against going into grandfather's study. This exceptionally magnificent door felt like the source of the stench. So this was the door to the forbidden study, which had turned away all who visited. When Genji was unlocking the door, Maria was staring at the door and the doorknob with great interest. Ooh, what a door. It looks old and strict and like it'd stop any jokes cold. Sure is a fitting door for grandfather. It contains a really strong powder to ward off any spiritual menace. Beatrice probably couldn't open this door. Oh? What does that mean? Maria pointed at the doorknob. A scorpion, I didn't even see that! Let me turn on my notes. Scorpion was engraved in the door, or I should say a golden scorpion. Golden scorpions were engraved in the doorknobs. Kinzo's study. If the witch talk is to be taken at face value, this would be another room that the witch could not access. Okay. Designed like a magic circle arranged around a scorpion was inscribed there. This design, that's right. Isn't this just like the key holder charms that Maria gave Jessica and me yesterday? Also, Natsuhi, did she ever give the mirror to Jessica? We never really found out about that. The fifth magic circle of Mars is a strong magic repellent. Additionally, this magic circle was very diligently constructed and is full of powder. To beings of magic like Beatrice, this magic circle is quite troublesome. Isn't that comforting? Are you saying that we can even escape the grip of Beatrice's evil hand in this room? Our little witch here sure is reliable. Then how did Beatrice take Grandfather out? Just as Battler reasoned. Beatrice can't go inside, but she has magic, and she also has familiars. Using those, she might have been able to force Grandfather to leave the study. Ah, I read that in the manga. There was a scene where the vampires went frightened of crosses so they couldn't get close, but their familiars were fine, so they made their familiars attack. The scorpion keyholder-like charm I gave to you yesterday also had the fifth magic circle of Mars on it. The power dwelling within it was paltry, but it would have been enough to protect you until you left the island. Although it sounds like you lost it, right? Scorpion keyholder charm. The charm I gave you yesterday was something I got from Maria. I heard that it would repel magic if you put it on your doorknob, and at the time I thought maybe it would be better if you had it. Is that so? I thought it was an odd thing for you to be carrying around. Natsuhi put that on her doorknob. Yeah. Last night after hearing about it from Jessica, I hung it from the doorknob on the inside of my door. And Natsuhi, you're really fortunate. If you did that, Beatrice probably couldn't even lay one finger on you yesterday. I think Beatrice must have been really annoyed. Beatrice annoyed? Couldn't lay one finger. Natsuhi thought back on that eerie graffiti she had seen on that morning, like someone had been tearing at the outside of her door with blood-soaked hands, and gasped in surprise. Could it be that this witch who called herself Beatrice had tried to enter through the door on her very own room? But the magic-repelling charm had been hanging from the inside, so she couldn't break through the door. But she was annoyed, so she scratched at it. Quit it. Don't talk about that. Witches don't exist. The killer does. And that's a human just like us. If you need proof, why don't we dice her up and see if her blood's red? Damn it. How could you do that to Canon? To QAnon-kun. The 8 entered Kinzo's study. Fucking QAnon, the member of our group. Grandfather's study. I heard rumors about beforehand, so it didn't surprise me all that much. He had done nothing more than fortify it thoroughly with his occult hobbies. If Grandfather's hobby had been chasing after pop idols, these walls might have been buried beneath idol posters. But even if I didn't understand it, I did realize that this room was an amalgamation of all the things he enjoyed. Even so, I couldn't help but remain dumbfounded by the smell of his creepy medicine and that sweet stench that seemed to melt my head. Okay, it locked. Crunchy ass audio. When the door closed, it automatically made a clunk. I see, this is the auto lock that's activated whenever the door is closed. And there were only 2 keys which could open this door from the outside, both of which were in this room. In other words, the room had become a locked room. The shutter, the receipt, the charm, or the chain, and now the auto lock. This 4th door had been locked in the most magnificent fashion yet, constructing a locked room in a perfect form that none could argue with. Just to make absolutely sure the room was secure, we checked all over for ways in or out. The windows were tightly locked. That should have been enough, but just in case we tried knocking all over the walls. After all, there had been whispers that there might be a hidden door in this room. That's kind of what I was thinking, but we couldn't find anything suspicious. Grandfather's study was very large. Even though we called it a study, it wasn't really a single room. It could be divided up into 4 basic sections: a study section, a bedroom section, a toilet/bathroom section, and a section for cooking that had a sink. I see, the study does have enough in it to live in. Now I can understand how Grandfather could live his whole life in this room without ever leaving. Yeah, I did finish Metaphor. I liked it a lot. I don't know how to word it. I think that my only thing that I was a little bit off-put by the game, and I won't spoil because I think you said that you hadn't finished it, was that I thought the game, there's like a reveal that happens more towards the end. It's like a big reveal that happens in the game. I felt that that reveal was like actually like 10 out of 10, like Martin Scorsese, both hands up cinema level. Whereas, also one sec, let me turn that down the game for a second while I talk here so I'm not talking too loud over it. I thought that it was like an insane twist reveal. I thought it was really good. And that by the end of the game, if you were like paying attention to the story, not that it was a bad thing, but the story kind of fell into place very clearly. And I think it just felt a little bit down compared to the reveal. I don't think it would have made sense for the game to end at the reveal or, you know, have it wrap up very quickly after the reveal, but it just felt a little bit not as big as the reveal, I guess I would say. The other thing too, which I find this with all Persona games, although I will say fighting the one boss in Persona 4, the true ending boss, Matarasu or whatever it was, I don't remember if that was what it was exactly, but I think that's what it was. That was like the only one I can think of, but most of the Persona games, I find that especially once you get towards the end, not that they're particularly hard at any given point, but if there is a point where they are difficult, it's earlier on. Metaphor had the same problem, where I don't think Metaphor was necessarily... I think it did a better job of being difficult throughout the course of the game. However, the weird thing is the difficulty in the game was more so in like the side dungeons, because sometimes you could get to certain side dungeons depending on like the quests or the level of followers that you had when you got to them. But like by the end of the game, the content was like insanely easy. Especially one of the systems that you unlock later in the game, which again I won't go into. You just become like giga broken. Like every character is so fucking strong. I find it really hard to believe that I was playing on the hardest difficulty that was available. I will probably replay through the game again in my own time on like the harder difficulty, because again, Persona games love to do that fucking meme where you get a difficulty that you don't actually unlock until you play through the game once, which I fucking hate. But I will probably replay through on that difficulty, and we'll see. But I was already playing on hard difficulty, and I found it to be like very, very easy towards the end. The one thing that I did like a lot in that game compared to Persona, I love that every time that you hung out with somebody, you always got a rank up. The fact that you didn't have to do dog shit like sometimes hang out with somebody multiple times or make sure you had like, you know, the proper persona equipped and, you know, yada yada, so that you would always make sure you got a rank up. It felt nice to make it felt just more like you weren't wasting time whenever you hung out with people, which is always the thing in Persona that stresses me out when I play them, is I hate the feeling of wasting time. I think that overall the dungeons in Metaphor, I also thought like the very final dungeon was kind of lackluster. Not like terrible, but there's like 2 final dungeons, and the second final dungeon is like insanely small and kind of boring. I'd say that overall, if I had to rate it, fuck, I was thinking about this the other day. I think if I hadn't been spoiled about the identity of the villain in Persona 4 prior to playing the game, and if I played like a Persona 4 remake that had like a more polished up combat system, fuck man, Persona 4 might be my favorite Persona. I think the only thing is that when you look at like 5, man, is it not close in terms of like the combat side of the game. Like the fact that Mementos exists, and the fact that in 3 and 4, that's the entire dungeon system is just Mementos, or, you know, whatever, Mementos equivalent, versus having palaces. Like the palaces in Persona are fucking sick, in 5 that is. And I think that the palaces in 5 were still cooler than the dungeons in Metaphor. But I think that story-wise, Metaphor was probably stronger than the Persona games. And I did like that it was outside of the... I bitched for a while that I wish that Persona would have a like kid-based setting, which I understand is sort of like the calling card of that game. I know that that's what SMT exists for, is to be like kind of similar, but not in a school-based setting. But yeah, I kind of liked that it wasn't the same high school setting, even though I don't hate it. But you know, it's just nice to have like adult characters. Yeah, it was very good. I think it's one of those games that I have to probably watch somebody's like cringe like video essay to think exactly how I feel about it. I just think that it's a game that will grow on me more over time. It did not have the intense impact at the end, like when I was finished it, like 5 and 4 of Persona did. But I did say, I think that the twist that happens in Metaphor at that point is probably better than any reveal in any of the Persona games that I've played, at least. I was very impressed with that part of the game in particular. I again, like I said, most of the time I find when I'm playing these games, the stories are like pretty, not predictable, but you can kind of like read the tea leaves of where they're going. And I think it kind of played perfectly into that. That even, to be fair, I didn't put like the level of analysis that I'm doing to a game like this. To be fair, this is like a purely story game, so it's not really comparable. But yeah, I thought the reveal in Metaphor was pretty sick. The job system's pretty nice too, very reminiscent of like Fire Emblem. I would say that overall the game feels like Persona meets Fire Emblem. Yeah, I liked it though. I don't know what I would give it on a score basis. Probably like an 8.5 or a 9. Again, it's something that might rise or fall depending on how I feel about it. The one thing about that game too is it felt like it didn't overwhelm you with random like bullshit side quests. I don't mind doing side quests in like the Persona games and stuff, but and it's not even a Persona game problem, just if a game is going to give me side quests, I'd rather they just don't throw like a trillion of them at me that are all kind of like the same sort of thing. And while the things that you do in those games are what you do in those requests in Metaphor, it's not like they like are vastly different from zone to zone. But I think even in like the end of the game, the most requests that you ever have at a given time is like 3 to 4. And a lot of them you can do very easily. So yeah, I'd say that's probably like my thoughts overall. I think that the other like last tiny thing, and this is sort of a thing that you can see in a lot of the Persona games as well, is when you have party members that get introduced way later in the game, I think you run into situations where, not that the characters feel worse, but like I had this in Persona 3, that I never really felt an attachment to like Ken as a character, because he was introduced so late and he wasn't a character that existed prior. And I know some people have said this about Persona 5, and I can kind of agree with it. In the base version of the game in Royal, it's a little bit better, but still not great, with like Haru not really being a character until she joins your party. And it just feels kind of tough when you get those characters that, even though they might have like a whole arc that maybe they're like close to the center of, when you're away from like the focus of the story for so long, like if you look at like An and Ryuji, there's nobody in like Persona 5, at least that I would say, if you're looking at it fairly, that could say like Ryuji is like an underdeveloped character or like an unexplored character. Because he arrives so early, a lot of the early game story involves him, the first palace involves him, he's central to a lot of the other things going forward. But when you introduce party members like later and later that are supposed to have like a very important story, well, you know, if there's less game to play after they arrive, it's harder to care as much about them, I would say, or it's harder for you to have enough time as a developer to develop a story that's like interesting for them. And I thought that Metaphor had a little bit of a problem with that, with some of the characters that got introduced like a little bit later. To be fair, I know this is sort of like an RPG thing in general, but I think they did better than some of the Persona games, because the last party member that was introduced was probably like tied for my favorite party member. Although I will say, on the flip side, one of the party members that was like I got at like the start of the game was also one of my favorite party members, so maybe it's just like their characterization that I liked and not so much like the time of the game that they showed up. But yeah, it was good. Hopefully that answered your question. That was quite rambly, but overall good. Thumbs up. Let me reply to my girlfriend. Okay. Let me turn the audio back up. Where are my glasses? I just had them. Where did I set them down? Here they are. They're fucking hidden. This is the problem of having clear frame glasses. I can hide from you. Okay. Apologies for the break, VOD friends. You could skip ahead. Or well, you're here now. I see. The study does have enough in it to live in. Now I could understand how grandfather could live his whole life in this room without ever leaving. It seemed that grandfather wasn't in the habit of watching TV. There was no television in this room, nor even a radio. Until tomorrow morning, there would be nothing for us to do but pass the time listening to the sound of the rain. Dr. Nanjo gazed at the chessboard that sat on the table in front of the sofa and muttered. It was apparently the partly finished chess match that he'd been playing with grandfather until yesterday. The black had the white pretty well cornered, and it looked like the checkmate would be reached within a few moves, the end of the endgame. I wonder if there's someone here that analyzed this and was like, oh yes, this is the fucking Bosnian defense of the blah blah. Even though checkmate had almost been reached, the endgame had been rushed, and in the end, was never completed. Kinzo. It seems we weren't able to see this match through after all. Dr. Nanjo. I was Kinzo's friend for a long time, but I never knew about more than half of him. I believe that two Kinzos existed, a wise one, and one trapped by some madness. I never understood anything about him, especially when it came to Beatrice. It would seem like his personality changed. In the direction of Kumasawa's upward gaze, a portrait of Beatrice could be seen. It wasn't massive like the one hanging in the entrance hall, but small, made for this room. Grandfather probably spent every day in this room, and so much of his time, talking to the witch in that portrait. Who was Beatrice to grandfather in the first place? By now you couldn't just explain her away by saying she was a story made by the parents to frighten children away from wandering into the forest. While eating the canned food we had brought from the kitchen, we talked together about who Beatrice was. Whether the culprit was Beatrice herself, or someone pretending to be her. Whether they were a witch or human, the lady in this portrait was strongly related to the basis and background of these crimes. You couldn't talk about them without talking about her. Oh yeah. Thank you, finally. Oh Mom, you picked up a letter from the culprit in Auntie Ava's room, right? Yes. We still haven't opened it, have we? Let's open and see. Aunt Natsuki took out that Western-style envelope. Genji pulled a letter opener out of a drawer in the study desk and handed it to her. While watching her open it, George grimaced slightly. After all, it was a letter left at the site where his parents had been murdered. There was a good chance that its contents would say something unbearable to Aniki. Seeing that Aunt Natsuki also realized that, so she glanced over the contents first without reading it aloud. We were a little frightened that she might grimace after reading something shocking, but she just frowned unhappily. What does it say? There is one unpleasant sentence. It must be trying to provoke us. Aunt Natsuki, after deciding that the contents could be shown to the children, set it openly on the table. Everyone stared at it at the same time. Praise my name. The hell? So friggin' smug. Probably Beatrice declaring herself the victor. Damn it. Hey, this is praising her name. This is the third part of the epitaph. I expect you were hoping for another weird magic circle to show up. It wasn't a magic circle, but it was just as I expected. What could it mean? I wonder if she wants to tout her own existence. Seems reasonable. With this letter, we now know that the author of last night's letter is the culprit. I think the identical envelope is more significant than what is written here. Without a doubt, this is the type of envelope and sealing wax that the master used. Oh, I don't know what's going on anymore. This is the first time I've seen anything like this since I started working for the Ushiromiya family. If we're to believe the letter last night, then Beatrice claims to be grandfather's oldest confidant. Grandfather once said the same thing in the past, right? I directed the question to Genji and Kumasawa, who nodded together. So the two of you knew more about this than anyone except grandfather. Could you tell us? So again, notice I'm going to open up the notes here, wherever it is. Fuck, I've written. Praise my noble name, so. For a long time I made a point of ignoring this topic. But now that it has come to this, I can no longer do so. Genji, tell us everything you know. What is the name of that? It's Besieged, yeah. Genji didn't answer. Did he remain silent despite his knowledge, or did he know nothing at all? Still, I had a good guess. The ghost story of the witch Beatrice had long been deified among the servants. He had probably been very close to grandfather too, and his occult hobbies, so there was a good chance that he'd been indoctrinated with even weirder things, and had increasingly come to deify the witch. As grandfather's most trusted servant, who had sworn loyalty to him, he might be the most influenced by the witch illusion that grandfather had created. There was only one reason for Genji to remain silent. He could say it, but it would definitely cause a backlash, so it was better if he kept his mouth shut, and it wasn't like we would believe him anyway. Something along those lines. Only a short while ago, Maria had been more than willing to speak bluntly and unrestrainedly, and that had earned her a scuffle with Jessica. It was natural for Genji to keep his silence. Until he spoke. Was she father's mistress, perhaps? His mistress. That could be possible. For ordinary people, polygamy isn't only viewed negatively from a moral perspective, it is also an unmaintainable financial situation. Yeah, I definitely want to play SMT5 Vengeance. I did hear people say that the metaphor combat system was very similar to the SMT system, where it's like literally taken from the SMT games, and I think I preferred it over it. But yeah, the dungeon design stuff was definitely a little lacking, we'll say. But that isn't the only case for the very rich. Or that isn't... Wait, did I read that right? But that isn't the case for the very rich, sorry. Possible for them to have another lover in addition to their real wife. You can't deny the possibility that grandfather had another woman in his life beside grandmother. Maybe when grandmother was alive, it seems she strongly suspected it. Maybe one of the children... Well, no. Never mind. That he was cheating on her. I'd always thought she was just referring to the witch in grandfather's head, but that's also a thing you might call a girl that you don't like, a witch. This is getting really interesting. You told me, didn't you, Genji? You said Beatrice has been working for grandfather since before the mansion was finished. I've heard that the construction of this mansion was completed in 1952. Yeah, the funny thing is, I might even have it still installed on my computer. I did like a whole setup to get SMT3 Nocturne set up on an emulator. I've heard people say that it's pretty good. I will definitely give it a try. I will probably be like gooning away at this game for a little bit because it's long as fuck. But once I'm through with that game, it's pretty much open season. I have a bunch of games that are on the docket, but I haven't like picked which one I'm gonna do. So I'll definitely look into it a little bit more probably tonight after stream. But if it's anything similar to like the Persona games, I'll probably like it. So I appreciate the recommendation. I'll make sure I add it to my list. I've heard the mansion completed construction in 1952. That would mean that this person called Beatrice had been in a relationship with grandfather for over 30 years. Let me put this down in the notes. Mansion. Did it say completed construction? Completed, yeah. Completed construction in 1952. Currently 1986, right? I think. Same? Yeah. That would mean that this person called Beatrice... Okay, I already read that. Could that mistress of 30 years ago, or maybe a relative or hidden child of that person, hold some kind of grudge and be planning revenge? I see. This is starting to sound just like your standard Western mansion mystery. It's a filthy topic, but the easiest line of reasoning to accept. Well, Genji? The master surely had feelings of deep love for her. There can be no mistake that he cared for her more than his late wife. Who is this person called Beatrice? And what is she doing now? I have heard that she passed away before the mansion was completed. Okay, interesting. Genji said the person named Beatrice passed away before the mansion was completed. He's already dead? Yes. The master mourned for her most grievously, and he has devoted himself to the art of black magic as a means to revive Beatrice. The master loved Beatrice from the bottom of his heart. It was that madness which drove him to do all that you see here. As Genji said this, he spread his arms, as though asking us to look at this room, filled with the signs of grandfather's madness. We were at a loss for words. Before this, his black magic hobby was nothing other than creepy, and we had found it impossible to understand what drove him to devote himself to it. Nobody had tried to understand Kinzo, dismissing him as an eccentric who had restored the Ushiramiya family amidst his madness. All that had been on grandfather's mind was the loss of the woman he loved, and the sorrow of being unable to give up on her. Just a few moments ago, this room seemed creepy, but in that instant, everything about it started making sense. Creepy books, the magic circles, the medicine, all of it. All just because he wanted to revive once more the visage of a single woman who had left this world 30 long years ago. The master only told me about Beatrice's story once when he was very drunk, although I've forgotten the details. It was a deep, deep love, enough to make a woman like me jealous. When Kinzo succeeded in the headship of the Ushiramiya family, Could be sus-eated actually there. Who knows? His marriage to his late wife was decided by the few surviving elders of the family. So he married a woman who would benefit the Ushirimiya family, not necessarily one he loved. No. Because he was forced to. That is correct. Kenzo was installed as the head who would revive the family and had to bear all of that heavy responsibility. I do not pretend to know the details of when or where Kenzo first met Beatrice. It'd be rude to say any more than that. That was when grandfather truly fell in love for the first time. How deep that affection must have been. It was easy to tell just by looking around us. The room was covered with piles upon piles of things having to do with black magic. And grandfather had spent day after long day shut in here, immersed in his research and isolated from the outside world, never taking a single day off. You couldn't help but realize how deep grandfather's love for Beatrice was. I had it all wrong, Genji. What might that be? I've always thought that maybe your servants believed blindly in the witch because you were influenced by grandfather's creepy black magic hobby, but that's not how it was. Perhaps they had been acting as though at least Beatrice's soul had been restored, and existed inside the mansion in order to soothe grandfather's heart. With closed eyes and expression as though he was remembering something from the distant past, Genji maintained his silence. He probably felt that to confess that would be to betray his one and only master in the most serious way, even though that person was already dead. Beatrice has revived as a witch, and she is in the mansion even now. That was his mantra, what he had believed, and what he had made others believe. And Genji would take that with him to the grave. This might have been the last service he could offer his master. The legend of the witch, the mysterious tale of Rokenjima that was still whispered among the servants. Its true nature was a sad lie. No, an act of kindness towards grandfather, who had lost the person he loved above all else. I remember denying the witch's existence in front of father on multiple occasions. Now I finally understand how much that must have wounded him. Right now I can understand very well. If I thought that I could revive Shannon using black magic, I'd immediately become the next owner of this room and start researching. Aniki. Another strand of tears dripped from George's eyes. Maybe it was infectious. Tears rose to Jessica's eyes too, and she sniffled. Beatrice told me, very soon she'll be able to revive. We'll be able to meet up. Very soon the door to the Golden Land will be opened. In that promised land that glitters gold, she'll resurrect all the dead people's souls, and revive the love they possessed as well. And I will sleep in a world of peacefulness forevermore. Did she say that? The Beatrice who gave you the letter? You don't believe, do you? If only grandfather were here, I'm sure he'd be happy. I'm sure he'd be jumping for joy now that Beatrice is about to be revived. In that case, I'll believe. If spending half of his life on research is what brought life back to grandfather, and if believing that the soul of the woman he loved had been resurrected is what enabled him to live to a ripe old age, I'll believe it too. That there. When love for a single woman is persistent over a long time, it is shared by those around you and becomes the truth. And maybe you could say they're just being considerate. But right here, now, I'd like to call that magic. It isn't consideration. It really is magic. She's a witch. It looks like nobody can see Beatrice after all. She's here. Some time passed. As we listened to the sound of the rain, we considered what kind of love and madness must have possessed the owner of this room as he spent half of his life here. Bro was bugging. Move on, lil bro. If you ask me as a woman, though I'd like to understand father's feelings of true love, it does leave mother in an awkward position. I agree. Cheating is cheating. No way to make it pretty. I mean, but that sounds really weird. It's like an arranged marriage problem, right? Like, let's say you got forced into a marriage with somebody that you didn't love. Do you still owe them the same shit? Like, what if they were like, hey man, maybe they had a secret open relationship? You don't know, man. No way to make it pretty. It's also true. Poor grandmother. Was there any story about a child between Beatrice and grandfather? The keyword Beatrice has been hidden in every corner of this case, so it's natural to suspect any relative of Beatrice. No. I've not heard of anything like that. If there had been one, I'm sure he would have given them all his affection in memory of his beloved. All of his affection. Since that didn't happen, and he immersed himself in black magic, maybe we should assume that there was no such child, at least not that he knew of. Come to think of it, that reminds me of a rumor I heard. You know it, right? You know that story about how grandfather heavily supported a welfare institute called the Gospel House? That was the name of it. The Gospel House. Enough of that. That is nothing more than slander which would desecrate father. Tell us, Aunt Natsuhi. Don't you agree that we shouldn't hide things from each other? It's a worthless story. Father heavily supported that institute and opened up servant employment positions for them within this house as part of their social studies. Some foolish people started spreading rumors that Father had foul motivations, that is all. At one point there was a rumor that he was collecting sacrifices for his black magic, and since he was actually doing weird experiments and rituals in this room all the time, I half believed it myself. And who are these servants who came from the Gospel House? There are several, but during the family conference, only Shannon and Cannon were scheduled to be here. Okay, so, let's put this down here. Shannon and Cannon were the only two servants present during the conference that were from the Gospel House. The foster home / welfare institute that Kinzo sometimes selected students from to become servants. Okay. To resurrect Beatrice, he had summoned servants from a welfare institute as sacrifices. After all, everyone the grandfather selected as a servant was young, always about the same age as Shannon or Cannon. I was sure the grandfather had some weird inclinations. Jessica! Control your words. When Aunt Natsuhi scolded her, the atmosphere instantly went sour, and everyone fell quiet. However, something was tugging at the back of my mind. Sacrifices. Sacrifices. Brought over from the Gospel House. What is it? Freaky words like sacrifice don't pop up often. Yet I've seen or heard that word somewhere recently. Some part of my memory is tugging at me. Yeah, it's called the epitaph. I don't know how you guys have been like fucking jerking about, like not remembering the epitaph. The first thing of the epitaph is quite literally, on the first night, sacrifice those chosen by the key, and it was 6 people. I don't know how you guys been jerking around. Come on, Beatrice. What do you know? I had arrived in front of the portrait of Beatrice. It wasn't as vast as the one in the entrance hall, but that portrait, which he must have drawn by some famous painter, was still just as intimidating in the smaller size. Below it, just like in the entrance hall, was the epitaph. Finally, we're gonna get the fucking connection of the 6 people, then the 2 separated by the love, then the praise. Holy fuck. Point out the place where the gold is hidden. Sacrifices. What the hell, Badler? You're creeping me out. Sacrifice. The 6. Both of my eyes opened as wide as plates. Right there, everything had been predicted since the very beginning. Wow, we finally realized that the thing that we learned early in the game is probably not important. Everyone crowded around, and the same expression of terror filled every face. Yes, it was written in the epitaph. Yeah, Maria quite literally said this to you. On the first twilight, sacrifice the 6 chosen by the key. There's no doubt. 6 people died in the beginning. And even on the shutter where the magic circle was drawn, no, where the Hebrew was written, it mentioned the offering of sacrifices. Ooh. I've been saying that from the beginning. Thank you, you have been. That's right, Maria had said it at the very beginning. Right after we found the 6 bodies, when Maria was in the parlor watching TV, she had said it. Killer's not human, just a sacrifice is chosen by the key. This has nothing to do with the location of the hidden gold. It's black magic or something. The instructions for a resurrection ritual. If I remember right, this epitaph requires a large number of deaths. It sure does. Even reading through it quickly, there'd be 6 + 2 + 5, 13 people who have to die. How many people are normally on this island? It varies depending on the shifts with the servants, but there's Father, my husband, me and Jessica, and 2 or 3 servants. Today and yesterday there were 5 of them, but there aren't normally that many. It means that normally there wouldn't be enough sacrifices to carry out this ritual. No, wait. There's that rumor that grandfather was collecting servants from the Gospel House to be used as sacrifices in some creepy ritual. So what? He increased the number of servants to increase the number of sacrifices and waited for the annual family conference when even more people would gather? Isn't now the only time of year that this ritual could be held? Didn't I say this at some point? I feel like this wasn't even like a surprise. Like, yes, he said at the start of the game that he gathered all the people here for sacrifices. It would be the only time that, like, I don't know. At least they're finally catching up, but when Jessica screamed this, Maria broke out in that creepy laugh, looking truly pleased. Incoming Maria CG? Oh no. Aren't there some people who make bets to test their fate? Like throwing a sandal and saying that if it lands right side up, tomorrow will be sunny. Or saying that tomorrow will be a good day if a coin lands on heads. There are many little superstitions like that. If you're fed up at how nothing is going right for you, and you happen to roll some dice and get 3 6s, it would probably make you want to believe that it's a sign of some miracle. When flipping a sandal, you have at worst a 50% chance. Even if you get it right side up, it's not worth much. But if you carelessly roll 3 dice and they all come up 6, you might think that it's a small miracle. Sorcery works the same way. You keep on praying earnestly, hoping for that unlikely outcome. Then, when that impossible result shows itself, the feelings from all those stored up prayers are made incarnate through magic. The sorcery the grandfather was trying to perform was probably like that. The key randomly selected sacrifices in a lottery, so to reduce the chance that he himself was selected, he chose the day with the greatest number of people on the island to carry out the ritual. How ridiculous. Are you saying that all these incidents were part of the process of some questionable magic ritual? Natsuki yelled. He couldn't stop thinking fearfully about how she might have been protected just because of the scorpion charm. If I hadn't received that charm from Jessica and hung it from my doorknob, would I have been killed? Been one of those 6? And the strangest part is, even though I hung the charm from the inside of my door, they couldn't get through the door. The killer had noticed the charm from outside the door and had given up trying to open the door. A human couldn't have perceived that. The charm meant to stop someone that was not human had done just that. However, Natsuhi, look, the epitaph traces the events that followed. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. Could this be talking about Eva and Hideyoshi? But painful as it may be, we must reach that conclusion. And after the culprit killed them, they left the words from the third twilight in a letter there. That's right. They're carrying out the second twilight. They left the third twilight in that place. Third twilight is just like Aunt Natsuhi just read, or just like Aunt Natsuhi just read. On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. Ah, now I read it. Or read it. It just keeps going on, doesn't it? On the fourth, gouge the head and kill. Gouge the head and kill. George's parents were killed with demonic ice picks gouged into their heads. But if that counted as the second twilight, someone else must be gouged in the head. Grandfather. And he's also the head of the family. He had been burned in the incinerator, and our eyes were so drawn to that part that we didn't notice, but Grandfather's forehead. No, his head had been gouged. Grandfather is the victim of the fourth twilight? Then canon. On the fifth twilight, gouge the chest. Ooh. Okay, so this is a weird thing. It's not actually tied to time. Okay. I'm gonna write this in the notes, because this was something that I was heavily talking about. It would be technically, first would be the night on the first day, second, third. Okay. On the fifth twilight, gouge the chest and kill. We thought that Cannon's case was an unexpected encounter with the culprit, but that's wrong. They'd been planning on luring someone out alone and driving something through their chest from the beginning. The culprit had followed the epitaph this far. Does that mean 3 people still have to die? On the sixth twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the seventh twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the eighth twilight, gouge the leg and kill. Yes. You could read it that way. Well, I wonder about that. After those 3 die, it reaches the ninth twilight. Take a look. On the ninth twilight, the witch revives and none shall be left alive. We are all going to be killed by Beatrice? I don't get it. Doesn't that mean that everyone will die no matter how many people there are? What was Grandfather's goal? Doesn't this mean that this ritual would kill Grandfather himself no matter what? It doesn't matter that no one's left alive. On the 10th twilight, we finally arrive at the Golden Land. Okay, yeah, we already saw this, yeah. I didn't mean to skip that. Grandfather wasn't afraid of something like death. Look at the second and third of the 4 treasures. Yeah, everyone gets revived and all love restored, yeah. One resurrects all the dead people's souls, one even revives all the love they possessed. So Grandfather believed that he would eventually be revived even if he died partway through the ritual. Ridiculous. That's insane. When you die, it's over, right? The dead don't come back to life. That's a miracle that humanity has been chasing after for thousands of years and still hasn't accomplished. So it's gotta be something like this, right? Something like you can revive and meet them in the world after. That's what I was thinking, that it was like a metaphorical meaning. If what you say is right, would that mean Grandfather, whose remaining life is slim and who is insane because of love, is committing suicide? No, a massive forced group suicide. Jonestown! Genji, can that possibility be considered? I do not know. The Master is a man who sometimes had the wisdom to see 1,000 years into the future. However, there are times when that appears to be nothing more than madness to commoners such as myself. What? Does that mean yes? What do you say, Kumasawa? I don't know anything. No, you can be sure of that. Do you think I would be on this island today if I did know? I would have faked an illness or done whatever it took to get the day off. Good gracious, yes. What about your opinion, Dr. Nanjo? You've been grandfather's friend for many years. I feel the same as Genji. Kenzo was a man who far surpassed ordinary people. I've even felt a sort of inhuman power from him at times. Not even I understand what Kenzo was thinking when he wrote that epitaph. All we can say is that even if the person who created this outline was father, the one carrying it out is a different person. That's right. At the very least, there's another culprit who attacked grandfather and Canon. Furthermore, that person is still continuing the crimes just as the epitaph says. The letter in the beginning that we didn't think deeply about. What was it that was written there? We thought back to the recitation of the letter last night. I think I read that wrong. Beatrice had proclaimed something inside the letter. She had proclaimed that, in accordance with her contract with Kinzo, she would collect everything of the Ushiramiya family as interest. But then, she had also revealed a special clause. If someone discovered the location of the gold grandfather had hidden, that right would be lost. At the time that the letter had been read, grandfather was still alive. But at that time, it had already been sealed with wax by the head's ring, which meant that grandfather had handed the ring over to Beatrice when he was still alive, which we know, we saw him throw it out the window in the earlier part. If you think about that straightforwardly, we should probably take that to mean that Beatrice is carrying out that strange contract, and grandfather is securing her that right. Simply put, it was the same as saying that grandfather knew of and approved of the contents of that letter. The only thing I wonder about this is, does this mean that the person who carries it out would become Beatrice, in the sense that if she's not like a physical being, that she like possesses someone and takes over and is coming back to life? That I'm not 100% sure about, because again, why would you do this otherwise? In other words, it's as though it was a joint message from Beatrice and grandfather, telling us that Beatrice will start collecting interest if we don't solve the riddle. In short, grandfather and Beatrice were telling us to solve the epitaph's riddle, and if we couldn't, they were saying they would kill us all, following the procedure in the epitaph. What meaning is there to that? Okay, I'm gonna write that down just because that's a reading that you could give. Battler states that the interest collecting is not so much a result of the epitaph, but the things... God, this is such a weird... I don't know. Punishment for not trying to find the gold, if I understand. I don't know. This whole thing like doesn't really make sense to me, because completing the epitaph gets you the gold anyways, so I don't really understand that part. What meaning is there to that? What do they want? I don't have a clue what it means. Look, another letter from Beatrice. Huh? What did you say? Just get slid under the door. Maria was pointing at the top of the table, where the canned food that everyone had been eating just now still lay. A Western-style envelope was sitting there. But so what? What? And Natsuki let out a hysterical cry, looking between her own hand and the table, because the envelope that she had just opened was still grasped in her hand. And despite that, there's an envelope on the table. What is this? What's going on, Maria? Where'd that envelope come from? Just now, I looked and it was lying there. I don't trust Maria, bro. I don't know anything. This isn't funny. There's only the 8 of us here. There's no way some 9th person snuck in. There wasn't enough time during the few seconds that we gathered around the portrait, right? Yeah, but someone could have just dropped it off. How hard would that have been to just drop it off there? What? Like, Jesus! Natsui, chill. Fucking scare me there. Get back, all of you. Back against the wall. Natsui was pointing the rifle at Genji and the others, bellowing at them. Genji was overpowered, his face looking like he didn't have a clue what was going on. Of course I felt the same, but a few moments late, I reached the same conclusion Aunt Natsui had. Yeah, that someone else had taken it off their person and put it there. Until just a few seconds ago, there was no letter like this on the table. Well, if you think about it, the only other person, like, I feel like Kumasawa has to be the highest suspect, because at least with the cannon thing, like, how the fuck... Who else would have been able to kill Cannon in the boiler room, right? Until just a few seconds ago, there was no letter like this on the table, and nobody had entered this room. That means someone among us had placed it. Dun 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 dun. Bum, bum, had placed it there during the few seconds when everyone was looking away, preoccupied with the portrait. That's what I was thinking. Battler, open the envelope and read what's inside. Sure. I picked up the envelope. It was still sealed with wax. Even without disturbing its contents, I realized that this was an unopened envelope, an unknown envelope. Without relying on a letter opener, I violently tore it open and pulled out the letter inside. The contents were as follows. Are you enjoying the riddle of Kinzo's epitaph? As you all are probably aware, or as you are all probably aware, you have very little time remaining. Please abandon any naive hopes of escaping after the storm passes. This game can only end with my victory or yours. When time runs out, I will win by default. There will be no ties. Make sure that you do not misunderstand your current situation. Okay, so just gonna put that down in the notes very basically. A letter delivered into the study says, in summary, basically that there will be no ties. Someone will win and solve the epitaph, or she will, or Beatrice will. We'll say it to be more complete. Okay. That's what it says. It isn't clear who put this letter there. However, I've been able to narrow down a list of suspects. It's all of you. Madam, that's just too horrible. Just before I moved towards the portrait, I set a can of food down here. At that time, there definitely wasn't anything as strange as this letter there. And at that time, Jessica, George, and Bradley were already in front of the portrait, so one of the servants or Maria. And they didn't leave the spot in front of the portrait until the letter appeared, so the person who set the letter down is one of you four. Beatrice is one of you. Ugh, we aren't Beatrice. Beatrice exists. Silence. I don't know whether I should suspect one of you or all of you. But without a doubt, at least one of you is the culprit. That's right. There can't be a 19th person. There's no way witches exist. Even when Canon was killed. Yeah, that could be explained if Kumasawa was the one who did it. The fact that she said this almost guarantees that it wasn't Kumasawa. I still do think there is a 19th person, a 19th entity. The truth is that Kumasawa entered the boiler room with Canon and killed him. And then she lied, saying he had already fallen when she got there. You're making a mistake, milady. Why would I do something like that? I don't have the slightest idea how my parents were killed in that locked room, but when they were killed, everyone except for the servants had an alibi. The only ones who didn't were the servants, but is it really correct to suspect them? Well, now that you mention it, they do have no alibi for any of the cases, but... Should we really be so quick to make that judgment? But this time, in this room, in this place, in this moment, in this minimally small bit of time and space, it's obvious. Only one of the four of them could have set the letter there in our blind spot. I mean, it feels like it would be most likely that it was Maria, because she's Beatrice's messenger, right? Only one of the four of them could have set the letter there in our blind spot. We can't tell who put it there, but it's obvious that one of the four did it. Natsuhi, please calm yourself. A lot has happened today. I understand the condition your heart is in right now, or the condition. Dr. Nanjo, it truly pains me to call you suspicious. However, his father's personal doctor and his closest friend, you've been by his side for many years. You might know about Beatrice as well. Could you be hiding some kind of old personal connection of his? Of course not. Calm yourself. It was pitiful to watch Dr. Nanjo frantically pleading his innocence. Jeez, I'm sorry, I'm trying to read too fast. It was probably a normal reaction that anyone would give if they were suspected. Kumasawa was the same. Since Jessica had started suspecting her in the murder of Canon, she was now totally flustered. That was why Genji's still calm appearance looked so bold. Aunt Natsuhi pointed the barrel of the gun. Genji, you were father's #1 subordinate. Was Beatrice a fantasy you showed the father with you as the performer? If by suspecting me you recognize me as the master's greatest servant, then it is a great honor to me, regardless of the circumstances. However, I am not the one who put the letter there. I think Maria's gonna just fucking cop to it. Why wouldn't she, bro? She already had the other letter. Do you expect me to just accept that? You must be the ringleader. Maybe Kumasawa and Dr. Nanjo are your accomplices. And you too, Maria. Not content to doubt just the adults, Aunt Natsuhi pointed the gun relentlessly at Maria too. Maria acted as though nothing had happened. Or maybe she thought she would be fine even if she was shot. Maria, by this point we can no longer remove someone from suspicion just because they are so young. So for the last time, let me ask the question that everyone brought to you since last night. Yesterday. Who was the Beatrice that handed you the letter? Ugh. Maria, don't try to fool us. Make it clear. Who the hell gave you that letter? How many times do I have to tell you? It's Beatrice, the 1,000-year-old golden witch. If you want to know what she looks like, just turn around. See? She's right there. Beatrice is. You think this is a game, you little bitch? Stop it, Jessica. Maria, too. Don't you understand the situation? What are you hoping to gain by saying stuff like that? Stop stirring each other's up pointlessly. Sorry, I read that wrong. I don't understand. Who do people want to be the culprit? You only believe in Beatrice when you don't want to doubt one of your own. And when you're trying to settle a grudge because someone who's close to you has been killed, only then do you want to believe in a human culprit who you can attack with violence and deny Beatrice. That's why you can't see her. Beatrice exists. You all can't see her. Silence! I don't want to label you as the culprit, but there is no longer any doubt that you enjoy making the situation unpleasant, serving the interests of the enemy. Then what will you do? Shoot me? Dude, If Natsuhi does this, I don't even know how to say how based it would be. I don't mind. Very soon the door to the Golden Land will be open. Then all the dead will be resurrected. Right now, death is nothing to be afraid of. Mom, she really is suspicious. We can't stay with her. But Aunt Natsuhi, please calm down. There's no reason to shoot Maria. Please, remain composed. The letter was meant to provoke us, but it's nothing to be afraid of. Even the culprit is scared. Scared of tomorrow. Scared of the police. Right now, this island is free from the reach of the law, but that's only because it's isolated by this typhoon. Once the typhoon passes, the law will return, so you mustn't shoot. How can you stay so calm, George? One of these four is the culprit. No, maybe all four of them are working together. How can you stay so calm when one of these four might be the culprit who killed your parents? Even I have the desire to find the culprit and kill them. But that would be simple barbarism. I will leave the judgment of crimes to the law. So no matter how suspicious they are, you mustn't pull that trigger. I feel the same as George. Aunt Natsuhi, get a hold of yourself for a second. Anyway, it'd be bad to shoot. In times like this, I hear you should tilt your head back and say, stay cool, 3 times. Let me make this clear. Witches don't exist. Not on Rokenjima, not in the Ushiromiya mansion, I can't speak. I declare it as Ushiromiya Natsuhi, representative of the Ushiromiya family. There's no witch here. I won't accept Beatrice. No matter what you're planning, I won't let you lay one finger on my daughter or the rest of them. That's my duty as a mother and as representative to the family. Those words were the final words of farewell that settled everything. To protect her daughter, Aunt Natsuhi would regard any suspicious person as an enemy. The only reason George and I were standing on this side was because by coincidence, we had a clear alibi regarding the letter. If I hadn't approached the portrait, I too may have been at the other end of that gun barrel, treated like a criminal. But even though part of me thought that, part of me was thinking that chasing all of the suspicious people from the room would finally guarantee our safety. Genji, Kumasawa, and Dr. Nanjo, all of them were on grandfather's side. You could even say that Maria was on grandfather's side since she had a blind belief in Beatrice. That's right, they're all suspicious. But is this really alright? Is it really alright for us to fight back against the lawlessness of the witch by throwing out all the suspicious ones without due process? Hey, without due process, hey man, that's a very topical concept. Okay. It's a very calm way for that scene to end. Thank you for the follow, IPHG12, I appreciate it. Aunt Natsuhi didn't tell them to leave with her own words, but with wordless pressure she was inducing them to say that themselves. So if Dr. Nanjo hadn't said those words, the cold silence would surely have continued forever. Calm yourself, Natsuhi, but I understand your feelings well. I myself feel like there's something wrong with my head after all of these strange, repeated incidents. So I understand well why you want to suspect us. You really have nothing to do with this? I would think that what I am doing is beyond rude. However, please understand just this once. I understand. Let's leave the room. What do you say, Genji? Shall we return to the parlor and continue our chess game? If that is what you wish, by all means. I don't want to. I mean, that means we'll have to leave this room knowing that the wolf is among us. Dun 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 dun. Still waiting for Wolf Among Us 2. Come on, what's going on? Telltale, wake up. I don't want to, madam. Please forgive me. What Kumasawa was trying to say made total sense. If she was innocent, then she was being ejected into dangerous territory along with the culprit. In the current situation, pressing her to leave the room along with the suspects was almost exactly the same as letting her get killed. Oh my god, my girlfriend sent me like a trillion messages. Good lord, I missed a trillion messages. 1 second. Okay, sorry. However, Kumasawa really was suspicious just for being the first one to discover that Kanon had been murdered. At that time, everyone except Kumasawa had an alibi. It's not really true, though. Genji was the one that told Kumasawa to go. I'm gonna put that in the notes here. Genji was the one who kept assigning Kumasawa the stick by Kanon even when he died in the boiler room. Kumasawa did not elect herself to go. Now, it is being used against her. She was near canon at his time of death. Okay. As long as the use of some trick or the existence of some 19th person could not be established, Kumasawa was one of the most likely suspects by far. I didn't want to believe it. However, Aunt Natsuhi and the rest of us were in such a difficult situation that we couldn't help doubting any of them, Kumasawa included. So we didn't say anything to stop Aunt Natsuhi from trying to oppressively chase them from the room. We'd stopped her from shooting, but when it came to exiling them from the room, we were passively agreeing. Maria spoke to the still fretful Kumasawa. You'll be alright. Beatrice is kind to those who respect her. You believe that Beatrice exists, so I'm sure you'll be fine. I'm gonna go watch TV in the parlor. Let's watch it together. This place has no TV, and it's boring. It looked like Kumasawa found Maria's roguish laugh very frightening. However, the 3 other people had agreed to leave the room. Kumasawa couldn't fight the flow and had to agree, crying as she left the room. Well then, Natsuhi, I shall leave you for tonight. Let us meet again tomorrow. Yes, please understand, at least for tonight. When the police come, I promise to apologize to you all for my rudeness. You may play chess, but do it in a safe place if you can. Genji, I leave it to you. Certainly. Oh, it can't be helped, can it? They always say that the most frightening bears are those with their cubs. Genji, Kumasawa, my sincere apologies. Let us meet again tomorrow. Maria, too. Please forgive your cold aunt. Ooh, I forgive. Ooh, but Beatrice doesn't. Madam, the keys to this room, I will hand both over to you. Genji pulled the 2 golden keys from his pocket and handed them to Aunt Natsuhi. And I will also hand over my bundle of keys to the inside of the mansion. That doesn't really mean too much if one of the killers has another set of master keys, but hey, we'll take it. He took out a bundle of about 10 keys of various shapes and handed it over. To the servants, those keys were probably the proof of their position. Being placed in charge of those keys meant that they were trusted, relied upon. Being forced to return them meant that they had lost that trust. Thinking about it this way, there could have been no greater humiliation for Genji, who had served here for all these years. However, his usual indifferent expression remained on his face. Genji, I had planned that after Father passed away, I would reward you for your many years of hard work and allow you to retire. And yet I'm treating you like this. It makes me feel ashamed from the bottom of my heart. I've already received the Master's favor. Everything I've done until today has been in repayment for that. Please, do not worry over it. Well then, shall we everyone? Good night to you all. Ooh, night-night. Battler too. Night-night. Ooh. Maria, wait a sec. Guilt made me call Maria back. I groped around in my pocket and took out that scorpion key holder, so he fucking bullshitted. He did have it. This repels magic, right? Keep it on you. Didn't you say you dropped it? Back then I was kind of pissed off and I was just bluffing that I'd lost it. There's no way I'd lose your precious charm. Aw, that's kind of cute. Maria silently took the charm. I was unable to say anything after that. Well then everyone, good night to you. Unable to respond, we watched them leave, our expressions completely tired out. And until the door closed and we heard the auto lock, we were unable to even draw our next breath. Then, when I was finally allowed to take a breath, I noticed that Beatrice's letter, which I had been gripping the whole time and which was soaked with my sweat, actually had 2 sheets. Oh god, brother, there's another half to it. The paper had been tightly stuck together, so I had mistakenly thought that there was only one. There was nothing written on the second sheet. Hey man, it's the Triforce. This is where you find out that this is like something that you can do that that purges like any magic protection or something. There was nothing written on the second sheet. The thing drawn there was a magic circle written with a red ink like blood. Just like how every magic circle up until then had been different, this magic circle was one that I had never laid eyes on. Inside the circle, a large triangle and a small triangle were fit together in a simple design. But just as before, there was writing in Hebrew, and it seemed clear that it had held some kind of meaning. Excuse me. I wanted to know what that could be, but we had just chased Maria, the only person who could understand the meaning of magic circles, out of the room. 100% it like removes the protection of the scorpion charm or something. I'll bet my life on it. I thought of the magic circle as a second set of messages from Beatrice. What does this one mean? Damn it. We've chased out all the suspicious people. Now all we have to do is stay barricaded here until morning, and then will everything be over? Once the typhoon is past, when the seagulls cry, will everything be resolved? But the letter that had unexpectedly appeared in the study had rejected that naivete. It had made it very clear that if time ran out, it would mean victory for the witch. When time runs out, is the witch planning to take on the offensive? Is she finally planning to display some fearful magical power? Maybe something that could have been used to kill 6 adults at once. Wait, when is time supposed to run out? I don't know anything. Now, we should finally be safe. Finally. Definitely. Even as she said that, Aunt Natsuki couldn't stop gripping that rifle. There was no release in the tension of her expression. Of course, none of us felt like breathing a sigh of relief yet. At least not until we could hear the cries of the seagulls once more. End of chapter. Bow. You notice too, with the glass being broken, it does kind of look like gunshots. So we went about an hour and a half, I think. Maybe not even. Hey, the Golden Witch. Is she finally going to make her entrance? After we chased them out, nobody said another word except for, I'll be right back, I'm gonna get a drink real quick. And I gotta go pee. So 1 second. Going washroom, BRB. I'll literally be like 2-3 minutes at most. 1 sec. Okay, my bad, I'm back. Okay, let's get to this. What chapter are we on here? Chapter 16, okay. The Golden Witch. So I think we might finally get some answers. I am almost 100% convinced this is going to be like Higurashi, where every episode will be a reset now. Like, I am convinced. Okay. After we chased them out, nobody said another word. We had exiled all of the suspicious ones. Even though we had known that there might be some innocents among them, we had exiled them all the same. We had chased them out of this paradise, where people didn't have to doubt each other. However, our motive for chasing them out had been suspicion of our fellow man, the worst kind of crime for human. If we had been able to accept the existence of a 19th person, of the witch, then we all might still be talking face to face, trusting in each other. In that instant, we had agreed to chase out all of the suspicious people. But had that been the right thing to do? During this endless silence, we could do nothing but be quietly tormented by that sin. Aunt Natsuki was facing the door, seated all the way back in her sofa, not letting go of her rifle for even an instant. She would probably spend the night staring at the door without a wink of sleep. George was gazing through a gap in the closed curtains by the window, looking down at the courtyard and the mansion that surrounded it. Whether he was checking to see if any suspicious shadows would become visible through that window, or whether he was engaged in some deep internal conversation, I couldn't tell. Jessica was sitting at an angle on the sofa next to Aunt Natsuhi, with a dead expression on her face. And every once in a while, as though she'd just remembered something, she would take out the inhaler that she had used during her asthma attack and stick it in her mouth. Aww. I just heard it from Aniki, but apparently Jessica liked Canon. Seems that it was such a vague thing that she hadn't realized it herself. You know, it's the kind of thing that other people tend to spot before the person in question realizes it. In that case, she might have first learned of her feelings when the person she liked died. It was truly pitiful and sad. Come to think of it, Canon had been the one to hand her that inhaler. Maybe she was remembering that. As for me, I was fishing around Grandfather's study, thinking I'd research the meaning of the magic circle on the second sheet of the letter. Even though we were shut up here in a defensive position, my rebellious nature made me want to keep up the offense, and find some key to all of this. We have plenty of time until tomorrow morning anyway. No matter what I do with that time, no one can find fault with it. No one else showed that much interest in this magic circle. Its meaning was unknown, and once we understood it, we were sure to find some message that would cause us unnecessary anguish. I also agreed about this. However, I still couldn't let it go, so I killed time pretending to research it. You sure are enthusiastic. Did you find anything that might serve as a hint? Not a thing. First task is even finding a book written in Japanese. Just how many languages could Grandfather read? He's incredible. Aren't you tired, Battler? You should take a rest while someone else is staying awake for you. Aunt Natsuhi may be saying she'll stay vigilant all night, but there's no way her body can handle that. We should take turns sleeping. Thus on George, why the fuck are you suggesting this? Then you sleep first, Aniki. I'm gonna keep on with my little research until the drowsiness hits. That magic circle? Pretty much. We've got plenty of time to kill. I thought it'd be interesting to find out what kind of message the great Beatrice put in it. I wouldn't. Keep that up and you'll get possessed by something weird. Relax. I've been certified by Maria. She said I'm utterly lacking any spiritual talent. Okay. Were we too cruel to Maria? Fuck no, bro. Jessica, you mustn't think that now. But Mom, if Maria wasn't involved and the killer's someone totally different, they're obviously gonna go for the easy targets. If she's killed because of this, then we've just let her die. A gloomy silence settled once again. It looked like Jessica regretted that she'd let her emotions take hold of her and snapped at Maria. It was always like that. Always acted tough, went too far, and regretted it later. I understand how you feel, but Maria was in close contact with the culprit, and what's worse, she seemed to be taking their side with her endless series of mystifying statements. I am relieved that we chased her out. Base, Natsui. That's pretty harsh, Aunt Natsui. Couldn't it just have been the nonsense of a 9-year-old girl? Even I thought I was being brazen saying that. I myself had thought Maria was creepy on several occasions today, and had doubted her true nature. And when Maria had been chased out of this room, I couldn't deny that I'd felt some relief. If that is the case, then tomorrow I will apologize for what I did. I will take full responsibility for chasing them out of this room. This isn't something that the rest of you have to worry about. The other thing too that you gotta think about, I'm gonna look at the note, or to look at the epitaph real quick. And turn this on so you can see. So we know that now we're past here. 3 people have to die, so we just kicked out Kumasawa, Genji, Nanjo, and Maria. So this is the interesting thing, right? Like, I mean, to be fair, all of them die anyways, so... I was thinking that if it was a group of 3 that got kicked out, it would make sense. But, yeah, I guess it's not as obvious what or who the next targets will be. I could feel a tragic determination in Aunt Natsuhi's words. To protect her own daughter, she would resolutely chase out the suspicious ones. And if as a result, she had left to die those people who had the misfortune to be suspected, so be it. She was prepared to take full responsibility. Why does Maria have to keep saying stuff like that? She's bringing about her own ruin. I think the reason Maria adores witches and magic so much might be because of Auntie Rosa. Because of Auntie Rosa? What does she have to do with this? I think you must have realized it too, Battler. Maria's real father ran off somewhere a long time ago. Although Auntie's trying to cover it up by saying he's on a foreign business trip. Talking about Rosa's family has become a kind of taboo in the Ushiramiya family. I think Auntie, even thought about remarrying, see I can't fucking read, but I also believe Maria may have become her shackles and made that quite difficult. After all, she sometimes got incredibly emotional and took it all out on Maria. Yeah, we saw that. I agree with you there. It looked like Auntie Rosa was trying hard to like Maria, which means that she didn't really like her. I bet she had some strong thoughts about Maria, standing in the way of her getting remarried. I think that the emotional rejection from her mother must have left some deep scars on her young heart. When she learned about this occult hobby from somewhere, she immersed herself in it so she could fill the holes in her heart. Did you know? To Maria, the image of a witch isn't negative at all. Remember yesterday at the beach when she showed us her notebook? Yeah, it was full of all of those fun-looking scribbles. Yesterday when we had doubted the witch down by the beach, Maria had gotten all riled up and started explaining about witches. And now one of the pages had shown a picture of an ugly witch. They were all brightly colored, beautiful, cute witches who looked like they were having fun. There was absolutely nothing sinister about them, like a boy might have imagined. They were beings adorned with beautiful dresses, who could grant anyone's dreams with their mysterious magic, and who made everyone happy. The sorrow of not being loved by her mother. Had Maria sought salvation from the witches as beings who could save her from that sorrow and make her happy? Someday a witch would come, and using her wonderful magic would bring Maria happiness. Even though she believed that, as she grew older, she had to face reality as her fleeting dreams were sliced to ribbons one by one. If in front of a girl like that, something claiming to be the witch of Rokkenjima appeared, and whispered that she would take Maria to the Golden Land where Maria could be happy. There's also been a little bit of imagery with like thunder approaching, and with it being, you know, not necessarily good. Like when Key being Kinzo threw the ring out the window, the thunder replied, so I think it's time I confess what's in my heart. Maybe throwing out Maria? No, Genji and the rest too. It's probably the wrong thing to do. I do feel guilty, since Jessica had been the one to face them and slam them with words of rejection. Her conscience must be tormenting her a lot right now. And how do you all explain that letter? No one could have said it there except for the 4 people standing behind me. I was able to see that quite clearly with my own eyes. If those 4 are innocent, how was that letter placed there in a locked room with 8 people in it? That's just it. When you put it that way, those 4 really do seem suspicious. But that's no goddamn good. Yeah, it's no goddamn good at all. No good? What is? Right. It might not be worth anything anymore, but let me flip over the chessboard again, bro. This guy is addicted to this phrase. What I mean is, if one of those 4 really is the culprit, it makes no sense. Because why would the culprit place a letter knowing that if they were one of the 4, they would be the ones that would be immediately suspected, meaning it has to be one of us. Oh my god! That's right. Wasn't setting that letter openly on the table the same as confessing that one of them was the culprit? You're right, that makes no sense. If you were gonna do that, you'd put it like in the crack of the door to make it look like someone had slipped in from the outside. Yeah, they must have known they'd be suspected if they didn't make it look like the culprit was outside the room. Yeah, that's exactly it. If the culprit was one of those 4, setting that letter right in the middle of the table would be both risky and meaningless. But putting aside whatever trick they used to set it there, if we assume that the culprit is someone other than those 4, in other words, someone who was outside the room, then they had a lot to gain from that letter. Stop that, Battler. At this point, that issue is insignificant. Aunt Natsuhi quickly guessed what I was getting at. No. Maybe she had thought of it long before I had, and had simply held her tongue. If the culprit was outside the room, then once we shut ourselves up in a locked room where the culprit couldn't touch us, it was all over for them. That's right. It's the same as the theory I propose about how Grandfather disappeared from this room, isn't it? The theory that Grandfather left the room of his own accord? If the culprit used some tactic to lure him out and Grandfather left of his own accord, then basically we just sent them to death. Come to think of it, even Maria had said it when we found the scorpion magic circle on the doorknob to the study. Beatrice couldn't get through this door. Yeah, you said that, but now we have a magic circle that we don't know what it does. It could dispel that charm somehow. Also, Maria said that Beatrice was right there, that she could see her inside the room with us, so, you know, also question mark on that, but she might be able to induce someone to leave of their own accord. In that case, that would mean we fell for the culprit's trap completely, and sent out some new potential sacrifices. Genji and the rest aren't fools. If they desired to protect themselves, they would quickly think of the next safest place after this room. They are surely hiding themselves there. Would that not just be your room if you left a charm on that? Aunt Natsuhi hadn't answered the question. She herself realized that if the culprit wasn't in that group, the letter could easily have been a trap. However, it wasn't worth the risk of calling back the people she had once thrown out. To Aunt Natsuhi right now. Is it Natsuhi or Natsuhi? I mean, I'm saying Natsuhi, so you know what? Who cares? And to that end, she was thinking a few sacrifices may be an unfortunate necessity. Hey, Aunt Natsuhi. Let me ask something a little difficult, alright? How do you pronounce your name? One sec, we're gonna find out. One sec, Aunt, we're gonna find out. If by coincidence Jessica had also been standing behind you at that time, would you have chased Jessica from the room too? Okay, sorry, because I just want to hear him say her name. Natsuhi. Okay, yeah. It's Natsuhi. I had it right the first time. Sure, there may have been a degree of cruelty to it, but as a mother, you thought you should protect your daughter no matter what. And it was out of that duty that you sent them out, fully aware you'd eventually be held responsible for it. I'm not trying to criticize you for it or anything. I was just thinking about what a great mother Jessica has. Yes. You've been dealing with these incidents since morning, and you've been pulling all of us along this whole time without losing your composure. If you had been as confused as the rest of us, every last one of us may have been in the culprit's grasp by now. Yeah, you might be in it right this second. What if it's her? I already said earlier that I thought that if Beatrice was like possessing somebody's body, if it was like a dual personality meme, I said earlier that I thought it would be Natsuhi above anybody else. What with the random persistent headaches and everything. So I think that we all have to thank you. Thank you. What you're trying to say is this, right? You want her to act as Maria's mother too? I always thought of Maria as a real little sister and adored her. And yet, a bunch of things happened. We got a bit confused. And I said a lot of mean things to her and hurt her. Mom, please. Let's stay with Maria. No, with everyone. There was no culprit among us. Dun dun! Why can't the culprit behind all this just be the witch Beatrice? So let's just stop doubting each other. Aunt Natsuhi closed her eyes for a short while. Was she coping with her throbbing headache again, or was she thinking of something? Jessica, you are my precious daughter. The daughter I was finally blessed with a whole 12 years after I married my husband. I would become the worst kind of demon to protect you. That was some pretty strong language at the end there. She realized very well that these were only words, but even so, she was strongly resolved to protect her daughter even if she had to become a demon. But that was because she was tormented by guilt. They had been so long. So many things had happened in one day, and we'd been put under such pressure. I wonder if we have the right to greet tomorrow the way we are now. There it is. I found it. It's this magic circle. So you ready for it to find out that it's going to be like, oh yeah, by the way, it dispels any magic protection that is blocking a spirit from entering this room. Oh shit, look who it is! Within the books I had been constantly flipping through, I'd finally found the same magic circle that had been drawn on the second sheet of the letter. George peered at it as well. The magic circle's name was the third magic circle of Mars. And the scorpion was the fifth, I believe, or the seventh? I think it was the fifth. The Hebrew written on it was from the Old Testament book of Psalms. You notice they're all Psalm verses? Verse 13. What God is so great as our God? The meaning of the magic circle was discord. More of a TeamSpeak, Ventrilo kind of mumble guy, you know? It agitates internal divisions and causes the enemy to bring about their own downfall. There you go. Whoa. Seriously? Could there be a more fitting way to describe our current situation and mental state? We couldn't help but be stunned into silence. So this letter was a trap? How'd they put it here? There wasn't anyone in this room except for us 8. Anyway, let's ignore how they got it in here for now. The culprit was after one thing. They wanted to spread the seeds of doubt inside this impregnable study, and use us to throw the sacrificial sheep out. In that case, what they're after is the people who went out of the room. But Mom, what should we do? Those 4 are in danger. I mean, the correct answer here is like, hey man, you already sent them out, they're already fucking dead. You guys just need to nut up and lock in here. It wasn't surprising that Aunt Natsuhi remained unpleasantly silent. Even if this was all a trap by the culprit, even if the 4 who had been chased out of the room were in danger, it had nothing to do with the safety of the 4 people in here. There was no way to prove the innocence of the 4 people we had kicked out. If we're willing to let them die, then we shouldn't leave this room no matter what. That way is safest. But I thought the lines were cut. Just then all of a sudden the piercing sound of a phone rang through the room. It was the antique extension phone that was set on Grandfather's study desk. It had started ringing right as we began this conversation. It was only natural that we would think it was an SOS from the others if we had kicked out. But then Aunt Natsuhi spoke. Don't answer it. How? How can this telephone be? It should be broken down and unusable. That doesn't matter. If that's Maria and the others calling for help, if the problem with the phones was the culprit's work in the first place, then this phone call is more than likely. With that one sentence, the ring of the phone, which had sounded like a scream for help, started to sound like a ghastly summons from some unknown person. Natsuhi hesitated over whether to pick up the receiver. Let's take it, Auntie. The phones might have been fixed for some reason. It could still be an urgent call from Maria and the rest. That's right. And on the slight chance that it is a call from the killer, bring it on. Let him friggin' talk. It's just a phone call. No matter what they babble through the receiver, it's not like it's gonna hurt you. If you won't pick it up, then I will. I will take it. Hello? I stretched out my hand to take the receiver, but Aunt Natsuhi picked it up first, as if to say she had it under control. We all held our breath, trying to figure out who the person on the other end of the phone was. Before a while, Aunt Natsuhi just kept saying, hello? A silent phone call? There's no way Maria and the others would do something so creepy. Which means, this phone call, might it possibly, really? Natsuhi stopped repeating hello, and strained her ears, because she thought she heard something far away on the other end of the receiver. What was it? Huh? Is someone screaming? Singing? What do you mean, singing? I don't know. Faintly from the other end of the phone, I hear someone singing. I wonder what it could be. Give it here for a sec. Hello? I half forced the receiver from the stunned Aunt Natsuhi's hand and pressed it against my ear. At first I didn't hear anything. But because I had been told about it beforehand, I noticed. Not in a quiet voice, but rather far away from the receiver. I could hear a girl singing a song. The voice sort of sounded like Maria's, but that just made the situation even more inexplicable. At the very least, the one who had made the phone call hadn't been Maria. After all, Maria was singing some song far away from the receiver. In that case, the one who made the phone call should have been Genji, Kumasawa, or Dr. Nanjo. And yet they weren't saying anything. Why? For what reason? Who is the person who made the phone call? Hey, hello? Who is it? Answer me. Is that Maria singing? Answer me. What's going on? What is it? I don't know. All I can say is, this is probably a trap, and Maria's in trouble. Aunt Natsuhi took the receiver again, but after calling into it several more times, she realized that she wasn't getting anywhere, and hung up. She then dialed quickly, and clucked her tongue. Oh right, if the phones are back, we should be able to reach the police. But judging by her reaction, the outside line still wouldn't connect. Is there a way that they could cut only the line to the outside, but then the line to the inside would still be fine? Is that like a possible thing that can happen? I'm not familiar enough with like old phone tech, like with landlines and shit, if you can do that. But let's go. Even if we know it might be a trap, we have to go. Yeah, absolutely. Jessica, Aunt Natsuhi, stay here. When Aniki and I tried to dash out, Aunt Natsuhi stopped us. Wait just a minute. I cannot let you go alone. I will go too. Jessica, you wait here. And you'd have me be the only one left out? Not a chance, I'm coming too. Yeah, it might be better that way. If the goal of that phone call was to split us up further, it wouldn't be a good idea to leave someone to watch this room. There's no time to argue. Let's all go. Aunt Natsuhi raised the rifle high and took the lead. I needed a weapon for myself as well. I found a 3-pronged candelabra, which looked like it could be used for some strange ritual, and armed myself with it. With the spikes it had to fit the candles on, although they were short, it was almost like a 3-pronged spear. Is he gonna realize that's what they were stabbed with? Oh no. I thought that's what we were gonna figure out. Then the four of us left the study. We left the study, which should have been the safest place inside the mansion. And so we had been lured out, despite the fact that we had barricaded ourselves in a safe, locked room. And perhaps we were even repeating the exact same series of events that had led to grandfather disappearing from there. Maria, where are you? Answer me! I listened closely but didn't hear anything. The mansion was vast, and the sound of the rain even noisier than before, as if the passing typhoon was making its last stand. Maria said that she wanted to watch TV in the parlor, right? Let's try going downstairs. Yes, good idea. Everyone be mindful of your surroundings. Yeah. With Aunt Natsuhi in the center, her rifle readied and her finger on the trigger, we moved in a group, our backs together, checking our surroundings in all directions. We thought the power of that magic circle designed to spread discord had brought it all into being. We had split up and furthermore, had been dragged into dangerous territory. In other words, even now in this very moment, we were doing just what the culprit wanted us to do. This was now a strange space where it wouldn't be odd for anything to suddenly occur. Aunt Natsuhi nervously pointed the barrel of the gun at every dark spot and shadow. It felt like that motion was out of fear rather than caution. But the rifle she held in her hand would surely also be our trump card that the killer was afraid of. You know, I've been thinking. It wouldn't be impossible to stick one of those ice picks into someone's chest, like in Cannon's case. But splitting the skull and sticking them into the forehead like it was with my parents wouldn't be that easy. This is also very true. It would require a considerable amount of strength. He's honestly not wrong about that. Especially because, like, that part of your forehead, in my understanding, that's also the thickest part of your skull, right? You think the culprit had that kind of animal strength? They probably have some kind of weapon, a device that can shoot or pound those ice picks. That handle was too short to be driven in that deeply by human strength alone. I don't know about that, but whatever the case, we have enough force to break through his skull. Or they have enough force. It seems that Cannon's wound even reached his lungs. Well, yes, you said it was almost a foot long. It was 25 centimeters. I'm pretty sure that most people's chests are not that thick. Even if you see our opponent, do not step out in front. You must not move away from my back. Just how sinister and frightening was this weapon that could shoot those creepy ice picks? And could I do anything to combat it with just this candlestick in my hand? In the first murder, the culprit had probably assaulted 4 of our parents at once, and they discussed the inheritance problem in the dining hall. And we also had 4 people. Apparently I wasn't the only person thinking this. George, Jessica, and of course, Aunt Natsuhi were stretching their senses to the utmost limit, in the highest and worst sense of tension, slowly advancing one step, then another. Ah, what sinful people are we? A world as terrifying as this, and we push Maria and the rest right into the middle of it just because of the seeds of doubt spread by that single letter. We finally reached the first floor. The parlor was just across the hall. The portrait should be right behind us. When we listened carefully, we could hear it faintly. Maria's eerie singing voice. She wasn't singing naturally, as though she were in a good mood. She was singing mechanically, I thought it said melancholically. As if she was in music class in school and had been ordered to sing. The song she was singing was just a common folk song, one that everyone has probably sung in school at one time or another. But why that, in the middle of the night, alone, with all her heart, over and over? Why? When we had just left the study, we had called out in loud voices asking Maria where she was, but this time no one said even a single word. We hid our breath and the sound of our footsteps, heightened all of our senses, and examined everywhere around us to a neurotic degree as we advanced each step. The door to the parlor was closed, but we could hear Maria's singing voice through it. Aunt Natsu put her hand on the handle of the doorknob. George Aniki stopped her. I didn't mean to say that. Honorific. I'll open the door. Aunt Natsu, Battler, ready your weapons. Alright, be careful. They might attack as soon as we open it. George, watch yourself. Sure. Okay then, here we go. He tried to open it, but immediately felt the hard resistance of the lock. Aunt Natsu took the bundle of keys from her pocket and gave them to George. There were about 10 keys, and none of us had a clue which was which. Because of this, George had to fumble around loudly and test several of them. Since we had hidden our footsteps, preparing to make a surprise attack on the room, this felt almost fatal. I think I read that line wrong. I think I read a few of those wrong. Since we had hidden our footsteps, preparing to make a surprise attack on the room, this felt almost, The whole time we could hear Maria's voice from the parlor, singing the same song over and over. It was like a broken, crazy cassette tape. In the morning, we had been in that room the whole time. All of the frightening things had occurred outside that room, so we had convinced ourselves that even if nowhere else could be trusted, that room alone was safe. That baseless impression was quickly falling apart. It unlocked. Thank you. George, Jessica, move behind me. Auntie, let's all jump in at once and split up in different directions. If we just stand around after opening the door, those ice picks might fly right through the center. I'm well aware. Ready? Actually, I kind of wish I could call it quits. I ready myself. If they're gonna throw ice picks at me, we'll see how they like my candlestick. Go. They're just gonna bust in there, I'll just be chilling there, right? Take a drink real quick here. Aunt Natsuhi and I rammed into the door as we flew into the parlor, quickly splitting up left and right, and searching the parlor for someone who might be waiting for us. But what our eyes landed upon was an altogether outlandish scene. Oh my god. The parlor was stained with blood. This place where we had spent almost the entire day, where we had pressed in together to protect ourselves from some unknown malice, had become stained with fresh blood, had become an ocean of blood. On the floor lay Genji, Kumasawa, and Dr. Nanjo, their entire bodies stained bright red with blood. But the only way we could identify them was by their clothes. That was because, that's right, that's how this whole tragedy started, faces all mashed up. Their faces were all mashed up like Dad and the others in the storehouse. You couldn't even tell where the eyes and noses were. It was like someone had vulgarly gobbled apart a tomato pot stew wrapped in a pie crust, all globby and sloppy. And that wasn't all. Their bodies had other wounds. They were those demon's ice picks. They were in Genji's stomach, Dr. Nanjo's thigh. No, his knee. Yeah, it would be his knee. In the epitaph, the sixth twilight was the stomach, and on the seventh, it said to gouge the knee. After seeing one of them stuck near Kumasawa's calf, I couldn't help but masochistically laugh. Yeah, of course it would be. So I'm gonna look at the... Oh, they're gonna say it right here. I literally just alt-tabbed to check my notes, but it's gonna say it. On the 6th, gouge the stomach. On the 7th, gouge the knee. On the 8th, gouge the leg. Oh, now even the 8th twilight is over. And the next one, the 9th twilight, what was it again? Maria was there. Jesus. What the fuck, man? I will say, again, one of my biggest criticisms of Higurashi not having, like, any gory CGs or anything. She was facing the far wall, standing stock still, completely alone. Facing away from this horrible scene, standing in front of the wall, singing her song over and over. There was nothing else in the room, just the corpses of the 3 who had been brutally killed, and the receiver still off its hook, showing that it had been this room that the call had come from. Just that of Maria, her back to the scene, facing the wall, she kept on singing. We couldn't even scream at this bizarre scene. We could only stare shocked, our mouths hanging loosely open. Maria? Jessica called out to her, but Maria showed no reaction. Alone she kept singing on and on. We had come here trying to save Maria from some approaching danger. So now that we had found her, we should have been running up to her, hugging her, joyous that she was safe. And yet not one of us could do that. Everyone thought it, but they couldn't say it. After all, because that's right, it's crazy, and yet, but no, it couldn't be. Open my notes real quick here. Why can't I scroll down more? Look at this. Oops. Okay. Just wanted to write that. But no, it couldn't be. But Maria, stop singing. Are you listening? At some point, Aunt Nancy and I had pointed our weapons at Maria's back. I yelled at Maria in a violent voice, but there was no reaction. She just kept singing. With a candlestick still ready, I ran up to her, and forcefully, no violently, slammed my hand down on her shoulder. And I pulled on her shoulder, forcing her to turn around. Maria's small body was quickly pulled down and fell. And as though unhappy about how her singing had been interrupted, she looked into my face with her usual expression, get ready for the CG. Even in this gruesome situation, she was just like normal. Maria, what the hell is this? Who did this? Beatrice. Enough of that fucking bullshit. I threw the candlestick I had been holding against the wall. The violence of that reckless sound should have gone straight into Maria's heart. But her expression didn't change at all. Battler, stop. Maria, this time, you should have seen the face of the culprit who killed these 3. Was the culprit the same Beatrice who gave you the letter? Beatrice. Well, now we know for sure. There is a 19th person. Beatrice does exist. And Maria, I'm sure you'll tell me this at least. How did they kill these 3 people? Sorry, I read that. How did they kill these 3 people? What the hell did they do to them to kill them in such a brutal way? I don't know. How could you not know? It happened in this room. Are you trying to tell me you were so absorbed in singing that song that you didn't even notice? Calm down, Battler. Maria, let's you and me have a chat, okay? George, as he always did, crouched down next to Maria so that their eyes met and talked to her very kindly. Maria, can you tell me why you were facing the wall and singing that song? Beatrice had to face the wall and keep singing for a long time. So Beatrice came here then. Genji and the rest were still alive at that point, right? We all came into the parlor together and sat down. Genji made sure to lock the door. It was locked when we got here, but then how did Beatrice get into the parlor? But Beatrice is a witch, so locks don't matter. She turned into butterflies and came through the crack in the door. Huh? Give it a rest with your goddamn jokes. Like hell that happened. What are you going on about? You can't believe it? That's why I didn't want to say. Even if I tell you, you don't believe. But Beatrice is a witch. She can do anything with her strange magic. That's why Beatrice doesn't care whether a door is locked or not. And then, after Beatrice appeared, what happened to everyone? Beatrice talked to us. She said grandfather's study was protected by a powerful force, and she couldn't enter no matter what she did. So she told us she'd select the 3 sacrifices from the 4 people in the parlor. They all begged her not to. Kumasawa kept saying, please, please don't. But Beatrice chose, and when she did, she said I would be fine. Why do you think? It's because I had the scorpion charm with the 5th magic circle of Mars, upon which Battler prayed for my safety and which he put his feelings into. Because of that power, Beatrice couldn't do anything to me and me alone. So she decided to use the other 3 for the sacrifices, and then she said this to me. Come face the wall and sing a song for me. You will sing lots and lots of songs, so no matter what happens, no matter what you hear, you won't hear. You won't hear, you won't know. You won't hear, you won't hear, you won't know. Come, let me hear many fun songs. So I was singing the whole time, over and over, so I didn't hear anything, didn't know anything. And then all of you came. Ugh. You expect me to believe that crap? Don't take me for a moron. Then who will you suspect this time? Suspect me? Try killing me right here? Even if you do that, Beatrice won't stop existing. Now the 8th twilight is over, and Beatrice will revive. No, she fucking won't. I'm done with your shit. I've had enough to last me a lifetime. There's no such thing as witches. That crap won't work on me. I won't accept it. Beatrice doesn't exist. I'll never accept that she does. I won't let her exist. I won't let her revive. The legend's a legend, and that's all it's ever gonna be. He's about to die here, bro. I won't accept something like that. Battler, stop. It's not like Maria killed them or let them die. Beatrice came and Maria had to obey, unable to resist. Huh? Aunt Natsuhi. She isn't here. Huh? What? Mom? Where did she go? Went out by herself just now reading a letter. Letter? That makes sense. The culprit's done with the 8th twilight and it's all gone swimmingly for them. They might well have left a letter so they could brag even more. We'd been so wrapped up in questioning Maria that we forgot to look for one. But even as well armed as she was, why had she left the room all by herself in this dangerous mansion after reading it? Because it probably told her to leave and it would save the others. Jessica tried to chase after her and tugged at the handle to the door, but it resisted strangely and wouldn't open. Mom! Mom! What's going on? Open! Open! It was only natural. Natsuhi had picked up the candlestick which Battler had thrown at the wall and which had fallen to the floor. She then skillfully wedged it between the doorknobs on the double doors like a bolt, holding them closed. I guess the parlor had double doors, interestingly. The intricate design of the candlestick meant it jammed well and formed a truly sturdy seal on the door. The tragic scream of a daughter for her mother. Did it reach Natsuhi's ears or not? I hope that if Beatrice is real and she does show up, I want to hear like a fucking, what do you call it? If any of you have played WoW, like I want like a Castle Nathria music, like the ba-dum bum ba-dum bum ba-dum bum ba-dum bum ba-dum bum ba-dum bum. Natsuhi was alone in the entrance hall. It was the place where the portrait of Beatrice had been hung. Natsuhi threw down the final letter from Beatrice that she had read in the parlor. Ready to rifle again, and in a voice that rang clear, yelled in the massive space that was the entrance hall. I, Ushiromiya Natsuhi, representative of the Ushiromiya family. Show yourself. Golden Witch Beatrice. The entrance hall was dimly lit. Other than a faint light which shone on the center of the room, everything was blotted out by the jet black darkness. In that darkness, butterflies glittering in gold squirmed, twinkled, and sneered. Natsuhi gave one more huge gulp and pointed the cold barrel of the gun at the gold butterflies. At last. You've shown yourself. I still can't believe. It's something like you really existed. But that isn't a problem. Both I, bearing the title of representative to the Ushiromiya family, and you, claiming to have succeeded the head of the Ushiromiya family, are here right now. At this point, whether you are a witch or not is a trivial problem. Come, let us settle this. Which of us will truly succeed the Ushiromiya family? Me, Ushiromiya Natsuhi, or you, Beatrice? Allow me to respectfully accept your request for a duel. Gonna hear any gunshots, or she's gonna get clapped? I mean, she's gonna lose, right? Beatrice kind of been, like, 100 to 0ing everybody. Gold butterflies slowly formed a human shape which walked into the dim light. Natsuhi readied the rifle and glared. The witch raised her golden staff overhead and laughed. Natsuhi's fingers slowly squeezed the trigger. And go! Are we like slamming against the door? Prowler made an all-out dash at the door and rammed into it, crushing the candlestick which had been barring it and making it possible for a big gap to be opened in the door. He kept kicking the candlestick through the gap and the door was finally released. At that time they heard it. They clearly heard just once the crisp sound of gunfire. Mom! Mom! Jessica, you mustn't run off by yourself. That was the sound of a gun just now. Aunt Natsuhi just shot. At who? At the culprit? The noise had come from the entrance hall. In the entrance hall, it looked like a stage, like the heroine of a tragedy, lying down and bathed in light, arrayed in the beauty of that silence. Aunt Natsuhi was face up, crumpled on the floor. Half crazed, Jessica ran up to Aunt Natsuhi. On her forehead, it was almost as though a sparkling shard of pigeon's blood, ruby, had been placed there. And, from it, a single stream of blood makeup passed by her eye and began to traverse. She was like a stream of blood shooting out of her face. A faint smell of gunpowder smoke came from the barrel of the rifle Aunt Natsuhi still grasped. Huh? Then she shot herself in the forehead? Why? I don't know if that's how it would work. I feel like if you shot yourself in the forehead point blank with a rifle, even an old one, I don't think you're leaving like a cute little singular entry hole, man. Blah. I don't get it. Natsuhi, not my goat. Let's see, did she show up on the thing? Now is dead? Damn, tough shit she does. Look, all the kids now. Found shot to death in front of the witch's portrait. How impudent of her to challenge a witch with nothing but a mere gun. Of course she'd end up like this. I don't get it. Why did Auntie run away alone? Why did she shoot through her own forehead? Maria, Aunt Natsuhi read a letter before she left the room, right? There's no letter here. Damn it, what did she read? And why was she lured out here? I don't know. Who cares about that? What the hell? Why suicide? Why did you leave me alone? Jessica clung to her mother's corpse, crying earnestly. My body consumed by anger. I didn't know what to do with. I stole the rifle from Aunt Natsuhi's hand and spun around, pointing the barrel of the gun into the darkness on all sides, as though I was pointing a light from a lighthouse, trying to find the culprit. George, even in this situation, was trying to calmly figure something out, but that effort might have been doomed to futility. And Maria alone was completely indifferent. Is she treating this as some kind of predetermined fate? That's not it. This is all a prelude to a wonderful world. The door to the Golden Land will finally open. On the 9th twilight, the witch revives, and none shall be left alive. And on the 10th, the journey ends, and you shall reach the home of the gold. It's all over now, Beatrice. Congratulations, congratulations. So lead me to the Golden Land you told me of. Right now! There, all of the dead will be resurrected, and even the love they once possessed will be revived. From Maria's eyes, it's just as though all of today's tragedies never even happened. And all those days she spent deprived of love never happened either. Will you cut that out? What's so fun? What's to be congratulated? There were 18 people on the island. 14 are dead. Only the 4 of us are left. I'm definitely not gonna die. Until the night is over? No. Until the typhoon passes and the seagulls gather again at the harbor, I'm definitely not gonna die. I'm gonna survive. Definitely. Hee 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 hee. Give it up badly. Guns are meaningless against Beatrice. Besides, survival and everything else doesn't matter now, because it's over. The journey has already ended. See? Look at the clock. Huh? The clock? Hearing those words, I looked at my wristwatch. Both hands were almost touching near the top. Very soon it would be 12 a.m. In other words, 2400 hours. When you think about it, isn't 2400 a strange time? It's almost like it doesn't exist. It can be called 2400, it can also be called 0. It's the hour at the culmination of the previous day, and at the same time, it is hour 0 as the next day begins. Guy's about to activate the dark hour, man. I already played P3. Beatrice. Maria suddenly called out happily and ran towards the darkness. It was almost as though Beatrice was somewhere in that darkness, and Maria was running up to her. As I looked down the barrel of the rifle, as Jessica hugged her mother's corpse. As George stood there shocked, we gazed into the darkness. Our eyes fixed just in front of Beatrice's portrait, and there Maria leapt into a hug with the portrait's subject. You gotta be kidding me. This is ridiculous. Impossible. This madness can't possibly be. Witches don't exist. I won't accept it. Things like you must not exist, because this is a new world. This is a human world. You think I could accept something that's not human? Never. I will never. I pulled hard on the rifle's lever, the cartridge was ejected, fell on the floor, and a new cartridge was loaded. Then, I sighted the witch down the barrel. Maria turned around. Still clinging to the golden witch, she turned around. Didn't I tell you it's meaningless? Mere lead bullets are meaningless against Beatrice. Humans are so stupid, aren't they? I won't accept the existence of witches. Who are you? Just try moving one step. Just try moving one finger. I'll blast you away. As she laughs. Okay. Laughter of the witch. No, the witches. Was joined by the laughter of even the large clock in the hall. Probably telling us that the time was 2400. It was both a tone telling us that we had reached the culmination of this day, and a tone informing us that all had returned to nothing. The rules had specified that the witch would win when the time ran out. Adler, George, and Jessica. The journey has ended, and the witch has revived, you see, and none shall be left alive. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be all of the Golden Land's gold. One resurrects all the dead people's souls. One even revives all the love they possessed, and one for the witch to eternally rest. Rest in peace, my beloved witch, Beatrice. Okay. Kinda saw that coming. I mean, so we're at the end, or is that the end? Okay, now we've hit midnight. So I wonder if there's only 2 days that will always progress, if that makes sense. Ding. Do I have to like press anything, or is this just like showing off? Okay. Note pages in a wine bottle, or notebook pages in a wine bottle. Black screen. Okay. The storm has passed, and the leaden clouds that had shrouded the island for so long began to clear away. Sunbeams shone from the rifts between the clouds. Yesterday's storm seemed like a lie. Just as someone had wished, the seagulls returned to the harbor once again, and let their lively cries be heard. Afterwards, the police arrived and conducted an investigation of the scene. The corpses of the children, who were believed to have survived until the very end, were found. However, from the body parts that were discovered and the unimaginably gruesome nature of the scene, the police were forced to conclude that the chances of survival for any of the 18, including the children, were hopelessly dim. Just how gruesome was the banquet of the witch, and how beautiful was the Golden Land. Those tales are for them alone, to tell amongst themselves. They have no tale for those who arrived after the banquet had ended. One can only but imagine what transpired during the course of those 2 days. However, the witch was fickle. She made a point of leaving behind this tale, which had no need to be told, and permitted it to be spread. A few years later, a strange wine bottle, drifting on the waves of the quayside of a neighboring island, was recovered by a fisherman. Stuffed inside were tightly rolled notebook pages, crammed full to the edges with minuscule writing. Written there was this tale. It would be through these pages that people would first come to know the nature of the mysterious and riddle-filled 2-day period that began on October 4th, 1986. The incident would later be referred to as the Rokkenjima mass murders or the 18 killings of Rokkenjima, but the Tentons around the world passed the story on as the names of the witch serial lovers of the occult claimed it to be their mysterious 2-day span with their own interpretations as they spread it far and wide. However, not one of these interpretations arrived at the truth of the facts, and while the notebook pages tell of their mysterious incident, they do not tell the truth behind it. In fact, perhaps not even the writer of the notebook knew the truth. Perhaps she may have desired to know. According to the writer's signature, her name was Ushiro Maria. Furthermore, as a result of an all-out police search, part of Maria's body has been discovered, a piece of her jaw. It was one of the rare instances where the owner of a body part was able to be identified through dental records. There are many parts that could not be linked to any specific person in that gruesome scene, so the jaw could be called an extremely fortunate find. Because the jaw had been separated from its body, the police considered her chances of survival to be hopelessly dim. Even though no other parts were found or identified, let us conclude the tale with the final paragraph of the notebook pages of Ushiro Maria, I can't even read, holy fuck, left behind. By the time you read this, I'll probably be dead, although there may or may not be a corpse. You who read this, please uncover the truth, that is my only wish. Ushiro Maria. To this very day, the truth of the witch legend serial murder case has not been brought to light. First game. Legend of the Golden Witch resolved. Died on first twilight, died on first twilight. Chosen by the key. Yep. Died on the second twilight, forehead pierced by the stake of Asmodeus. Okay, wait, we're taking a picture, a screenshot of this. Oh wait, I'm not on Steam, so I'm screen capping this. Provided the 9th twilight, opened the door to the thing. Missing on the 10th twilight, except the witch prostrated himself and was invited. Accepted. Denies the existence. Witch shall praise the wise and grant 4 treasures, because what they desire could not be gained from a mountain of gold, no matter how high. For George, his lost fiancé; for Jessica, her lost loved one; for Maria, the loss of her mother. Rest in peace, Beatrice. May your slumber never be disturbed again. The winner is the Golden Witch, Beatrice. Of the 18, none solved the riddle of the golden time. All 18 died when the seagulls cried. None were left alive. Jesus. Oh, it is a 2-day period, it seems. Oh my god. Pretty intense final ending of a bunch of shit happening there, huh? Is there an epilogue, or are we getting kicked back to the title screen? Jesus, that was so much shit happening in such a short period of time, my god. No, it did just kick me to the... Whoa, wait, what the fuck is this? Tea party. Oh, is this gonna be like the talking to the guy again? Yeah, I think it will be. Sure, we'll see what this is, I guess. I hope this is not very long. Purgatorio. Okay, so we're in Purgatory. Classical music pop in. Good job. Okay, yeah, this is just the same thing. I don't even want to read this. Time runs out before the culprit can be exposed. Definitely a bad ending. I think so too. Beatrice's letter, which Maria read on the first day, did tell us in advance to solve the riddle of the epitaph. We were also busy trying to protect ourselves and look for the culprit that we didn't even take a shot at it. Yes, that's true. If we'd actually tried to solve the riddle, I'm sure things would have ended differently. I wonder about that. Shannon, you did a good job, too. You don't have to be our waitress and serve tea. After all, this is a rap party. A group of people who met a horrible fate. Let's all get along and lick each other's wounds. Okay, bro. Speaking of a horrible fate, Shannon beats the rest of us hands down, doesn't she? She was such a beautiful character, so I thought she'd definitely survive until the very end. This is the same thing as what happened in Higurashi, where I think these were like forum results or something, or like forum posts, or I forget someone told me when I played Higurashi, but this is the exact same thing. Not forum results, but like theories, like fan theories that the creator presented after the release of the prior episodes, and I don't know, stuff like that, but I don't really know how it worked, but I don't know. She was killed right in the beginning. On top of that, what was it? Half of her face was smashed. That's the worst. That was my role, so there was no way around it. It's nothing for you to worry about. Judging by the final epilogue, even Milady and the others met with a considerably tragic end. Seems that way. I think I remember seeing this horrible picture, kind of like my entire body had been eaten apart and dismembered. Speaking of which, don't you think Cannon's last moments were the coolest? Even though he had the tables turned on him, it was a showdown with the culprit, right? It's a whole bunch better than our confusing last moments. Though in the end, I was no match for her. So I think that Cannon's death was a big hint. I mean, because of it, it became clear that a 19th person existed. I mean, not necessarily. Yes, at that time, everyone's location was obvious, so it was impossible for anyone other than some unknown 19th person to kill Cannon. I mean, probably. I do agree with the 19th person theory, but I did say it was Beatrice from the beginning over and over. I didn't even want to believe it, but that does prove the culprit was a... See, the problem is I don't even want it, because they're going to fill my mind with doubt here, okay? They're going to make me doubt my own theories. That's right. There was many strange things that happened which a human couldn't do. Only a witch could do things like Auntie Ava's locked room murder. Not really, though. That we talked about it when he was saying that it was easy to cut the thing. A human couldn't do that. Ooh. Not only is it clear that a 19th person exists, but it's also obvious that this person holds a power that humans can't even imagine. In that case, I don't think there's anything wrong with calling this person Beatrice. They probably met at the very end, met with the Golden Witch. That's why I kept telling you Beatrice exists. It went all bad because no one ever believed. Ugh. Even one of my witch friends says miracles won't happen if you don't believe. Ugh. That's right. Beatrice is generous to those who respect her. I feel as if despite the fact that horrible incidents kept occurring one after the other, Maria wasn't in danger from Beatrice until the end. Maria did believe in Beatrice from the very beginning, but then so did Cannon and the others, so how do you explain why they were all killed? Beatrice probably had her reasons. If the epitaph poem represented Beatrice's resurrection ritual, then she needed many sacrifices. He must simply have been designated to be one of those. Shannon, you met a horrible end. At the very least, I wish your death could have been more peaceful and pretty. Well, it's not like it hurt. Besides, as you can see right now, I'm perfectly fine, so don't worry. Shannon proved this by stroking her cheek, which had been crushed during the story, and everyone laughed out loud, smiling. Well, it feels a bit weird saying this, but I was sure the story would be in the standard mystery genre. I'm a little surprised to find out that it's fantasy. After all, a story revolving around an inheritance set on a Western-style mansion shut away on an isolated island, I thought this was the classic formula for mysteries. It's not fantasy. Beatrice exists. Yes, we know. Beatrice does exist. That's right. Beatrice does exist. I hate to admit, but I've got no choice, because it's obvious that a 19th person, a witch, was involved. They pulled off many things that would be impossible for humans. During the story, we thought of all kinds of things, trying to deny that. Now I can say it clearly. Each one of them, all of them were crimes impossible for a human. Those crimes would be impossible to carry out unless it was the witch Beatrice using all of the power magic could provide. The culprit was a witch. That point is perfectly clear. Long live Beatrice. Everyone believed. I'm happy. Ugh. Gods and witches might seem terrifying to people who are frightened of them, but I think they must have affection for those who believe in and respect them. I think it's just as you say. So now we're all done with playing with murder cases. Now it's time to pull ourselves together and try to solve the riddle of the epitaph, just like Beatrice said, right? Agreed. Beatrice will definitely be happy. Ha ha ha. We all ignored that letter during the story, after all. Even though it was the thrust right in front of us, we almost completely ignored it. I kind of feel sorry for Beatrice. I have a memo with the epitaph on it. Let's all solve the puzzle. Let's all solve the puzzle. The story probably went wrong ever since that time. That may be so. Maybe we should have tried solving the epitaph's riddle from the beginning like Beatrice said. Well, it's certainly a little late now. Even so, let's try solving it now and see if the witch forgives us. Let's go. Here we are, behold the sweet fish river, blah blah blah. As Maria put her notebook on the table and opened to the pages where the epitaph was written, everyone peered closely at it, had fun and lively discussion as they started guessing this and that about the riddle. Surrounded by the smell of the black tea and the freshly baked vanilla cookies, they spent the time comfortably and happily. Okay, so I think that's it. Are we gonna get the filigree or are we gonna get shot? Oh, wait a second, you guys. Battler said in a tone that ruined the mood. His expression looked a little unhappy. What could he not like about all this fun? I've been listening to you guys, and why did you all stop thinking? Why are you so sure that the witch was behind all of this? Don't you realize that stuff like that doesn't exist? With just those words, the happy atmosphere of the tea party disappeared in no time at all. George and Jessica, and Shannon and Cannon, and Maria. All of them stared blankly, wondering why Battler was saying such weird things. Even the foolish and arrogant Battler noticed he had said the wrong thing. Well, come on. Isn't it clear that these crimes were impossible for a human? No, not necessarily. Again, the only one that was like a true locked door, which we talked about, was the Ava one. And even then, we kind of disproved it when Cannon was saying that it was so simple to cut through the lock, or through the chain. I have a funny feeling that the chain was probably cut prior and then put back together to make it appear as though it was. Yeah, none of this case would have been possible for a human. That's right. After all, wasn't it full of things you couldn't explain using humans? I don't understand what you're saying, Battler. I'm the one who doesn't have a clue what you guys are talking about. Isn't it obvious that humans committed these crimes? There's obviously no such thing as witches, right? Then, what about when I was killed in the storehouse and something horrible was done to half of my face? If the culprit was human, how could they have accomplished it? Well, I mean, we know they were done after death, so it doesn't really mean much. It's hard to imagine how they could have done something that awful. But that was the Rose Garden storehouse, right? I'm sure there were plenty of weird tools in there. Don't ask me, but they could have used some electrical tool like a grinder or an electric saw, couldn't they? That's... Okay, Battler. Then how do you explain Grandfather's disappearance from the locked room of his study? That he walked out himself. Grandfather disappeared all of a sudden, even though the door was sealed, remember? We talked about that during the story, too. It's not impossible that Grandfather used some trick to fool the receipt. It's also possible that he went out the window, or fell out the window, and Aunt Natsuhi locked it from the inside. I could think of a bunch of tricks you could use without relying on magic, you see. Makes sense, but... In that case, Battler, how do you explain the way my parents were killed in the guest room? The door was sealed by the lock and chain. Naturally, the windows were sealed, too. How could you suggest a human could have killed my parents? Well, you're right, we did have to leave that trick alone during the story. Anyways, there's a good chance that the culprit had a key, at least. And it was possible to look in through the crack of the door that the chain allowed. I mean, the other thing, too, like we said, is it could be very possible, although I do think they cut the chain first and then somehow refashioned it to make it look like it was still put together. It's also very possible that they went in, killed, and then set up the chain as they left. It would not be very hard to do. It's extremely far-fetched, but it is possible that some device was used through that crack, or maybe they brought something out through the crack. Even though chains are incredibly simple, they're a big factor in constructing a locked room, but authors have done almost every possible locked room trick there is to do by now. If you bought just a few locked room mysteries from some bookstore or other, you could probably find some trick that would fit perfectly. I can't think of one now, but I can state for certain that a human could manage it somehow if they tried hard enough. Isn't that argument horribly irrational? It's just ridiculous to claim that it's possible for a human to do something even though you can't explain how. Why is that ridiculous? Why did all of you stop thinking? Even if it looks impossible, it has to be doable. Doesn't it always work like that? Battler, you're the one being ridiculous. If you think a human could have done it, try explaining how. You can't, can you? And just because I can't explain it, that immediately makes the culprit a witch? I mean, yeah, it's God of the Gaps shit that we were talking about earlier. With that argument, all the unsolved crimes in the world could be resolved by saying a witch is the culprit. Battler, you're sidestepping the issue, and you aren't explaining anything. We're saying a human can't do it. Therefore, the culprit is something that isn't human, and that something is a witch. And yet you keep arbitrarily deciding that witches are impossible even though you can't explain anything. It's almost like humanity was during the Dark Ages, like those fools who claimed that the Earth couldn't possibly be spinning, that the heavens had to be spinning around the Earth, even though they couldn't say how. That kind of argument kind of pisses me off, so this is basically what you're trying to say. If I can't explain how a human could do it, then I must accept the culprit is the witch, Beatrice? It's not like we're forcing you. We were just wondering on what basis you can say such nonsense. Nonsense? Hey, is what I've been saying really that weird? Am I the one who's crazy? You guys are really starting to freak me out. Adler, when I died in the boiler room, I was killed by a 19th person who shouldn't exist. Can you explain how a human could have done that? At that time, the location of the 18 were all well known. Even so, I was killed. That's actually not even well known. We have no guarantee. We locked up the 6 people in the storeroom. We had no guarantee what happened to them. Kumasawa was alone for a while. Is that it followed? And also, we know that the person that left ran up those stairs because the door was open. For all we know, that might have been a lie. She might have entered the boiler room with you and caught you by surprise. Or maybe when you stepped into the boiler room, you activated some kind of trap, one that might have been set up to hit you with one of those ice picks. After all, the stink of grandfather's body was coming from the incinerator. Someone was bound to come, so all the culprit had to do was set up a trap, and it would be more than possible for them to stay away from that place and create an alibi for the time of your death. You talk about a trap in the boiler room, but what kind of trap? That's right. After that happened, we all immediately ran to the boiler room. But we didn't find any kind of weird device like that. That's correct. What kind of trap do you claim I was killed with? Well, I don't know that. But anyway, they must have pulled off some kind of trap, or maybe someone is lying, or what about this? Canon, what if the whole thing was just you play acting? That's it, you were play acting. Auntie Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi were also play acting. They made the locker room themselves and were only pretending to be dead. Badler, has your head been feeling alright? Should I bring some cold drinks? Don't look at me with those pitying eyes. I'm not saying something that crazy. I'm just pointing out possibilities that could have been used as tricks, alright? Look, isn't one of those cliches and mystery stories that the victims aren't really dead? Cliches? Yeah, but that would be more applicable to the people in the storehouse, not cliches. Okay, so when Kennen was killed, we really did know for sure where the rest of us were, and let's assume that Kumasawa wasn't lying. But that only holds true for the survivors. If the culprit pretended to be dead, placed themselves together with the real victims to hide themselves, and then acted on their own later, and everything would be explained. I guess. Are you trying to say that Auntie Ava or one of the rest of them was the culprit? But Dr. Nanjo confirmed everyone's death as a doctor, remember? But he didn't do it in the storehouse. He only confirmed a few people. That's right. Dr. Nanjo checked all the victims. I don't think he did. I don't think he checked everyone in the storehouse. Badler, for your theory to work, wouldn't Dr. Nanjo have to be one of the culprits too? Yeah, that's right. Once you consider that Dr. Nanjo might have been one of the culprits and faked the proclamation of death, the whole story changes. See, that's also a cliche in mystery novels, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, look, they did it in Danganronpa with Mikan. But Dr. Nanjo was also killed. About that. That's right, Dr. Nanjo faked his death. Okay, I mean, this is obviously like trolling, but... I mean, there wasn't anyone except Dr. Nanjo who could examine corpses properly, and everyone was really confused then anyway. We didn't have any spare time to check and see if he still had a pulse. With this theory, any one of the dead people could have been walking around. I still think that it would have been hard for the 6 of us who died in the beginning to do that. After all, the shutter was closed, and there was a padlock that couldn't have been opened from the inside. Yeah, unless there's a way into or out of the storehouse that we don't know about. Mom was holding onto that key, so was Mom one of the culprits too? Wait a sec. Maybe it wasn't possible for the first 6, but in the case of Aniki's parents, the door was only locked on the outside, so they could have opened it from the inside. That's right, after we left the room, maybe they jumped out of the window and got to the boiler room first. Is that too much? Or maybe Dr. Nanjo made a mistake when examining the corpses. Look, he said it himself, right? He said there's a very high probability of making a mistake when examining corpses. They disguised it well, or prepared a substitute corpse or something, and faked their own death. Let's leave the method or trick they used for later, and you see it's not that hard to deny a 19th person existed. Much less a witch. Put it this way, I'm not against there being a 19th person. I don't know if there's magical powers. But I do think there is more than 18 people. I don't know why you've been trying to so stubbornly to say that one of us is the culprit. Hee. In other words, you want to suspect one of your relatives. That's not it. It's just, I can't easily accept that a 19th person existed. And even if one did, I think we should construct our argument from the point of view that the culprit was a human. Witches are something that you only start talking about in desperation at the very end, after everything else has been disproved. That's what I'm trying to say. I mean, come on, there's no way witches exist, right? Why have you all just been casually accepting that the culprit was a witch? I think it's great how your family love makes you hate the thought that someone close to you is a murderer. But is it alright to just brush things over like that? Don't you want to find the detestable culprit who killed so many people? Aniki, you want to avenge your parents, don't you? Jessica, you want to avenge Cannon, and Cannon, you want to avenge Shannon, right? Shannon, you should at least want to know who it was that killed you. Why have you all totally surrendered and decided that the culprit was a witch? What's wrong with all of you? The foolish and short-tempered battler. Everyone just looked at him pityingly, silently watching over him. Then the wise Maria laughed and pointed out Battler's mistake for him. We're just astounded. All you've been doing is repeating this nonsense, thinking you figured something out, Battler. So what? And how would a human do it? Concretely. Whenever we ask you those questions, all you can say is, I just can't think of anything now, or with some kind of device or something using abstract words to run away and evade the topic. In fact, I want to ask you, Battler, why don't you believe in Beatrice? She exists, so why don't you believe? Oh, because I played Higurashi and everything in that game that had a supernatural explanation ended up being a physical one. Because she doesn't exist. Witches don't exist. There's no way. He was almost like a stubborn child refusing for no reason. The pitying gazes quietly blanketed Battler, but they didn't reach his stubborn heart. You're just totally acting, or you're acting just totally like a kid who can't have his way. Battler, I understand your feelings, but Beatrice does exist. Battler, why don't you believe? Look at how much circumstantial evidence there is. I don't accept that argument, that if I can't explain it all, it's the witch. If you don't know how a light bulb shines, if you don't know the principle, does that mean it's all magic? It doesn't, does it? There's nothing that can't be explained without magic. All of this about witches and magic is just abdication of thought. You just surrendered and gave up because you don't understand what happened. I'm right, aren't I? Well, I'm not surprised. But it looks like you're the only one who's not going to believe no matter what. If a single person doesn't believe, the miracle won't occur. So if you don't rethink your ignorant theories, the miracle, the magic won't be completed. Huh. Now I see. I finally figured it out. So in other words, you guys want to get me to say that the witch exists, don't you? If everyone accepts this lie, it will become the truth. That's what this is all about, isn't it? Well, too bad. This is the one place I'm gonna have to say too bad that's no goddamn good at all. I refuse. You guys are all pressing me, and that's exactly why it's no goddamn good. Why? Sorry, but why don't you let me flip over the chessboard one last time? If you want to force me to accept that there's a witch, there's a really easy way. And it's not the roundabout way of saying humans can't do it, so it must be a witch. All you have to do is actually show it to me. The way a witch did it with magic. Furthermore, what Maria said earlier is what will really dig her grave. You said that if even one person doesn't believe, a miracle won't occur. I'm gonna put that down. I feel like that might be important. In the Tea Party, for episode 1, Maria said that if even one person doesn't believe, the miracle / magic will not happen. But real miracles happen whether people believe in them or not. True, actually. Even if I alone don't believe, so any miracles or magic or witches that exist only because I believe in them are downright lies. I mean, that's just blind faith. Is that all? The uneasy mood following Battler's ignorant rant was thoughtfully blown away by a very refreshing and light laugh. Whose laugh? Battler was surprised by the voice which he had never heard before. When he looked at George and Jessica, at Shannon, Cannon, and Maria, he noticed they had all suddenly gone respectfully silent. Oh hey, she pulled up. Beatrice. Wonderful. Haven't been able to meet such a charming human for quite some time. What? Who are you? So you don't even know the host of the tea party to which you were invited? Simply wonderful. Cackle, cackle. You are graced by the presence of the Golden Witch who has lived for 1,000 years, Beatrice. I am most honored to see you, Beatrice. Please forgive Battler's ranting. This guy's just stubborn, and he still doesn't understand the situation he's in. Cackle, cackle, cackle. It is fine. After 1,000 years, most witches get tired of living. Once in a while, it's nice to meet a man with backbone such as yourself. Quite an honor to be present when Beatrice shows herself. That's what she said. You have to be, okay. Now this is some shit. Are you really that desperate to make me believe that a 19th person is the culprit? This is starting to get interesting, and it's no goddamn good. You must be an illusion of the witch Beatrice who's asserted by Maria and the others. And only when everyone believes in your existence will you finally be allowed to exist. You're that kind of fictional being, right? That's why you want to make me believe too. You can't exist, because I alone don't believe in you. Isn't that right? Your power of understanding isn't bad for a common mortal who knows nothing of magic. I see. It seems you were born with a strong magic-resisting power. The natural enemy of us witches. No matter how much we tip you upside down and shake you, you will never believe in us. Therefore, magic will fall short against you. Okay, so let me... Seems, as well, that Battler will just never believe. The attitude of yours makes a great deal of sense. We got no clue what you're saying. Very kind of you to go to all of the trouble of showing yourself to us, but I don't believe you exist in the slightest. It's true that many strange things happened during those 2 days. Like Maria said earlier, even though I think that all of the tricks could be explained, I still can't lay out the practical details of each one, but that doesn't mean I'll surrender. I'm different from the rest of them, you see. He's Bill Dipperly. I'll never argue that it was the work of a witch just because I can't explain it. My interest in you grows deeper. It'll be worth my time to break you. You're just the kind of man I'd love to force into praising my name. You're just the kind of man I'd love to force into kissing my toes. Talk all the nonsense you want. I deny you exist. All of the events can be explained with human tricks. There's no room for even a speck of magic or witches. Wonderful. This is the perfect form of diversion from 1,000 years of boredom. Then let me ask you. A short while ago you said that using the crack in the door would be sufficient to kill Ava and Hideyoshi, right? Explain how you would do that using your human tricks. Huh. Suddenly jumping right into the toughest part, are you? Does that mean that this is the trick you're proudest of, Miss Real Culprit? Okay, and we just got Thanos snapped. Beatrice shook her golden pipe, and 7 colors of gentle smoke trailed out of the end. The smoke quickly obscured the surroundings, and they were suddenly in the hallway of the mansion. What the fuck is happening, man? In front of their eyes, a slightly open door secured by a chain. Yes, it was the entrance to the room where Ava and Hideyoshi had been killed. Nice trick. Now then, show me what you would do through this small crack, Battler. They probably had some sort of device to shoot those ice picks. If they used that, how would you aim at Ava over on the bed when you can't see that far through this crack? And how would you reach Hideyoshi in the bathroom with the door shut? Damn it, there is a crack. There should be some way. Cackle cackle. If you can't think of one, allow me. Oh? Go on, how would a great witch do it then? Come on, let's see your little trick. Battler, you're being rude to Beatrice. It is fine, quite fine. What a charming man. It will make it all the more enjoyable to break him. You really want to make me kiss your toes that much? Only if I surrender. But watch, I'll definitely expose this trick, and then I'll make you kiss my ass instead. Cackle. What a charming man. I shall remember that promise. Weak witches kiss the behinds of demons to gain power, because there is no greater oath of total submission. It is words like those that give me the desire to subjugate you. Paying no mind to Battler's crude ranting, Beatrice once again waved her golden pipe. Yes, for that golden pipe was her precious magic wand. Come arise, children. I am the guide of purgatory. Wield the 7 stakes which forgave the deadly sins. Guided by those magic words which sounded like a psalm, 7 stakes gathered. They were the stakes of the 7 demons symbolizing the deadly sins of sinful people. Yeah, I did take it. Beelzebub and Asmodeus, come forgive their sins, release the spirits of these sinners. The stakes of Beelzebub and Asmodeus responded to Beatrice's call. I think that was one of the ones that I missed in my screenshot. Because I think those were the 2 I missed, because I have Satan, Mammon, Lucifer, Belphegor, and Leviathan. 2 demonic stakes burst into motion like billiard balls struck by a cue and were sucked in through the crack of the door. Then came the sound of them deflecting repeatedly off the walls of the room, making a sound like a woodpecker, and finally a pleasant sound could be heard. Okay. It was a small, satisfying sound, like the one heard when someone is chopping firewood, and the falling axe neatly and easily slices through the wood. It was the sound of the 2 stakes burying themselves deep into Ava and Hideyoshi's foreheads. Right through the middle. Wanna see? They had definitely heard 2 sounds like someone's forehead being split open. Battler wasn't permitted to see, since he was on the other side of the door. But those 2 had died again, and this second time, they lay not an inch apart from where they had lain the last time, with the exact same blood spray as before. It must be crazy. This is insane. You can't kill people with this insanity. I most certainly can. I can kill them just like this. Suddenly they were no longer in the hall, but seated at the tea party they had started from. Everyone but Battler was sitting meekly, but Cannon was moaning, fresh blood dangling from his mouth. Such bad manners for a tea party. Satan's stake was buried deep into Cannon's chest. Ugh. Cannon. Okay. Battler was the only one getting agitated. George, Jessica, Shannon, everyone else was meekly hanging their heads like students being told off by their teacher. Cannon, you were captivated by a trifling anger and tried to disturb my banquet. Your deadly sin is being easily captivated by anger. Cleanse yourself, regret, and do it over. Beatrice. Please forgive him. I think Cannon has repented enough. Wonderful. I'm generous to those who respect me. Cut the crap. Don't think for a second this piss poor show of theatrics will convince me of your sorry existence. Like hell, you're a 1,000-year-old witch. Your tricks aren't 1,000 years old. At best, they're the accumulation of 100 years of cliches that the mystery world created. They're not magic. No way are they magic. All of these crimes can be explained with human tricks. You would explain my 1,000 years with 100 years by humans? Good, good. That's where I like you. Foolish Battler. Holy fuck, how long is this? Stop yourself, Battler. Beatrice is someone you can't go against. Okay, started moaning, holding her cheek. Maybe she had a toothache. Okay, of course her face. It looked like that redness was causing Shannon unbearable pain. She started to press her nails into her cheek and drops of sweat appeared all over her body. Hang in there, what's going on? What the hell is that red stuff? She painted rapidly, covering half of her face. Then the stupid, dunce Butler finally realized, please, Battler, please believe in Beatrice. I beg you. I'm about to skip through this shit, man. We're getting close. For the first time in his life, Battler heard that sound like a pomegranate splitting. The red spray even landed on Battler's face. How sad. Shannon's face had been split in half. And her last horrible moments in that storehouse had been repeated once again. Damn you, stop it, yeah, don't humiliate the dead, yeah, okay, George, he collapses, dies, woo. George's entire body was like the beautiful cloud drawn by milk when it's poured into black tea. They slowly spread out and extended across his entire body. As they grew more saturated in color, they seemed to give George increasingly greater pain. Looking at those bizarre patterns, Battler was petrified as he frantically thought with his pitifully clumsy imagination about the nature of the strange deaths that George and the others had experienced. Before long, that redness reached the nearby Jessica as well. She just has asthma. Oh no, Stop it. What did Aniki do? What did Jessica do? Just stop. Literally the stop of like the one pill dog, you know what I mean? Where he's got his arms up. Stop fighting! Don't let the witch break your spirit. Wow. As long as at least one person denies her, she's an illusion that can't exist. Are you okay, Jessica? Yeah, she's definitely fine. No longer shaped like a person, looked like a pile of leftover meat after the good, delicious meat had been scraped off to be cooked. The only traces left of his time as a human were the shape of his lower jaw and ribcage. It's clear that Jessica, who was covered with a steadily strengthening redness, was approaching the same fate. Battler, quick, believe in Beatrice. If you don't, everyone's magic will wear off. Maria, it's all over for your body too. Okay, yeah, so I see. So you have, I resurrect all the dead with my magic, but as long as you don't believe, that magic will hold no true power. So this is the Golden Land. But I'm sure that a man of your caliber won't be broken by something like this, right? Yeah. Refused to face reality and gave in to the witch, but I know you won't give in, blah blah blah. We get it, Jessica. Wrap it up, Domi. Wrap it up, pal. Come on. Same end. Butcher's leftovers. Yep. Don't cry. Beatrice will resurrect the dead over and over. Nothing to be sad about. So even if we die, we're still... Okay, goodbye, Maria. Peace out. Are we done? Back to the title, please. Oh my god, okay, I'm sorry. I don't know if I care anymore. I actually don't know if I care. Last fiber of my being. I don't care what happens. There's not a chance in hell I'm ever gonna accept you. Want me as enemy that bad? I'm gonna make sure you get what's coming to you. Yeah. Cool, bro. Wait, save it for the next episode, pal. I'll get you for this. You're gonna pay. Yeah, you're gonna fucking pay. Blah, blah, blah. Deny you no matter what. Every last impossible thing, I'll explain it all with humans. I'll erase every cell of you from this world. Okay, there we go. Fuck. Okay, can we, skip through this? I don't think there is a way to. Okay, God, let me think here. Oh, fuck. Let me stretch. I mean, let's write some, we got some info. I almost don't want to read those in the future because I feel like it kind of spoils a little bit and I don't like that. End of episode 1. Let me open up this for you so you can see it. End of episode 1. Everybody dies, judging by by the credit roll after, what do you call it? Near midnight. They're necessary to continue? Oh, brother. Okay, let's see here. Okay, let me think here. What are the big takeaways? I'm gonna turn the game audio down a little bit here because it's just a credit roll that I can't skip. So I'll turn it down a little bit here so I can think while I type. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. This is very cool. Oh, wait, that's actually sick. Thanks for linking this. So it shows the whole, like, the chain of everything, and I can see the screenshots. Okay, thank you. Wait, that's actually really nice. Of course, yeah. Just not to... Okay, thank you. That makes sense. So... Okay, one second. I'm going to... I'll probably open this up on, I'll probably open this up and we'll write notes at the same time. Interesting. I appreciate that. I will bookmark this somewhere. Let me go back. This. All the way up. Return to LP index. And I'll just bookmark this. Beautiful. Okay, so let's look at the end here. Oh, brother. She's back again, man. She's still yap-a-lapping. You speak well, Battler. That's the kind of thing that can divert me from my 1,000 years of boredom. Come, explain. Try explaining it all with your so-called human tricks, and learn how lowly humans are. Let's see you try to use what humanity has built up in 100 years to oppose my 1,000. It will make forcing you to submit all the more enjoyable. So tell me, Battler, what about Maria's letter? Is this, like, supposed to be a play on the fact in English that, like, he's battling against her ideas? Is this, like, the... What about Maria's letter? How the 6 were killed? The shutter. The receipt seal. The locked room with the chain. Cannon in the boiler room. Genji and the others in the parlor. Natsuhi's suicide. The riddle of the epitaph. The location of the hidden gold. Whoa! Yeah, man, she's kind of bad, I'm gonna be honest with you. Come, Battler, why don't you show me the power of humans? Whoa. Interesting. New trophy. New elements added. Question mark has been added. You can see this from the title screen. Okay. Okay, we're back to the title screen. Welcome to Rokenjima. All episode 1 tips. Browse all episode 1 characters. Read. Change the settings. Read to the end of episode 1. Okay. Interesting. I'm going to open something here. Or let me just hide the game and mute the game. I'll switch to display capture for a second. I'll just close the game, actually. There's no point to have it open. I'll look at the question mark first thing tomorrow. Let me open this up. Make sure I have everything open. I think I do. I don't think I have to. Okay. So let's go to the bottom here. So, yeah, offered up as a sacrifice. So the one thing that we were like kind of, yeah, okay, my notes aren't, I don't need to. The one thing that we were sort of wondering, yeah, I know. I played Higurashi literally like 4 years ago, and I set this game off like way too long. And now that I've finally got like a break in my life, well, I appreciate that for stopping by. Yeah, I had to like move all my VODs over to YouTube because of Twitch has like some new backend rule. So the Higurashi stuff is still on YouTube. You can get to it from below the stream. But yeah, I'm going to continue doing that. I had such a long time period where I wanted to play this game. It's literally been like gnawing at my mind because I've heard so many people talk about Higurashi, and then like, oh my god, Umineko, like it's a sequel but not a sequel. Like it's not. And I've, maybe I'm wrong. Pretty much everybody I've heard has said that Umineko is amazing, and so it's been gnawing at me. And I've been looking for like a time to play it where I had time and I didn't have other things I was doing. We finally found it. But I appreciate you for stopping by, especially because it's fucking 3 a.m. in my time zone. I don't know what time zone you're in, but it's very late for me, as you can tell. But so I'm trying to think. I don't really think that we learned a whole lot from the Tea Party. My eyes are closed, by the way. I'm thinking. I don't think we learned a whole lot from the Tea Party other than one thing in particular, which was that Beatrice mentioned that each of the stakes, as they're called, I called them occult daggers, but whatever, close enough. And yeah, I've really liked it so far. I will say that I think my only big criticism that I had of Higurashi when I played it was that every time you started like a new chapter or a new episode or whatever, it kind of felt like annoying at times when they would like I don't know how to word this, because it's not actually bad, because it was never pointless. It's just they would do like the slice of life stuff for like the first half of all of them, at least in the first 4 chapters, not so much in the last 4. And it kind of just felt pointless when it was like, oh hey, like I'm Mion, oh hey, I'm fucking Rina, who apparently I pronounced her name wrong the entire game. But regardless, besides the point. I think that this game did a lot better job of introductions, and I'm assuming it'll have a little bit of that because this is like a looping game now too, it would seem. But it wasn't as bad as I thought. And even then, that was like a very like minor criticism. It's like a nitpicking thing. But and then just to remember them, we have pride, sloth, lust, greed, wrath. Pride, sloth, lust, greed, wrath. My eyes are closed. I'm thinking back to playing Binding of Isaac. Sloth, greed, wrath, lust, pride. Oh, come on, Connor. How can you not remember the last fucking 2, man? What are the last 2 fucking deadly sins, man? Pride, greed, lust, wrath. Did I put wrath down? Yeah, I did. Oh my god, dude, my memory is failing me. Binding of Isaac, please return to me. I fucking played Thing too. Oh god, man. Pride, wrath, sloth, greed. Oh, gluttony? Gluttony? Gluttony. And oh, come on. The little bit I've seen of Full Metal Alchemist, you must return this to me. Pride, proth, gluttony, wrath, greed, lust. Did I write lust? Yeah, I did. Okay. Oh my god, this is actually so tilting. I feel like I was like gonna snap these off like bang, 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 and I can't. I have 6, right? Okay, yeah. Envy. It's envy, isn't it? You're fucking right, dude. I'm actually trolling. Oh, troll as fuck. Okay, thank you. So we have our 7 here. Perhaps the people who are gouged in some way represent these sins, as such are killed for it. So if we think about it, prospectively, let's try and match them. Prospectively, trying to match deaths to deadly sins. I don't want to shit on Nanjo for being a big boy, for being a big boned lad, but the ones that seem easy are Wrath is canon. I would say that Pride is Genji. Who are the people that were staked again here? Kumasawa, Genji, Nanjo, Canon, Kinzo, Eva, and Hideyoshi. See, the thing is, too, I don't actually know what the devils would represent. I mean, Greed, I would say, is Kinzo. Feels like his would. I mean, these probably are not going to match up too much. Envy. Envy is going to be a hard one to match. Because we might not have enough info about the character at this point to, like, make a clear thing. Man, I don't want to shit on my boy Nanjo because he was kind of chill for that whole time. I was going to say that Eva and Hideyoshi were both lust, but not really. It also depends if they mean lust only in the sexual sense or if there's, like, another way that you could twist it. Actually, lust could even be Kinzo. I'd almost argue that lust makes more sense for Kenzo. Looking at these characters, like, they don't obviously match. Envy? I could maybe see Envy being Ava, because a lot of the time in the chapter she was constantly talking about how she had, like, this hatred of Kraus, and I don't know, she was always trying to take people down a peg. She did kind of strike me as a jealous type. Greed is a weird one, though, because, like, Kumasawa is going to be the one that will make no fucking sense right now, is the problem. Because if I had to, like, guess for the last few, I would say that, like, because who are the... You could argue that Sloth was them wanting to wait and not do anything. But that feels like that would fit more towards, like... I don't know, I think I might be able to match, like, one more, but even past this point, it might be kind of tough to match anybody. Greed, Wrath, Gluttony. I actually want to check something, too. What is this? Okay, ready? We're gonna see how much we currently are rocking. Jesus Christ, bro, get a life. Oh my god. Beatrice, most commonly used. We'll keep updating this. Like, this is gonna be kind of funny. We'll keep checking back at this. 26 pages. What the fuck? What's that in, like, Times New Roman 12 point? That's actually fucking crazy. I wish I still had the Higurashi booklet. I lost it at some point wiping a computer, but I'm gonna make sure that I keep this somehow. This is one episode too. Holy fuck. I feel like Sloth was almost Natsuhi more than anybody, but she didn't get staked. She died in a duel. I'll bookmark this page too. Yeah, it's gonna get bad, man. It's gonna be crazy. There's gonna be, like, an insane amount of notes and shit. Yeah, I heard people say that Umineko is longer than Higurashi. So, yeah, it's going to be pretty bad. Because for Higurashi, too, towards, like, I would say, like, episodes 7 and 8, especially for that. I know, I love taking the notes. For episodes 7 and 8 of Higurashi, I don't think I even took notes. I don't think it was needed. Because kind of once you got to, like, past episode 6, it was sort of all unraveled to that point. Thought Kumasawa was the hard one. Well, first, let me just write all their names down. Kumasawa. Nanjo. The problem is, like, if these change per chapter, I'd have to remember each of the actions that they all took. There was a few that jumped out pretty easily. Nanjo, Ava, and Hideyoshi. So if I look at it like this, Kumasawa. I feel like if I can place hers, the rest will fall in place pretty easily. Let's put Ava as Envy, because I think it maybe be the closest for her. For Nanjo, the problem is, man, I don't want to shit on my boy just for being a big-boned lad, but, like, I don't really have anything else that would fit for him. Hideyoshi and Ava, they could both be Greed, though, too. Also, I have these backwards formatted to where they have the other ones. Let's do it like this. Well, I'm going to put, like, asterisk next to these ones that I don't feel as confident about. I'm sorry, my boy. And this would be Sloth for her. Like, I just don't know if that works, but we'll just leave it at that. I don't want to waste too much time on that. I'm still not convinced that Beatrice... Well, actually, I don't doubt that there is a 19th or even more people. I mean, we have no fucking way to know, but at least more than 18 people. However, not sure to the, what would be the correct word for this? On the exact amount, nor am I as convinced about Beatrice prior to the epitaph going through. Higurashi, everything that appeared supernatural, for the most part, had an actual physical reasoning behind it. And I think this game will be the same. However, Hanyu did still exist in Higurashi. So I won't entirely rule out Beatrice being a possibility. The only problem is that both of those things kind of run counter to each other. Sixth Twilight, Fifth Twilight. The other thing too, I'm still gonna remain that I think whatever the key is active prior to the start of the game, or I should say episode, as at least how I understand it, the key is choosing who dies, and if the key is, and as the epitaph reads, to me it seems like the key must be found prior for any of the events of the epitaph to happen. The only reason why I say that is if I can go up to where I had it here. Behold the sweet. The only thing is, like, these could technically be separate, like this. You who seek the golden land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. As you travel down it, you will see a village. In that village, look for the shore the two speak of. There the key to the golden land sleeps. You who laid upon the key must journey as follows. The fact that it says as follows makes it seem to me that the key already has to be found prior. And then this is just all shit that will happen prior to the key being found. And it seems like finding the key just starts the ritual. Finding the key simply starts the ritual. Also think there has to be other people who are knowledgeable in, I don't think that's how you spell knowledgeable. Knowledgeable, is that how you spell it? That looks more correct. I don't fucking know. I don't have spell correct on. We're knowledgeable in black magic, and as such, are using it to provide a supernatural reasoning to the killings. The biggest point I have is the perfect room scenario with Ava and Hideyoshi. When Cannon cut the chain using the bolt cutters, he remarked, that's not how you spell remarked, he remarked that it was surprisingly easier than even he expected it to be. I have a funny feeling that the chain yeah, I know, dude. The epitaph is like all over the place. Let me see. Oh, did I miss an E? I think I did. You're right, I did. I missed I'm fucking can't spell. There we go. He remarked that it was surprisingly easier than he expected it to be. I have a funny feeling that the chain was damaged / cut prior and somehow fixed back together. Whether it was glued or welded or fused by some other means, I'm not sure. But it could explain how someone could get into the room, commit the crime, and then leave with the appearance that nothing had ever entered the room. I also, the thing that I didn't understand is also, I feel like you could maybe set the chain up as you were leaving, but you might like fuck up your hand doing that. So I don't know the degree to which. I'll put that here. Also some possibility that the killer did what they did and then put the chain on as they left. The killer also must have had access to keys to be able to open the storehouse, as well as to open Ava / Hideyoshi's room, plus lock it as they left. Because they had to have locked it even after with the chain thing. Even if it was unlocked at first, they locked it before they left. Interesting. I don't really know. I would say, like, I mean, the gold is probably real, given the bar that Kraus had, that he showed to Natsuhi. Natsuhi is my favorite character so far. Least favorite is probably, I don't know. I was gonna say Ava, but I don't really dislike any of the characters so far. Actually, no. That guy's a douche. That's what I'm saying, man. Natsuhi was like by far my favorite character in the first. I liked Rosa, and then I was like, man, Rosa, I don't like you slapping your kid up and down in front of everybody. Like, have some composure. Oh, also, like, just mega sus on Maria in general. Won't be surprised if there's some weird possession shit going on. Okay. I don't think there's a whole lot more. Let me make sure I save that. I don't know if there's a whole lot more. Not me fucking looking up Bible verses because I'm not a Bible thumper. So, The witch will praise the wise and should bestow 4 treasures in the Golden Land. They may choose to revive the souls of the dead that have been lost. After all, no matter how large a mountain of gold they might have desired, it would have been out of their grasp. Chose the lost fiancé, chose the boy she had liked and lost, chose the lost love of her mother. Sleep peacefully, Beatrice. Nothing disturb your slumber ever again. The winner is the Golden Witch. Time ran out before even one of the 18 people could solve the riddle of the gold. All 18 died. When the seagulls cried, there were no survivors. And I guess... Spelled praise wrong here. I wanted to read this too. The notebook fragments tells of this mysterious incident. It does not know the full truth. Perhaps not even the writer of the notebook knew the truth. Perhaps she wanted to know. See, the weird thing is too, Maria in her notebook at the end pleaded for someone to solve the mystery. Seems sort of odd that the notebook would say something like this. Given her belief in Beatrice the entire time, and what felt like her support of whatever Beatrice / the killer was doing, I'd say supporting through the entire chapter. I keep calling them fucking chapters, episode. I think there is a non-zero possibility. There are people hiding on the island that are not of the 18 we know, and that people, especially the first 6, that we thought dead may not be entirely so. Okay. Afterwards, the police came and conducted an investigation of the scene. Who were thought to have survived until the very end were never found. However, because of the body parts that were discovered and the unimaginably gruesome nature of the scene, the police were forced to conclude that the chances of survival for any of the 18, even the children, seemed hopelessly dim. The witch was fickle. She made a point of leaving behind this tale, which didn't need to be heard, and it was allowed to spread. Many years later, a strange wine bottle had drifted upon the waves, blah, 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 blah. Finally learned the incident was later called by names such as da-da-da-da. And it was, by the time you have read this, I will probably be dead. Although there may or may not be a corpse, you who have read this, please find out the truth. That's my only wish. Yeah. So it is when the seagulls cry is what that means. Okay. Which I figured, but when I searched it up, it said like waves or something. The other thing too, I misunderstood the meaning of twilights, as the game called them. I thought that because there was 10 twilight epitaphs, that it would take at least 5 days, or actually would it technically be 6? Take at least, like, we'll say 5.5 days, because it would be 2 for every single day, but you would have 1 on the first day, assuming that we arrived after the first twilight because it was already daytime when everybody arrived and the ritual started. The first twilight would have been nightfall on the first day. That would be 1, and then it would have been 2, 4, 6, 8, and then it would have been the daybreak of the next day. So yeah, 2, 4, 6, 8, 1. Did I not do math? Or would it actually just 2, 4, 6, 8? Nightfall, the night into the next day. Regardless, it would take at least 10 twilights. First being the nightfall on October 4th. However, the game seemed, or I shouldn't say the game, the murder seemed to conclude in 48 hours, if uninterrupted. Oops, I can't type. There must be some other way that the word twilight is being used in this scenario. Okay, I think that's all really the theories I'm going to be able to like dig the fuck out of random shit up to this point. There might be more stuff that I think about overnight, but I think this is an okay stopping point. I'm going to finish this stream. I will export this to YouTube, and I'm going to update the thing in the description where it has all my games listed. It will also include a link to a Google Doc, which I will paste all of my notes in at the end of every episode. And I will be releasing the episodes on YouTube as each full episode finishes, I think. Otherwise, the episodes will be on, or the streams will be on Twitch, but they will only be released in the parts on YouTube, because I can still store those on Twitch for the time being. But okay, that's all. I will be back tomorrow. We have at least another 2 weeks of basically gooning the fuck out of this game. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it, especially if you were around for Higurashi quite literally 4 years ago. I will be back tomorrow. Whenever I wake up, probably not this time, probably quite a bit earlier, probably a little bit after dinner time, my time zone. So we'll say 15, 16 hours from now, right? Because, yeah, 15, 16 hours from now, we'll say approximately. Okay, that's all. Night-night, sleep well.